It was very easy. I didn't have a map.
In one go?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. We just go with the flow.
Exactly. All right, so let's plug it in here. Yes, yes, I do.
I sent it to Virginia, but if you have a thumb drive,
Much easier, yes, much easier. Yes.
I put it into PDF, so it should be right.
Oh, so you want to do it like this? Remember, we are on the very tight schedule.
Yeah,
And
sure.
not going over 20 minutes. Judy was saying, because we are trying to condense it.
Virginia saw my slide, she said, oh, you have too many. But I always like double up, instead of having to worry about using a
Oh, it's good, but we will
that
have to
actually
sign.
saves me.
Yeah, yeah.
Please
Don't worry.
watch.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Sure. Yeah,
And I know where I can cut if I need to. If the speakers go over, there are parts.
Good, good, good. I think we will be okay. Everybody knows. We will have a
Okay.
Here, this is the
How's this?
thing. It's very easy. This is forward, this is backward, and this is point between you. Although, you're not doing PowerPoint, so it's not gonna work for you. Just the pointer will work. So you'll just have to go
Are you
through.
sure it doesn't work?
I don't think so. Yeah, see,
Oh, yeah,
you have to be in the
okay. So I'm gonna
PowerPoint mode.
post it.
Yeah, that's just,
That's okay.
I don't need it, because of the way I do it, so it's not. I'm going to do the PDF first.
thanks to the PDF.
Is the pointer?
Yeah, remember, you can't use it
Yeah.
to move through the slides because your slides are PDF.
No.
right? Yours are PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're good.
You are discussing.
Not for you.
Not for me.
Don't scare me. I'd have to think really fast.
To discuss.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look. Can you do it in? yeah,
Well, have a look.
Slide. Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, yeah, so,
Let's just see. Yeah, it's fine. Is that the PDF?
no,
That's the
that's
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint. Now
Well,
you
can
want
we see the PDF?
Sure.
Because I know with PowerPoint it often reformats, so let's do.
Try.
Oh, full screen mode, is that
I think you're all in full screen. Try. Okay, so go. Done? You good?
Yeah, so let's take the PowerPoint off so that we don't accidentally use it. Beautiful, thank you.
Close that.
Mine?
Here, I use a Mac, so. Can you-
All right.
We're good to go.
All right.
And where, okay, so this is mine? No,
Can we do this?
where's mine?
I did this yesterday.
Yeah.
So it'll be there. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Sorry.
F1.
Just start playing. Okay.
All right. All right.
A veure aquest dibuix, em sembla que és una cuina. Veig una senyora que està netejant. A veure aquest dibuix, em sembla que és un...
I try to even do less. I'll try.
We tried to spread the good word. Oh, I have to bring them.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Bilingualism and Executive Function. We're starting with a session on young adults, and our first speaker will be Albert Costa from the University of Pompeu in Spain. He is a research professor in social and behavioral sciences, an expert in bilingual speech production and neuroimaging techniques. In 2012-2013, his group published 20 articles on the relation between bilingualism and executive control in young adults and patients with Alzheimer's disease. Our second speaker will be Raymond Klein from Dalhousie University in Canada. He's the university research professor at the Department of Psychology and Neuroscience. He is an expert in human performance and applied cognitive psychology. And with Hilchi, he published the first paper summarizing the evidence on the relationship between bilingualism and cognitive control. The commentator is Theo Marinas from the University of Reading. He's professor of multilingualism and language development, and his research focuses on first and second language acquisition in typically developing children, children with SLI, and children with ASD. He uses a range of offline and online measures to address the development of language processing across populations and to address the relationship between language and cognition. So we will start with Albert.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. And thank you, the organizers, for having invited me to attend to this, I think, very exciting and timely conference on the issue of how bilingualism relates to executive control functions. So my talk today is going to be basically an experimental talk. I won't talk that much about theory, and in part it's because the more I grow, the less theoretical I become. That perhaps is not a wise step, but that's the way I feel. So I'm going to present some of the results that we've been gathering in Barcelona, in other parts of Europe, involving also Italy and also other parts of Spain. And as you will see, the story, as you may imagine, is a bit more complicated than we expected when we start looking at the relationship between bilingual language control and executive control. All right. So this is the question that we try to answer, right? So which are the common mechanisms between domain general executive control and bilingual language control? So how do bilinguals actually manage to handle the two languages, and to what extent that resorts on executive control processes, or to what extent that resorts on processes that are mostly language related, all right? So processes that are independent to some degree of executive control domain general processes. So this is that's as much theory I have, right? Which is kind of it's very sketchy and very silly. But the idea would be by using experimental brute force, trying to determining which processes are shared by these two components. And we do that by following this approach. We explore the associations and dissociations in linguistic and non-linguistic tasks that supposedly share a common mechanism. And we do that by looking at single case studies of neurological compromised patients, healthy adults, patients with cognitive impairments, functional overlap at the brain level, and differences between bilinguals and monolinguals in switching tasks. That's what I will present today. Now, I know that many people here have done a lot of work on that, and that's one of the reasons, in part, that it's very hard for me to keep track of what is being published, despite the fact that I review quite a few of those studies. But nevertheless, it's very hard to keep track. So I'm going to stick to most of the talk, I'm going to stick to what we did. So I apologize in advance. Now, recently we have published a review paper in which we make our points about what we think is going on in this domain and other domains related to bilingualism. That is, if you don't want to start reading all these experimental papers, you can go there and you will have a summary of our views on this issue. Okay, I'm going to give you the answer. That's my mother always tells me that I should give the answer before going on, just in case people want to have coffee and don't, waste their time for 30 minutes or 40 minutes here. So the answer is the following. We think that the link between bilingual language control and domain executive control is an elusive one, especially if you look at behavioral measures. Okay, and yesterday we had here very interesting talks about how to approach executive control functions. Interesting and at the same time, I would say troublesome in the sense that, they told us how difficult that is. And my experience, again, in terms of experimental approaches, this is what we think that this link is an elusive one, and we should keep trying, doing smarter experiments, I guess. Now, also, it is difficult to find associations across tasks, and sometimes language control and executive control clearly dissociate, especially in impaired individuals. Okay, and I'll show today some of those cases. But, and here is the problem, or adds complexity to the issue, the neuroimaging data suggests some sort of overlap and some differences between monolinguals and bilinguals in the networks involved in executive control, right? So, there has to be someone smarter than me to come and put all of this together and see what we can get out of it. All right, so let's start with single case studies, and let me introduce you this case of this Catalan-Spanish bilingual person, 44 years old. She was born with the two languages, so she was using the two languages. She was a professor at the university, and she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and she got referred to us by actually her daughter, that she said, my mother has always spoke to me in Catalan, and now she starts to speak Spanish, and she gets stuck into Spanish, right? So let me give you an example of her performance because when you go to the neuropsychological when you go to the neuropsychological handbooks on bilingualism, you always find all these different types of damage of the two languages. And we have been exploring many, many patients. It's true that most of them from Catalan and Spanish, and it was very hard to find any clear dissociation. And this is one of the few we found, and we think that has to do with language control. Don't worry, you don't need to know Catalan or Spanish, it's
A
translated.
veure, aquest dibuix, em sembla que això és una cuina. Veig una senyora que està netejant la cuina, els plats y els estris de la cuina. A la izquierda hay dos niños. Uno está subido a un taburete, el otro una niña que lo está mirando de abajo. El niño que está en el taburete está cogiendo galetas o cookies de un pote que hay arriba. Nada más. Ay, perdó, ho sento. És que canvio català a castellà, jo feia català i ara s'ha hablat en castellano. Us deia que aquest dibuix veig una cuina. En la cuina hi ha una senyora que està haciendo limpieza, està fent neteja dels vestis de la cuina, está limpiando un plato, a la pica té molta aigua, presto a limpiar todo lo que hay al lado, platos, vasos, limpieza de cocina. En català, ui, por Dios. I llavors a l'esquerra hi ha un taburet, un nen a sobre que está cogiendo galetas de una estantería que hay ahí.
All right.
Encima ya.
I guess you get the idea, right? This person cannot keep track of the language she's supposed to speak. Nevertheless, the fluency is relatively well. Now, we tend to have many bilingual conversations in Barcelona, but trust me, this is not the common pattern. You really have to make an effort to do this unless you are doing it because you cannot keep track of the language you're speaking. All right. All right, so we test this person in several tasks, and here you have her performance in this task, right? She was switching up, producing more words when she was asked to speak in Catalan and in Spanish, and there was not a difference. I mean, this person, the first language was actually Catalan. Now we test her in some language switching tasks, very simple tasks, and as compared to controls, she seems to be impaired, especially in the switch condition. And true enough, when we test her in the non-linguistic tasks, she also is impaired as compared to controls. So, the patient was impaired both in linguistic and non-linguistic switching as compared to controls. Well, it's an association, so you would say, to the extent that the system is damaged for both tasks. But, associations in neuropsychology are not the most informative information. The most informative information is dissociations. As an example, if you go back to the literature, you have this speaker, right, this Benetton Italian speaker with subcortical aphasia, that she had a bunch of problems controlling language, but they don't report the numbers, but you have to trust what they say. So it's noteworthy that blah, had no troubles in this switching in regular Wisconsin, I think the Wisconsin card sorting test, I would suggest that the patient fixation behavior is mostly linguistic in nature. So here you have a dissociation between language control and domain general executive control. I'm not going to present more cases like this because there are not that many cases that have been explored, in detail. And just give you a type of evidence that could be important to try to understand to what extent bilingual language control dissociates for executive control processes. All right. So let's move to healthy adults. And here we have been using quite a bit the language switching task and the non-linguistic switching task in different types of instantiations. And I'm not going to go into the details, just basically the general ones that you know about already. And here is what we find with these young adults, Spanish Catalan. We asked them to switch between L1 and L3, which is English, to look for whether we could find an asymmetrical switch cause, namely larger cause for L1 than for the weaker language, L3. And, we didn't, that's a result that we reported already 10 years ago, that when you test high proficient bilinguals, you don't seem to have asymmetrical language cause when you do the task in L1 and L3. Okay, and I know there are other results there, a bit conflicting with this idea, but that's what we keep finding. Despite this, we did have a non-linguistic switch cause in this task. The tasks are comparable to the extent that they can be comparable. There are many differences in terms of number of items, but that's what we did. So what more interesting, what we try to look is at the correlation between the tasks, right? And to the extent that these processes share anything, you expect to find some correlation. I know this is very naive, but my education is in psycholinguistics, not in executive control, and we did this naive approach that I think many people have done, and we didn't find any correlation between these two tasks. Now we look also a larger sample. In this larger sample of about 60 people, we didn't find any correlation between the cause either. And there is another phenomenon called N-2 effect that we will be discussing later, some people have argued that this N-2 cause, I'll tell you later what it is the best index of inhibition. And here we didn't find any correlation either between language switching and non-linguistic task switching. Okay. So, to the extent that these correlations are meaningful in any way, we seem to find some dissociation, or we don't seem to find a correlation between the two tasks. However, there are other studies, and these are studies by Golem, Sandoval, and Savon, in which they look at cognitive decline, okay, and proportion of cross-language intrusions in the verbal fluency task. And I want to point out a couple of things. One of them is that cross-language intrusions seem to increase with age. However, the proportion is 0.01. That's very little intrusions. So my reading of this is that language control actually survives quite well across the lifespan, all right? So it's not that you have an increase in this 0.01, it's not 0.1, it's not 10%, okay? Now, in this task, what they did is they look at errors in the flanker task and proportion of cross-language intrusions. And the idea was the same one. So people that would be compromised in executive control as measured by the flanker task, the errors in the flanker task, they will show larger proportion of cross-linguistic errors. Now, that is true, but if you pay attention a bit here, a proportion of errors on flanker task in incongruent trials, this guy, for instance, makes 100% of errors. Right? These guys here. So basically, the idea is that you make 50%. If you make 50% of errors, you're doing the task randomly. Right? Just right, left. And despite making so many errors, the intrusions are very few. Okay. So my reading of this, and I talked to Tamar for a while, my reading of this is that actually the two effects dissociate, that you can have many, many errors in the flanker task and be very, very good in speech control. Now, we were inspired by this paper, and I mean, sometimes with Golan, I do have this feeling that either we copy what she does or she copies what we do. Basically, we have the same mindset, I guess, so we do things in parallel. We try to look at how the decline of executive functions relate to the decline of bilingual language control, and here we tested young, middle-aged, and elderly, and you have to some extent an effect of age in the non-linguistic switch cost. So the elderly you get, the larger the switch cost you get. Okay, and surprisingly enough, in the bilingual language control mechanism, that is the linguistic switch cost, we don't have that effect. It seems that age affects executive control processes to a larger extent than bilingual control process, language control processes. Okay, this was kind of surprising. All right. So we look again at the correlations between the two tasks. Young adults, no correlation between non-linguistic and linguistic switch cost. Middle age, no correlation. Elderly, this is just noise. You put all of them together and you don't find anything. Okay, and here you start having a sample that is about 60 people, so you do have more power to get something out of it, if there is anything actually. All right. So what we know from healthy adults, and is that it's hard to find a correlation between the two tasks, and it's hard to find a common mechanism behind it. What about patients with cognitive impairments? So here we did a study with Alzheimer patients that were mild to moderate, and here each dot corresponds to the performance, to the degree of cognitive decline, and the performance in picture naming, all right? So you have black is when they name in the dominant language, white is when they name in the non-dominant language. Mm-hmm. Is this clear? It's just when you get results from patients, at least that's the way I was trained, ask for single data points. You don't look at the average only. Look at the whole spectrum, because patients are very variable, and then when you look at the average, you get an average and you get a standard deviation, but you don't know how the single patients behave, and that's an important thing. So as you can see, the decline in the two languages is very similar. Okay, and yesterday I heard someone, I think there was the talk that was broadcast, saying that there are some studies suggesting that the decline of the two languages are different in, there might be some studies, but we keep finding always more or less the same decline. Mm-hmm. And these people were about 80 years old, so they had experience for about 60 years with the two languages, so they were kind of high proficient bilinguals. And more importantly, we look at the cross-language intrusions, and here the first thing you can see is all these guys here. Right? And this accounts for about 1% of errors. So again, the number of cross-language intrusions go in the same direction. So the worse you are in terms of cognitive decline, the more language intrusions you have, the same pattern for the two languages. But what is remarkable is that very few intrusions. Let us skip this. This is a bit difficult. Okay, so so what we're going to look here is another sort of patients with Parkinson's disease that in principle they seem to have specific troubles with executive control processes, right? So one of the things that we were criticized looking at Alzheimer's patients is that, well, Alzheimer's patients at some stage of the disease, they are not so much compromised in terms of executive control, they are more compromised in terms of episodic memory and semantic memory. So you should go to patients that are compromised at the level of executive control. So we went to these type of patients, Parkinson patients, and we test them in different tasks. So again, we are not very original, right? So single blocks of naming in a single block or mixed blocks, and looking at what is the pattern of performance. We do have mixing costs, as you know, is just subtracting repeated trials from single trials in the mixed block, and then switch cost is the local switch cost, repeat versus switch trials. And according to some people, one of those costs would reveal the processes involved in sustained attention or global attention, and then the switch cost will reveal processes involved in transient attention. Yeah, that sounds nice. I don't know if it's true, but sounds good. Okay, so here it is. So here you have these patients. Unfortunately, we only have about 30 patients. And again, the linguistic switch cost did not correlate at all with the non-linguistic switch cost, even in these patients. However, the mixing cost did correlate, right? And it was a very strong correlation. So sticking to the standard view of how to interpret this evidence, one would claim that the overlap between the bilingual language control and the executive control system is for the abilities of the sustained control, but not for those of the transient control. So it's keeping track of what you're doing and not so much switching in short periods of time. And interestingly, the patient that I presented at the beginning, she was not that bad at doing language switch. I mean, she was impaired, but she was not that bad at doing language switch as long as you remind her every single item in which language she should be saying that item. So if you remind her, this picture in Spanish, this picture in Catalan, this picture is Catalan, this picture in Spanish, she was relatively okay, right? Now, when she was free to speak is when she was mixing languages. So it's like if she had an impairment here and not so much there, in the sense of sustained attention and not so much of transient attention. Now, we are not the first to report that. And as you can see, this is a study also by Pryor and Golem, and they found the same things. No correlations between linguistic switch cost and domain general executive control in switching costs, and a clear correlation in mixing costs. All right. So you are wondering, why are you here to hear the correlations are not significant? That's our work. That's what we have done. I mean, we would like to have these results in a different way, but that's what we got. So the conclusion of this is that bilingual language control and executive control mechanisms seem to be partially overlap, no correlation between linguistic and non-linguistic switch costs, and some correlation for the mixing costs, suggesting some sort of overlap at the sustained attention. Now let's go to data from neuroimaging, and here things get even a bit more confusing. So the question we have here is, the language network involved differently when control linguistic and non-linguistic representations. And I'm going to present this study that Judy Kroll discussed yesterday briefly. This is a study in which we asked monolinguals to do a language switch task, well, not language, a linguistic switch task. So we asked them to name pictures, name the name of the object or the verb that goes with that object. So you have broom or you have sweeping, right? Depending on the color of the pictures. This is kind of odd, I must say, but it's a way for them to switch in the context of linguistic, in the linguistic context. And what we got here, many areas, but one of them was this area, cingulate cortex, that was more active when people switch than when people stay. And it was the same area, more or less, when we asked bilinguals to switch between languages. Now, interestingly enough, these people also did a flanker task, and the area they responded, there was certain overlap between the cingulate cortex, in the cingulate cortex for flanker conflict and for language switching. So suggesting that this cingulate area, it is involved to some extent in both bilingual language control and executive control functions. Now, this area has been, there are many interpretations of what this brain area task, but some people claim that it's related to conflict monitoring or to keep track of situations. So that will be more related to a sustained control rather than transient control, so to speak. All right, this is a more complex study that we perform, trying to see what happens when you repeat pictures, when you repeat the stimuli, and you do have to do a different task on that stimuli. So we present pictures that you have to name in L1, for instance, and then pictures that you have to name in L2. This is, Judy Crow was also yesterday presenting some results related to this issue. And then we have tasks in which you have to say whether pictures are bigger than a shoebox, and then in the next block, you have to say whether those pictures are smaller than a shoebox. So you have to give a different response and different criteria of answering depending on the block, right? So basically, it's one of those psychological perversions that we try to confuse people. That's one of these cases. And then we did that in the context of, in the language context, or in a more semantic, language-free semantic task. And so we know there was some overlap in some areas between the two tasks, okay? So you have left prefrontal cortex is activated in both tasks, more for pictures that are repeated than for pictures that are not repeated. Those that create most of the conflict. And there's also another area that responds to these control processes, both in language context and in semantic control context. Is this clear, the paradigm? So basically we are testing difficult responses versus relatively easy responses, and we look at which brain areas light up, both when the task involves language or when it involves semantic classification. However, there were certain areas that didn't have an overlap, right? So we have right prefrontal cortex triangularis that respond only to language control, and the orbitalis part of this right prefrontal cortex responded only to semantic control. So, you know, again, there seems to be an overlap. Also, there are certain dissociations that are worth exploring. Okay, that's what I said. Now, there's a problem here. The ACC is not consistently reported as involved both in language control and domain general executive control, right? That's one of the problems we had. So to some extent, the task was different, but to some extent, we didn't replicate our previous studies with Jubin. You know, you don't know what to do out of it. Now, the left prefrontal cortex seems to be similarly involved in language control and executive control tasks. All right, now, how much time do we have? All right, so let me finish with this part of another way to look at this, the relationship between bilingual language control and executive control is, again, to look at the difference between bilingual and monolinguals and to what extent bilingual language control is affecting executive control processes. Whether that's an advantage or disadvantage, that's, you know, I don't care anymore about that, but I care to see whether there is an effect as a result of this crosstalk. And we focus again in the task switching, and again, we did a single block, a mixed block in task switching, just basically following prior and McWinney results and triangular results. Let me walk through the results. So, sorry. So this is switch cost. You do have a difference between bilinguals and monolinguals in the magnitude of the switch cost. And this effect is much smaller, if any, in the mixing cost. That's what they found. Now, however, a year after, they couldn't find a replication of these effects with different sort of bilinguals. There didn't seem to be a difference between switch cost, either mixing cost. Now, I'm going to skip this. You can ask me about what they did afterwards, but it was a bit of, I think, a bit of cherry picking to end up getting an effect for some part of the bilinguals. All right, so this is what we got, okay? So here we did a straight replication of what they did, and we basically replicate their second study, but not their first study. So we replicate the absence of difference between bilinguals and monolinguals in local switch costs and in mixing costs. But we were stubborn, right? And what we did is a long study, large study in which we test 3 different task switching paradigms and with many subjects. So here we have about 300 participants split by bilinguals and monolinguals. Now, let me tell you, these experiments are difficult for us because we don't have monolinguals in Barcelona. You know, we do have to go to other places, and this creates a problem because the best place to go is Madrid, right? Because Madrid, in many respects, is similar to Barcelona. True, they don't have the sea. True, they don't have Barça. That's a problem. And they don't have Messi either. In many respects, it's just very similar. Now, we don't always go to Madrid. Sometimes go to other parts of Spain, which, cities are small, but that's as good as it gets. So but we have to pay for having a bilingual society in which it's very hard to find monolinguals. So we don't have a problem with immigration in this sense. Our bilinguals are not immigrants, but we don't have monolinguals. So this is kind of costly. And what I'm showing here is the CTC score and the number of participants at different intervals for bilinguals. And what would you expect is to have, the monolingual curve either here or there. If there is a difference, it's just basically the same, right? So we don't have any difference between the 2 groups. So with these data, we argue that the local switch cost doesn't seem to be affected by bilingualism, at least in our sample. Now, this paper is very nice. This paper is very nice by Anat Pryor because they show a larger cost for bilinguals than for monolinguals because the task involved, according to them, inhibition, and that's the n-2 task cost. So basically what you compare is when you perform a task, you have 3 tasks to perform, right? And you can have switch, 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 switch. But this switch, you go back to this task here, right? So you have ABC or ABA. And many people have shown that ABA, it is harder than ABC. So sorry, responding to this A is harder to responding to the C. And the reason is that you have to record from the inhibition that you apply here when you switch from A to B. You're looking like it's too early. You need coffee. Well, bear with me. The idea is that to switch to a task that you just abandoned, it is harder than to switch into another task. And that's basically what they found. They found that larger switch costs, n-2 costs, for bilinguals than for monolinguals. And this is, I was a reviewer of this paper, and I thought, this is cool, this is very well done. I asked them to do the same study, n-2, n-1 together, but they didn't want to do it, so we did it. That's what we got. So again, a bunch of monolinguals, a bunch of bilinguals. We didn't get an n-2 cost. This is not significant, it was the same result, okay? And also, in this study, we mix. So we did 2 studies, one only looking at n-2, and another study looking at n-2 and n-1 in the same experiment. And again, we failed to find significant differences. So, I think that people should, I think that people should pay attention to this and try to see whether we can have ways of getting at it and whether this is correct or not. Because I think it would be informative. And that there are other studies, and Andrea Philip have done other studies on this issue. All right. However, here comes the problem again. When you ask participants to do this language switch task, executive control task switching, and you look at their brain activity, sometimes we find some differences between the brain areas that respond more in the case of bilinguals and in the case of monolinguals. This is a paper we published a number of years ago, in which we found that the larger activation discriminating switch and non-switch trials was in left inferior frontal gyrus for bilinguals, and it was in right inferior frontal gyrus for monolinguals, right? Suggesting that there is some difference between the networks that are involved. And this has nothing to do with efficiency. It's just, that you recruit areas that are, to some extent, different. Now, potential limitation, we didn't have a switch cost behaviorally for the bilinguals. So the task, who knows what they were doing, right? The task was too easy or something went wrong here. Now, this is funny because when you do neuroimaging studies and then you want to look at difference between conditions, people tell you it's very important that there are not behavioral differences, right? Because if you do have behavioral differences, then you don't know how to interpret the difference in brain activity. But then again, you're comparing different conditions because you think they're going to have differences in behavior, right? So, yeah, it goes both ways. All right, and let me finish with this study. This study, again, is a study that we look at task switching, a different type of task switching, and we get more activation, actually, in the left caudate for bilinguals than for monolinguals, and also in the left inferior frontal gyrus. Now, here it is. I don't know. I mean, it's not that I'm a neuroscientist, but I don't understand very well how to interpret more or less activation. I mean, sometimes more activation seems to suggest that that area is more recruited. Now, sometimes less activation seems to suggest that people are recruited to the same extent, but they are more efficient. So, not sure how to interpret that, but that's basically what we obtain. And that's nice because the caudate has been, and it's certainly left inferior frontal gyrus have been related to language control very often. And this is a task that does not involve language control. All right, so let me finish, let me wrap up this, and you know already the question. What are the common mechanisms between domain general control and bilingual language control? And it was my theoretical model. We have this approach we took, and again, the answer is the one I gave you, just in case you wanted to leave the room. So this is a difficult issue, difficult topic, and in a way, I think we should go back and look at more brain damaged individuals and see whether we can find striking dissociations there, because the consistency of the neuroimaging data is sometimes not so large, not in this field, in any field, and the consistency of the behavioral results are also sometimes for the relationship of executive control to bilingual language control, the link seems to be more elusive than when we would like to be. This is the group. There are many other people involved. There are people, certainly Jubin Abutalebi in Milano, and Cesar Avila in Castellón, that they are involved in the neuroimaging data. And that's about it. Thank you very much.
We did yesterday, we won't have any questions now. We'll have questions at the end after the discussion. So our next speaker is Raymond Klein. While we're waiting for Dr. Klein's slides to load, I want to make sure everybody noticed that there's a change in the schedule today, and you can get the updated information outside. Basically, we're starting the afternoon session at 1 o'clock instead of 1:20, and everything's slightly accelerated so that we will end the day earlier than we otherwise might have.
Hi, everybody. I want to thank Virginia and Irina for inviting me to this very exciting symposium/workshop. Quick outline. I'm going to do a little bit of history, starting with some personal history, and then talk about the different possible bilingual advantages. And I'm going to end with some lessons from history. So I want to begin with why I'm here, which might not be that obvious. I'm a cognitive psychologist. My primary area of interest is in attention. I like to think of myself as a neo-Hebbian in the sense that I'm interested in trying to understand how the brain implements mind. I have a long-standing interest in reading and dyslexia, but as I noted, attention is really my primary interest. And I've tended to shy away from language because my linguistic intuitions are not that good. I spent my 2000-2001 sabbatical half-time at the Rotman Research Institute, to which I had been invited by its then director, Don Stuss. And as it turned out, my office was next to that of Ellen Bialystok, who was also on sabbatical at the Rotman at the beginning of her collaboration with Gus Craik. And primarily because of my interest in inhibitory processes and cognition generally, and attention more specifically, and my expertise in the Simon effect, I got invited into their exciting collaboration that was exploring the possibility that early mastery of 2 or more languages might provide in later life an improved inhibitory control system. And I'm sure many of you know that this 2004 paper became a seminal one for stimulating a huge amount of research in the decade and a half since it was published, and for the topic of this conference. Anyway, in 2010, I encouraged my first-year graduate student, Matt Hilche, to write a term paper for a course that I was teaching on applied cognitive psychology, and I suggested the topic, Costs and Benefits of Bilingualism. My encouragement was based on curiosity because while I was aware of the 2004 findings and had, I'll say, advertised them in 2 of my publications, one a textbook that I Canadianized, Ashcraft's book in Canada, Ashcraft and Klein, and in another article that I had written about the relation between attention and the Simon effect. I hadn't closely followed the literature that had been stimulated by that paper, so I thought it would be interesting to get my student to tell me what had happened, because that would be faster than me doing it. And just as an example, here are a few of the things that I said in those 2 papers. Prior to Hilche's analysis of the literature, which was circa 2010, published in 2011, I was an endorser of the idea that bilingualism could generate general domain improvements in executive function. As you will see, however, and to quote Randy Engel, I was wrong. So Hilche's term paper was refined and transformed into this review that was recently mentioned. More recently, Hilche, Jean Saint-Aubin, and I updated that review for a chapter we contributed to the Cambridge Handbook of Bilingual Processing that will appear in print this August. And recently I presented a précis of both reviews in a commentary that I wrote on Virginia Valiant's very nice Target article on this topic. So members of the audience may know a little bit about the Hilche and Klein review, but because it hasn't appeared yet, the information in the chapter will be new to most of you, and therefore I'm going to focus on that today. But first, some history, not my personal history. So I wrote this in the piece I wrote on Virginia's article. Scholars and educators were once concerned that encouraging children to learn more than one language might have adverse cognitive consequences. And for some linguistic capacities, fluency and vocabulary, this is often true. Unfortunately, such individual costs might discourage governmental policies that are aimed at fostering multilingualism despite its widely acknowledged societal benefits. Peel and Lambert in 1962 helped overcome this concern, and through her myth-dispelling efforts and prodigious empirical output, Bialystok has pushed the pendulum of opinion in the opposite direction. And partly because I got roped into this field, I have read Peel and Lambert, who said some very interesting things. And I'm just going to read what's on the screen. This is a quote from their paper. "The picture that emerges of the French-English bilingual in Montreal is that of a youngster whose wider experiences in two cultures have given him advantages which a monolingual does not enjoy. Intellectually, his experience with two language systems seemed to have left him with a mental flexibility, a superiority in concept formation, and a more diversified set of mental abilities, in the sense that the patterns of abilities developed by bilinguals were more heterogeneous. It's not possible to state from the present study whether the more intelligent child became more bilingual or whether bilingualism aided in his intellectual development, but there's no question about the fact that he is superior intellectually." So let's highlight the caveats that are in this interesting summary. First of all, they were careful to say that, well, this is what's true in Montreal. Secondly, not just bilingualism, but maybe a wider experience in two cultures was playing a role. And perhaps most importantly, did the more intelligent child become more bilingual? This reminds me of the comment that Randy Engel made yesterday when discussing the possible connection between working memory capacity and second language acquisition. It makes the idea of reverse causality a likely explanation for many positive findings. In any event, as a result of Peel and Lambert, mental flexibility became a catchphrase for describing the nature of the cognitive advantage that bilinguals might enjoy over monolinguals. While arguably more specific than intelligence, this term, mental flexibility, is primarily descriptive and doesn't tell us much about what cognitive representations or mental processes might underlie the better scores on the particular tests they used. A bit later, Cummins admonished the field and told us that a theoretical framework for relating language proficiency to academic achievement among bilingual students was needed. Now, we might not have expected Peel and Lambert to have generated such a theoretical framework because at the time of their writing, the cognitive revolution was still in its infancy. But as I see it, the most influential effort to follow Cummins' admonition was made by Bialystok in her book, Bilingualism in Development, Language Literacy and Cognition. Bialystok's review of the post-Peel and Lambert findings led her to the following description, which places a considerable emphasis on the concept of selective attention achieved through the inhibition of task-irrelevant information. Here's the that was a summary of the empirical results. This is a theoretical statement. But if both languages are active, then how do speakers or listeners or readers manage to maintain performance in only one of the languages without suffering from massive intrusions from the other? According to some researchers, the explanation is that there is a constant inhibition of the non-relevant languages, allowing the desired system to carry out the processing. This inhibition is undoubtedly achieved by means of processes carried out in the frontal lobe. If this model is correct, then bilingual children experience extensive practice of these functions in the first few years of life, at least once both languages are known, to a sufficient level of processing to offer viable processing systems. It would appear that this practice in inhibiting linguistic processing carries over to processing in highly disparate domains. As noted by Kroll and Bialystok a few years ago, the past decade has seen an explosion in the amount of research that addresses language and cognitive processing in bilinguals. I think this very clear and exciting proposal from Bialystok's important book provided a key stimulus for this explosion of interest. So too did a variety of findings subsumed under the heading of neural plasticity. And adding fuel to the fire, of course, were the positive results from the seminal study in 2004. So the question I want to address is, are there extralinguistic cognitive costs and/or benefits of multilingual exposure and mastery? And there's two qualifiers in that question. One is we're talking about cognitive costs and benefits. This is to exclude the possible economic, social, and cultural costs and benefits. In my opinion, in the vast majority of cases for which families make a decision to either become or for their children to become bilingual, the benefits far outweigh the costs. That is, the non-cognitive ones. And we use the extra-linguistic to exclude from consideration the potential linguistic benefits, such as meta-linguistic awareness, and costs, such as vocabulary, of multilingualism, which are relatively well documented. So, if you will forgive the metaphor of the gymnasium, so we presumably have a lot of exercising of cognitive processes in bilingualism, perhaps more than in monolingualism. We'll address that later. And we could ask what kinds of cognitive processes are exercised in the bilingual gymnasium. Well, in Ellen's book, the one that was highlighted particularly was the idea of selection via inhibition. But preceding selection is the idea that you have to monitor the context in order to ensure that the language selected is the correct one. And I'm no expert on this, but I did find this lovely picture from Edward's book. It's from Rubin, illustrating language choice in Paraguay as a function of context. And if you just run through this, you'll see there's quite a lot of monitoring and decision-making that needs to be made to figure out what language one might speak. Of course, switching is something that happens frequently when you're a master of 2 languages or more. I think I'm going to focus a little bit on switching, but there's not as much evidence on it as there is on monitoring and selection. Now, it turns out that the Hilchi and I made up abbreviations for these things, at least 2 of them. We referred to BICA as the bilingual inhibitory control advantage, BEPA as the bilingual executive processing advantage, and now I'll talk about the bilingual switching advantage as well. And because of Albert's talk, I don't need to say too much about what we might be looking at in the data to explore BICA, BEPA, and BSA. In the seminal 2004 paper, the key rationale, which was rooted in the proposal of Green and later in Bialystok's book, was a model based on inhibitory control in which the non-relevant language is suppressed by the same executive functions used generally to control attention and inhibition. If this model is correct, then bilinguals have had massive practice in exercising inhibitory control and experience that may then generalize across cognitive domains. To test this hypothesis, the Simon effect was selected for 2 reasons. Firstly, like the famous Stroop effect, the Simon effect is thought to be due to conflict between 2 simultaneously activated responses. The task-relevant automatically activated tendency to respond in the direction of the stimulus, and the task-relevant response that depends on the identity of the stimulus. But secondly, unlike the vocal linguistic Stroop effect, the Simon effect is non-linguistic and uses manual responses. Finally, it's often assumed that participants who are more efficient at inhibiting task-irrelevant prepotent responses would show smaller Simon effects. When Hilchi and Klein in 2010/11 reviewed the considerable number of studies that were spawned by the exciting hypothesis of a bilingual inhibitory control advantage, BICA, and by the positive support for it provided in the 2004 paper, we found a methodologically variable and empirically messy literature. To give you a guide to this figure, studies are oriented vertically, and the results are presented as a dot on a horizontal line, where if the dot is on the right side of the line, that would be a bilingual advantage, and if the dot is on the left side of the line, that would be a monolingual advantage. So with regard to BICA or BICA, I was clearly wrong. As noted by Bialystok et al. In the 2004 paper, and later by Costa in his papers, bilinguals were faster as well on congruent trials. while what we thought we had uncovered in our 2011 review was that this finding of a global advantage, we call this a global advantage, BEPA, in contrast to the overall absence of BICA, was a robust one. Although we introduced BEPA as theoretically neutral in the discussion, we did offer a concrete idea that linked it to the conflict monitoring system. So BEPA came to be associated with enhanced monitoring, and we prematurely, as I will show, concluded that the relative ubiquity of the bilingual advantage in global RTs provides strong support for the BEPA hypothesis. A few years later, John Schweider invited me to contribute a chapter to that handbook I mentioned earlier, and I thought that an update of the 2011 paper would be timely because so many new studies using the non-linguistic conflict tasks covered in the previous review, that's Simon, Flanker, and Spatial Stroop, had appeared since then. So I teamed up with Hilchi again and my colleague from University de Moncton, Jean Saint-Aubin, to review this literature and write that chapter. We discovered 31 new experiments that used Simon, Flanker, and Spatial Stroop tasks, 18 of which tested monolingual and bilingual young adults. And those studies are illustrated here. The measures that targeted BICA interference effects closely replicated what we had found in 2011, essentially no evidence for a bilingual advantage. Just note the red line represents the mean, unweighted effect from the 2011 review, and the dots are just the new studies since 2011. The double arrow at the top represents the range of scores from the 2011 review. Here, I've added in blue a few studies that have appeared since we conducted the follow-up review. So even though the chapter is going to appear in August, of course, studies have been conducted since we submitted the final version. In any event, on the left-hand side, the BICA results are pretty much unchanged. But on the right-hand side, where I've plotted the results from the global advantage, alleged advantage, BEPA, we can see that there's been quite a dramatic shift in the outcomes. The solid red line represents what Hilchi and I had discovered in the 2011 review, and the arrow on the double arrow on the top represents the range of scores from that review. The dashed red line represents the unweighted average of the effects published since 2011. So no BEPA either. We can ask what happened to BEPA that seemed so robust in 2011. An anonymous reviewer of our chapter suggested that data in the years preceding 2011 may have tended strongly towards bilingual processing advantages because of publication biases or outcome reporting biases, et cetera, and suggested that perhaps the widespread popularity of the bilingual advantage idea discouraged researchers from attempting to publish null effects, and maybe the Hilchi and Klein review, which was challenging to at least some of the ideas about bilingual advantages, facilitated publication of null results. So we agreed in the chapter that biases might account for the divergence between the pre- and post-2011 research reports, and we suggested that the bias hypothesis warranted a more formal mathematical and complete treatment. Just such a treatment by De Bruyn et al. Recently appeared in Psychological Science. Converging evidence led them to conclude that this literature is biased. Our overview shows that there is a distorted image of the actual study outcomes on bilingualism, with researchers and media believing that the positive effects of bilingualism on non-linguistic cognitive processes is strong and unchallenged. For a salient example of such a bias, in this case against reporting null results, consider this footnote from Pryor and McQuinney's study of task switching, which until I conducted the analysis of literature for today's presentation, I didn't realize had this footnote in it. Essentially, there were null results from a flanker task and a Simon task in Pryor and McQuinney's study, but those were not reported in their paper, other than in this footnote. When we conducted the 2011 review, we recognized that task switching had a substantial surface similarity to switching between languages, that it might be reasonable to hypothesize that bilinguals would be more efficient at switching between tasks than monolinguals. At that time, however, there were scant studies, really only prior McWhinney, that could be used to test the bilingual switching advantage hypothesis. Now, however, no doubt stimulated in part by the positive results reported by prior McWhinney, there is a substantial core of such studies with local switch costs reported for almost all of them and global switch costs reported for most. So we look at local switch costs, which Albert described earlier as in a block where they're switching, what's the difference between repeat trials and switch trials? These are the results. Of the 18 studies, 4 reported a mathematical difference favoring monolinguals, while 13 reported differences favoring bilinguals. There was one tie at 0. If you are a true believer in the proposition that bilingualism leads to executive processing advantages, BSA in this instance, I recommend you restrain your enthusiasm. First, in contrast to the pattern with local switch costs, of the 12 studies reporting global switch costs, 8 found a monolingual mathematical advantage, while only 4 found a bilingual advantage. And based on the correlational results that Albert described in his talk that preceded mine, it would seem to be the global ones that ought to be showing the advantage. Second, consider the implications of de Bruyn's conclusion that the literature is biased. They specifically said, and I think they were criticizing Hilche and Klein to a degree, our overview shows the number of actually conducted unpublished null effect studies and suggests that the results of a meta-analysis can, in fact, be affected by such a bias. Third, Annette Pryor, whose study with McWhinney launched this literature on BSA, found no bilingual advantage in either local or global switch costs in her 2 most recent papers. And in her most recent one, concluded, importantly, bilinguals in the current study were not found to outperform monolinguals in any of the components of executive function. And finally, consider what we learned from Ken Papp's poster yesterday. Fourth, almost none of the mathematical differences that I've showed you were statistically significant. I was really only considering whether they were positive or negative. And fifth, in Papp's very large N study, there was no evidence for a BSA, much like we heard from in Costa's talk. So let's summarize. Despite multiple biases, which I think begin with, we'll call it the confirmation bias, there's publication biases, there's reporting biases, that favor publication of positive findings for bilingual advantages. Our analysis, or our analyses of a huge swath of the pertinent literature has revealed no BICA, no BEPA, and no BSA in young adults. Essentially no bilingual advantages in inhibitory control, in monitoring, or in switching. I focused in this presentation on young adults, but our 2 reviews suggest that similar conclusions apply across the lifespan. That is not to say that bilingualism does not uniquely configure the central nervous system or that the executive network is not affected by bilingualism. And we've seen many neuroimaging studies, including some slides in the most recent presentation, that illustrate such differences. But a different neurocognitive architecture should only be considered cognitively advantageous if it translates into objective measures of performance differences. And we haven't seen any. So one might ask, why are there no such bilingual advantages in the studies I've reviewed? As noted by Papp and Greenberg in 2013, the demands on executive functioning associated with managing 2 languages may not appreciably exceed those involved in speaking a single language. And I quote from their paper, Within a single language, conversational partners must monitor for signals regarding turn-taking, misunderstandings, possible use of sarcasm, and change of topic or register. Similarly, monolinguals must incessantly make choices among activated lexical candidates during production and suppress irrelevant meaning of homophones during comprehension. If general cognitive control mechanisms are required for the monitoring, switching, and conflict resolution required within a single language, then it may be the total amount of language use, not the number of languages, that determines the degree to which language enhances executive function. So I want to end with some lessons from history because I seem to see things repeating a little bit. Well, John Edwards basically said that what we're trying to do here is really important, that is, look at the relationship between bilingualism and intelligence, or we could say the more modern term, executive function. In commenting on the hundreds of studies circa 1980, the mid-80s, that compared the performance of bilinguals with monolinguals on various measures of intelligence, Hakuda noted that different researchers were working under different sociological circumstances. They differed in what moved them to look at the relation between bilingualism and intelligence. In the first place, they chose different methodologies that reflected their motivations, and their motivations markedly influenced their interpretation of their findings. It is difficult to overstate the importance of the zeitgeist in which the scientist works. Early in the last century, that zeitgeist was decidedly pessimistic. Here's a quote from Jesperson, 1922. "It is, of course, an advantage for a child to be familiar with two languages, but without doubt, the advantage may be, and generally is, purchased too dear. First of all, the child in question hardly learns either of the two languages as perfectly as he would have done if he had limited himself to one. Secondly, the brain effort required to master two languages instead of one certainly diminishes the child's power of learning other things." We don't know where these ideas came from, but that gives you an idea of what the ideas were like at the turn of the 20th century. Peel and Lambert's landmark study, The Cognitive Revolution, Exciting Ideas About Neuroplasticity, Bialystok's concrete proposal, and new sociocultural forces laid the groundwork for a dramatic change in zeitgeist to a much more optimistic view, a view in which exposure to two or more languages might bestow a variety of extra-linguistic cognitive benefits. In line with this more optimistic zeitgeist, and as I noted in my commentary on Valian's article in Brain, Language, and Cognition, there is an exciting narrative here that meshes nicely with adages from both popular culture, use it or lose it, practice makes perfect, and contemporary cognitive neuroscience, neurons that fire together, wire together, derived from Hebb's cell assembly theory. Like many other scholars, I too wanted to believe that the answer to this question is yes, but alas, it is not. Our belief in a yes answer is rooted in wishful thinking and biases that operate at every stage of the scientific process. So in conclusion, this doesn't mean that we're out of a job. As noted by Fishman in 1970, there's still plenty of work to do. He said, every conceivable relationship between intelligence, we can read that as executive processes, and bilingualism should obtain. Our task is not so much the determination of whether there is a relation between the two, but of when, in which socio-pedagogical contexts, which kind of relationship, positive, negative, strong, weak, interdependent, or not, obtains. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much to Irina and Virginia for inviting me to do this commentary. So, what I'm going to do in those 20 minutes, and I hope it's going to be less than 20, I'm going to first do a discussion about the two different presentations. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about variation within bilinguals, and I'm going to present some of the data that we have. And then I'm going to have some recommendations for the way forward so that we can continue the discussion with everyone else. So Raymond talked about politics when he started his presentation, saying that there is a political dimension in the issue of bilingualism, and this has been there for a long time. We know that language and bilingualism is a political issue because it relates to minorities, it relates to dominance, it relates to control. And very often, bilingualism is interlinked with immigration, and there are politics behind immigration. So it's quite important when we're doing research on bilingualism to have that at the back of our minds, because the messages that we are giving out are going to a general audience, and they can be used by politicians and other people for their own purposes. And I'm giving you an example. This year in the UK, we have community languages or heritage languages part of the GCSE and A levels, and the government decided that some of them are not going to be part of the GCSE and A levels anymore. And one of the reasons is, the main reason is budget cuts. So we're going to cut something from the subjects. Let's cut the heritage languages. There is a dispute, and there are things that are disputed, others that are not disputed. So there is currently a dispute as to whether there are cognitive benefits of bilingualism, but I hope everyone in this room will agree that it's undisputed that there are some economic, social, cultural benefits from bilingualism. So bilinguals can communicate with a larger number of people, they can keep links with extended family, and culture and heritage can continue, and there is an economic benefit. People who are bilingual can work in different countries, and it's good for business, and there is a lot of different other reasons that I don't want to raise here. But it's very important to keep at the back of our minds that there are some things that are undisputed benefits of bilingualism. Now, Albert had those two models, and he discussed as to whether we have fully overlap or partially overlap. And then he presented several studies and concluded that the partially overlap model is better in terms of explaining the findings. I think the question that he raised as to whether there are common mechanisms between domain general executive functions and bilingual language control is slightly more complex, so I'm going to try to unpack this. So, does this question address the relationship between results from non-verbal and verbal executive control tasks? So, are we comparing the two, verbal and non-verbal, and we're going to see, is there overlap, is there inclusion? Or are we saying the relationship between results from non-verbal executive control tasks and language switching or language use behavior? Is that an inclusion? Is there an overlap? The third possibility is, are we talking about the relationship between domain general executive control and executive control related to language? So do we want to say that we have domain general and domain specific executive functions? And I think these are three different things. So if we are talking about the first two, and I think this, then it's an empirical question, and Albert presented some results where we have mixed. So some people have found positive effects, some people have found null effects. And so the conclusion, Albert's conclusion was that we have partial overlap. I think the most important question is actually point number 3, and I haven't seen very much of a discussion, and I think this is something that we need to take more seriously and think, are we talking about domain general and domain specific executive functions? To do that, we need conceptual, this is a conceptual and theoretical question. So the module so far has been that we have same executive functions and inhibiting control, which is used to suppress non-relevant language, and executive functions used generally to control attention and inhibition. So the way I understand the literature in terms of models is up until now, we've been operating with this inclusion model, testing whether that's true. Now, if we're going towards a partial overlap, then the logical continuation is that there must be some language-specific executive control mechanisms. So I'd like in the remaining of the, in the open discussion to have that discussed. Is that something which is desirable or not? And what are the implications if we're talking about a domain-specific executive function mechanism? But now before that discussion, I'm going to bring some issues that I think are bringing noise and variance in the data sets, and that's why some studies find null results. So there is a lot of variability in bilinguals, and the variability comes from different areas. So the first question is, who is bilingual? What are the inclusion and exclusion criteria in those studies? What is the type of bilingualism? And yesterday we heard from Harold's finding effects even for critical periods. What is the length of exposure? What is the proficiency in use? What is the type of exposure? Is that classroom or immersion? What are the language practices in use? We have issues of language dominance, and that changes also over time. And then there are other aspects that increase variance. So we have language proficiency, we have motivation, we have the socioeconomic status, and language typology, and many other reasons. So there is a lot of variance in the bilinguals, and I think what we need to do is, when we find null results, have a look, what was the variance? Who were those bilinguals? Or even better, design studies that can address all those factors. So there is very large individual variability, and we don't really understand very well how all those factors influence performance. So that requires further investigation. There's also a lot of variability in the executive function tasks and in the executive functions, and we heard about that yesterday. We heard issues about lack of reliability in some of the tasks, the complexity of the tasks, and also different people are using different tasks. Even slight variations in the task may show a different result. And we also heard yesterday that there's a lack of comprehensive models that integrate executive functions with language processing. And this is, I think, another area where we need to move a little bit forward with the models, even if Albert doesn't want to do that. So it's very likely that we have very little comparability between studies. I'm going to illustrate that by presenting two small data sets, one on code switching and one of bilingual education and literacy. Code switching, because code switching is being discussed in the literature quite a lot in terms of executive functions, and the issue of bilingual education and literacy is not really being discussed very much. So I want to bring those two to your attention. So the one study is Julia Hofweber, one of my PhD students. She had a poster yesterday, so some of you may have already seen that, her study. So she's looking at bilinguals compared to monolinguals, and she's looking at code switching. There is a typology of code switching. So code switching is not just one thing. Different people code switch in different ways. So Moisken has made a classification for 3 types of code switching: alternation, where you use one language and then you switch to another language; insertion, where you have one language as a carrier and then you insert a word in; and then you also have the dense code switching, in which you have many more switches within the sentence, and also the grammatical morphology is also mixed into lexical items of the other language. And so we can hypothesize that switching, there is more switching if you do dense than if you do alternation. And maybe inhibition is the other way around. But what Julia wanted to see is if there are differences between the code switching. So if someone prefers dense, what are going to be the results in an executive function task? And also other preferences between individuals. So she had a group of German English and a group of, two groups of German English bilinguals, and these are adults. And this group lives in South Africa and is sixth generation immigrants. Those live in the UK, they're first generation. And based on her criteria, the first group, they're simultaneous and balanced. The second group are sequential and dominant. And she did a range of tasks in terms of code switching. One of the tasks was a judgment task. So she was giving them sentences with code switching, and she was asking them, is this something that you do? Is this something that you hear in your environment? To get an idea of their preferences. Because it's very difficult, you know, if you ask them to read a narrative, there may be very few switches because of the artificiality of the context. And so what she found was that there was a difference between South African and UK bilinguals only in one of the categories, and that was the dense. So the ones in South Africa who are sixth generation and are balanced and simultaneous use more dense code switching than the ones in the UK who are first generation. So I think this is quite important because it tells us that the context creates a different type of code switch, and this may have repercussions for executive functions. So when we're talking about code switching, it's important to differentiate and know what do those participants do in terms of code switching, because the effects on executive function tasks may be different. So the second study is looking at bilingual education and executive functions. And this is a large study run by Yanthi Tsimpli at the University of Thessaloniki. And I'm part of the group, so she sent me some data to present. So the focus of the study is to find out if there are differences based on bilingual education and literacy. So we have a large data set of children across 5 different countries and many schools. And what we're looking at is whether the schooling, the education that they get, is whether there are more than 1 languages and what is the degree. So it's a continuous variable. We don't have bilingual versus monolingual. There are different degrees. So I'm going to illustrate that by showing you different contexts. So we have children who have Albanian as L1, Greek as L2, English as L1, Greek as L2, and then with German, some children have German as L1 and Greek as L2, and some the other way around. They go to different schools in different countries, and so we're looking at how much education do they have in the first language, how much in the second one. So we have context of submersion in which children are taught exclusively in the L2. So these are children who live in Greece. They go to Greek schools. They don't have any education in Albanian, no literacy, or just oral Albanian language. And then we have another group here. These are children who live in Albania. They go to a Greek-Albanian school, and this is more or less balanced. So they do half of the subjects in Greek, half of the subjects in Albania. So literacy is in both languages. And in the other contexts, there are variations of that. So we took the number of hours and subjects in the one language and the other language, and we created a continuous variable. And we wanted to see, is there going to be any effects of the balanced or non-balanced education and literacy to executive functions. One of the tasks that we used was the end-back task, and I think that was discussed yesterday. So in the end-back task, you you see numbers, and then you have to press a button if you see the same number that you saw 2 back, or 3 back, or 1 back. So you start with 0, and then you increase in terms of how many trials you have to look back. So this is basically addressing updating and working memory. So as I mentioned, we used the NBAC score as the dependent variable, and then we used the education as a continuous variable, looking at whether there's going to be a relationship between the two. We did mixed models effects, and we were looking at bilingual education as a variable, as a predictor, but we also had country and school as random effects, because we wanted to make sure that it's not the school or the country that is contributing. And we did several models. When we had bilingual education, that was the first model. Then we added the Raven score, because we had Ravens as an additional task. That improved the model. An interaction between bilingual education and Ravens didn't really provide anything in addition. And we also wanted to control for the proficiency. So we had a vocabulary test for Greek, which was the language that all of the children had. And so by adding vocabulary, that didn't change or improve the model. So the second model seems to be the one which is the best one. So by looking at those factors, it looks as if there is a bilingual education score predicting the outcome on the NBAC and also the Raven score, but these are two independent factors. And here we've just split the group into the ones with unbalanced and the ones with balanced, and this is the score, the NBAC score, and you can see that there is a reliable difference on the NBAC comparing balanced and non-balanced. So with this we think that what it shows us is that if you have bilingual education and literacy in 2 languages, then you're training not only the oral, but also written language. Now, why would that have an effect, or why would that be associated with the NBAC? Well, maybe if we think about what we do when we do NBAC, we have to keep something in memory and update. This is similar to what we do when we read, because we read and we read words. We have to get to the meaning of words, but we have to combine the meaning of words together and then get to the larger picture. So we need to update when we read. So what's the way forward? I think it's very important, as I mentioned earlier, that we need to model the factors that contribute to noise. So we need to understand better all those environmental factors and the different types of bilingualism. We also need to scrutinize the task we use, increase their reliability, pin down what actually we are testing, and develop a comprehensive model or comprehensive models about the relationship between executive functions and language. I think we also need to be aware of ceiling effects. So when we're looking especially at young adults and the task may not be as taxing, then we may not find effects just because the task is too easy. I think we should leave politics aside and look for the evidence, and also leave the zeitgeist aside. And by the way, I think in terms of zeitgeist now we have bias for and bias that there is no effect. I think we also need to encourage a constructive debate and look at the evidence. So I'm sorry for putting capital letters and red, but I think that's very important. Now, if several studies, so I'm saying look at the evidence. If several studies are showing evidence of a null effect, I think this is inconclusive. So we still have to account for the studies that do show the evidence. Because by finding a null result, it doesn't mean that the ones who do find the results are wrong. And discrepancies between studies can be used to try to understand the relationship between executive functions and language, rather than say, there is no relationship, so let's move on with something else. Thank you.
Okay, here's what we'll do now. First, I'm going to ask our speakers to have a discussion among themselves, especially to have our speakers respond to the points that the discussant made. And then we'll open things up for questions. And at that point, I want to make sure everybody follows the 4 C's. The 4 C's are that your questions and comments should be compact, collegial, cordial, and constructive. I'll remind you of that if it's necessary to do so. All right. So let's start first with Albert and Ray. Do you have responses to the discussant?
There you go. Okay, I'm not sure what questions there were for me, but I think a question that I'm very interested in that's related to both the discussant and Albert's talk are what's domain specific and what's domain general in the zone of cognitive processes and cognitive representations. So I think we know there's a language module, and I guess there's more than one in bilinguals. And this is pretty separate from other cognitive modules. I'm thinking a little bit of Fodor's idea of modularity. But we have this general idea that there are domain general processes, and attention has certainly been touted as one. And maybe attention is needed to navigate whether we're in a linguistic interaction or an interaction, let's say, getting here, which we call spatio from our hotel rooms. Is that the same attention? That's a question. Question for everybody, I think.
I want to comment also on this. And in 1999, we published a paper after David Green published his paper in bilingualism. And we argue, I think we didn't read the paper at the time we published ours. So. And we argued that the system in speech production by which bilinguals control the language, okay, was intrinsic to the lexical system. It was not dependent on executive control. Well, we didn't even know that there was this issue with executive control. So we thought that the more the bilingual increases proficiency, the more automatic that control becomes, and it becomes incorporated in the lexical system or in the grammatical system. As, for instance, when you want to produce verbs, do you inhibit nouns? Or is just a selection process that pays attention in some way to the slots corresponding to grammatical class? So the surprising thing is, at least in the realm of speech production, at that time, and I think that at this time, it's the same thing, there was little influence of inhibitory processes in the speech production, in the monolingual case. So our frame was always thinking about not including this inhibition, given the fact that that inhibition was not present in monolingual context. And they also have restriction rules. And there are models out there. There is a model by LaHaye arguing that you don't need inhibitory control. And for all we know, we need it. But that's an assumption. So I think that most of the evidence we have on language production can be accounted without resorting to that inhibitory processes. Now, for all we know, at the end of the day, yes, the system proposed by David works, and you really need to rely on inhibitory control and inhibitory control of a sort that is domain general. But and Judy has some data suggesting that you are. When you switch languages, you do have some sort of cost, but whether that cost indexes inhibition or not, it's a very different issue. It's a very differentiation. Now, and you were proposing a third possibility, and I thought that you were very happy with it, and I thought that was kind of argumentation, but not rhetorics, if you wish. So here there are two proposals. One in which the system uses domain general, and then or does not, or which sort of domain general processing, and then you say, well, there is a third possibility, which is there are different domain-specific executive systems. Something like that we're suggesting?
No, not really. I was trying to interpret your diagrams, and when you have the overlap, partial overlap, and you're saying that on the one side we have executive functions, or executive control, inhibition, whatever, and on the other side you have language.
Right.
Right? And so, but you're talking about executive language, linguistic executive functions, or you're talking about tasks that are measuring executive functions through language. This is how I understood it. And so if this is your conceptualization, then whatever is overlapping, this is executive functions. So what is the rest? So is it the language system? Because if we're talking about the language system, then we can talk about domain specificity. But if we're talking about executive functions related to language, then I'm not sure that we can talk about specificity, or we should be talking about specificity.
The idea is there are certain processes that do not hinge on executive control systems, right? And those are linguistic ingrained processes. So say, putting syllables together.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that does not involve executive control processes, at least when these processes become more automatic, right? And there might be other processes related to bilingual language control that are related to executive control, for instance, keeping track of what to say to which language to use to which person, right? Or keeping track that I cannot switch languages randomly. Mm-hmm. That might be depending on executive control processes, but other, for instance, lexical competition, we argued for a while. We were not successful. People pay attention, but then at some point they stopped paying attention to what we said. But we said that it was, that the evidence we had in terms of lexical competition across languages could be interpreted in different ways. And I still believe that, it's not that I don't care if I'm wrong or right, but I still believe that we don't have the good data to claim that inhibition at the lexical level, it's domain general. It could not even be inhibition.
Okay, we'll open it up for general questions now, and you know where the microphones are. I'm going to start things off by asking two questions. One has, both of them related to your discussion. So the first one has to do with how much attention we should pay to null results. And my understanding of meta-analyses is meta-analyses tell us exactly how much attention we should pay to null results. So the sort of meta-analysis that Ray has done would seem to suggest that indeed there is no effect. So I'm wondering what your view is on that, just at a technical level.
Yeah. So it's very important to see if there are null results. What I'm saying is that it's not that we should discard null results, but when we have a null result, this is providing something inconclusive. So we have to find out, are there any factors that have contributed to that null result? And so, and that's why I'm asking, who are those bilinguals? Have we control for all the factors that we think may have interacted, or are there several factors that we haven't?
Okay. Since there are so many people lined up, I'm going to forget my second question. Don't forget to say who you are, because even though you may have said it yesterday, there are people here today who weren't here yesterday. So,
hi, my name is Reem Khamis Dakwar. I do work on Arabic diglossia using ERP, and I agree with Dr. Klein with the effect of implicit biases of researchers in even the questions that they both, I think, Arabic diglossia is an extreme situation where you see there's a lot of bias towards showing that Arabic language is so different than any other natural language, which would go with odds, with that Arabs are odd people and we can do whatever we're doing to them now, which, it's another society question. But to be the devil's advocate, would you also think that using meta-analysis that is based on almost less than 100 studies might be also biased in that sense that, we're looking for a yes or no answer for a phenomena that has a lot of complexity in terms of the context, what the location, the language of majority, language of minority, SES. I can go on and on with the factors that can be attributed and co-founding for the no answer compared to the yes answer. As I'm trained as a speech pathologist, and we see the same trend into looking for meta-analysis just to find yes and no, when actually we're losing the nature of what we're looking for, which is looking for what is the process that is involved in being bilingual? There's a lot of research showing the connection between cognition and language. There's all of these fascinating studies on languages that do not have numbers.
Excuse me, I'm going to
affects...
remind you of the first C.
All right, so that's my first question.
Okay.
My second question is, no, I lost it. So my first question is how appropriate it is to use these meta-analysis studies when we have less than 100 studies to review within the diversity that we have. My second question is, how much are we conducting interdisciplinary studies in that sense that it seems to me that all of these studies are more in silo and each one is, focused on what they know within the context that they know in each different domain, and how can we be more interdisciplinary in the way that we're generating the study itself and conducting the study? Thank you.
So who's that question for? I'm going to take the second one, and I'll let Albert talk about the first one. I think we might give the same answer, but clearly the goal of the organizers of this conference was to stimulate interdisciplinarity. That's the name of the conference, and I think in terms of the, we'll call it invitation list. And interdisciplinarity is valuable. The field has a form of interdisciplinarity in the diversity of the silos that you mentioned. So it's not interdisciplinary, we'll call it within the studies, but between them. So there is quite a bit of interdisciplinarity already, and I think as a result of this meeting, there probably will be considerably more.
Right, and the first question, I'm not an expert in meta-analysis, but I think I did meta-analysis, not of this sort, a bit more, if you wish, a bit more elaborated, not just presenting the averages. And I think with less than 100, it's perfectly fine to do it. There's no problem. As long as you have some, as long as you list the variable. Where are you? Sorry. As long as you try to put all the variables that are maybe affecting the results. So yes, you could do the meta-analysis.
Okay.
I'm Ellen Bialystok. I want to thank Ray for solving a problem that many of us in the room thought was difficult. Apparently it wasn't. That's sarcasm. Your EF would have told you that.
So that's not...
3 very brief comments. It was sarcasm, Virginia. We're allowed to use it. First comment, you said, and I quote, your analysis includes a huge amount of the literature. I suggest your analysis is based on a tiny sliver of the literature dealing with reaction time studies of young adults who may or may not be monolingual and bilingual. Second comment concerns inhibition. After the work we did together, and around the same time in discussions with Albert, who was very instrumental in helping me see this, I realized that inhibition was not the answer. I've not used that as the explanation since 2004. And so you may want to revise your characterization of my prevailing thoughts. It's not inhibition. The third brief comment was actually articulated by the previous questioner. You've taken a very complex question about how the mind processes language and cognition and reduced it to a yes/no question. I don't think that's scientifically useful. Thank you.
And the speakers also need to respect the 4 Cs.
I wasn't listening when you told us about them because you were addressing the audience, but I will be brief, which begins with a B, I think. So I did begin my talk with history, so I think it was quite reasonable to emphasize inhibition as a key concept, which comes from Green and Bialystock's early ideas. And yes, I think there is a bit of a moving target problem with ideas that change because of the change in the landscape of what the literature is showing. Even in the 2004 paper at the end, we did talk about what we might call the global advantage. But as I would say I've shown, but I think it's the literature has shown, yes, using the narrow range of tasks, Simon, Flanker, and Spatial Stroop, that global advantage has disappeared, probably wasn't present in the first place. And I do think, as Albert has illustrated, that it's a very complicated relation between executive function and generally, and executive function specifically in dealing with 2 languages. And I wasn't trying to oversimplify that. I was answering a simple question. I think it has a simple answer based on the tasks that we reviewed. And I do agree with Alan that that's a selected set of studies, but it is all of the studies that we could find that use those particular methods, and we specifically chose them because there were a lot of studies, which comes back to the issue of should you do meta-analysis with just a few studies.
Hi, Deborah Titone from McGill. This was a very interesting session ranging from depression to euphoria, for me at least. And so one of the things that's been mentioned at this conference has been this idea of a bad microscope. So it feels like the conference here has focused on the bad or the problematic microscope from the side of executive function, but I feel like there's no microscope on the side of language and how language experience can differ. So I really resonated with the third speaker here, and in fact, in my lab, we have shown the third option that you present, the relation between individual differences in executive control and bilingual language processing in terms of what bilinguals do in the moment as they're engaging in language. And similar to the third speaker, we use statistics that are up to the challenge of studying this relationship, right? So we can control out the effects of L2 ability on the language task, and then over and above that, look for the additive effects of executive control. So my question is, for the first 2 speakers, what steps have you taken to try to figure out why it is you don't find a correlation? So in the correlations that you presented, did you partial out the effects of L2 ability? I assume that your bilingual sample is more homogeneous than the kinds that we get in Montreal, where we get every kind of bilingual. So that would be my question to you. And to Ray Klein, I wondered, to what steps have you taken to try to figure out how the different language samples might have pushed your meta-analysis results around?
Right. The first answer, the answer to the first question is no, we haven't done anything. Sometimes we look at how frequent people claim to switch languages, but that's a very, very rough measure. Or sometimes we, partial out the effect of people that claim that they don't use the other language ever. People, sometimes people say that in Catalonia and in Barcelona, and that's certainly not true. You could, they use it, they're exposed and they use it. So our population is very homogeneous, and no, we use brute force. We use brute force. We ran 200 people. What can I tell you? We had 300 people in our first paper. We had 200 people. In our second paper, we had 200 people. Now, of an homogeneous population, and sometimes it's the other papers that are more, that they do the covariate things. And that's perfectly fine. That's useful, but we don't do it.
So as probably many of you in the audience know, conducting studies in this area isn't one of my frequent activities. Reviewing them has been. And I do think that looking at the type of bilingual experience, how early children are exposed to multiple languages, the frequency of use of the two languages, the degree of switching between them in the, we'll call it everyday situation. All of these factors could be of interest. And as a sort of general comment, if it were the case that there were no extra-linguistic cognitive benefits of bilingualism, that doesn't mean that it isn't interesting to study bilingualism and its relationship to executive function. It's just two separate things. And I think the last slide that I showed suggested that there is a lot of work to be done here. And studies are emerging now that are looking at, within the bilingual group, whether any of these factors might matter materially for domain general executive control, and so far the results are similarly negative, in my opinion.
Not in my hands there, but there you go. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Denise Errol, and I'm a graduate student at the CUNY Graduate Center. I wanted to thank all of you three for your very interesting and informative presentations. My question is for Dr. Costa. In your 2004 paper on asymmetrical switching costs in balanced versus less proficient bilinguals, you find that switch costs between L1 and L2 are not present in highly proficient bilinguals, but that there's a strong cost among less proficient bilinguals. I think Korean learners of Spanish and Spanish learners of Catalan, for switching from L2 to L1 and even from L3 to L1. I was wondering if you could explain how degree of proficiency impacts the magnitude of switch costs, and also to which degree the language of the environment, the university, may have affected these results.
So she knows more than you do about that paper, I think.
If you don't mind, I need to see the graph during the coffee break.
Oh.
I'll see the graph and I'll come. Now, I don't remember which, those were the Koreans, the Korean Spanish population?
So
Well, there were Koreans actually in that experiment.
that was one of my questions. Yeah, basically among the highly proficient bilinguals, there were no switch costs for the Spanish and Catalan who had been switching off all their lives.
There was switch costs. There was.
No asymmetrical switch costs. Sorry.
Asymmetrical switch. Okay, all right. So let's see if very short, very quickly. So what we found is that people that were proficient in two languages don't show asymmetrical switch costs, not even when they do that task in a first language, in a third language, in which they are not so high proficient bilinguals, right? So we test also the Korean Spanish bilinguals, Korean native speakers that were exposed to Spanish that were living there.
And they were learning also English, and the switch cost was slower. There was a smaller switch cost from.
Oh, I can't remember. Yeah. Let's talk about this in the coffee break. Sorry. Let's talk about this in the coffee break.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Thank you all.
Hi, I'm Jongna Kim, a doctoral student in the Dr. Lorraine Obler's lab at the CUNY Graduate Center. So I'm really appreciate all the interesting talks. So I have another question probably to Dr. Costa, but it's more general question, so you don't be afraid of that. So I have had an idea that I wanted to test in relation to pathological code switching. And some studies show that cognitive skills such as working memory or attention is trainable, and there are some studies that also show generalization effect to language production in individuals with anomia or aphasia. That I think supports the idea of domain general cognitive system, although most of those studies were case studies. So my idea is that if we train those patients with pathological code switching with non-linguistic cognitive control tasks, whether they're uncontrolled language switching or pathological code switching would improve. But based on your and your colleagues' findings in the previous studies about control mechanisms, it seems that there is only little or small amount of overlapping mechanisms between linguistic and non-linguistic system. So I'm wondering whether you expect no or little generalization effect if we from the training non-linguistic control to linguistic control in patients with
Right, we are doing that.
pathological
We are doing the same study.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are doing the same study, and that's another way to get at the issue. We are doing that with healthy individuals and also with people that have some sort of compromise, neurological compromise, and see whether we can get them, whether there is some transfer. Now, the literature on transfer from cognitive ability to another cognitive ability is just kind of, it's not always that clear that you can do these transfers. But, that's one of the things that we are doing as another avenue to see whether there is some sort of overlap. But if you want to do that, I would suggest that you contact people that have done experiments on transfer from different cognitive domains.
Can I ask what kind of task you use?
I think that's better for you to ask during the break.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Ken Papp. In our recent Cortex article, we report that 80% of the published tests for the yes-no question are null and 20% are positive. And I want to address the comment of the discussant that we need to pay more attention to the 20% that yielded positive findings. And my response to that is that we ought to look to see whether or not they replicate, particularly attempts to do very close replications. A very good example is the Pryor and McWhinney article that first reported switching cost advantages. Out of the 20 replications of that experiment, there's only been one that has produced a positive result. In general, the seminal studies in this area do not replicate. In our Cortex article, we...
Hold on, do you have a question?
Yes, I'm going to...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want me to respond to that comment?
I just have less than a minute, if I may. Yeah. I think it's a good point. What do we make of the 20% of the positive results? Some can be type 2 errors, which are much larger than 0.05 if there are reporting biases as shown by simulations. Some of them could be failures to match on key variables like immigration and SES. And finally, alluding to yesterday's talks, some of these performance advantages may be on tasks that simply are not good measures of executive functioning because of task impurity problems. And so that would be my approach to your question to us.
I think it's quite important, actually, to discuss that issue a little bit further. So when we replicate, how do we replicate? Do we replicate with similar population? Because I'm not sure that this is always the case. So it may be a replication. We're picking up the same experiments. We're picking up bilinguals, but we may not be replicating the same type of bilinguals with the same history of bilingualism and the same life experiences. So my question is, for those 8%, I'm not saying that the 8% is wrong and the 20% is right. What I'm saying is we need to see this 80%, what are the characteristics? Was it really a replication or was it not replication? And similarly, for the 20%, basically also to understand a little better all those factors that interact with bilingualism, because we have a lot of factors, I think, and there hasn't been any systematic investigation to look at each one of them, put them into a model, and then see, how does it work?
There are other ways to go, right? Forget about 80 and 20. And that's something that I tend to do not very successfully when I talk to my students, which is I tell them, so they show the results in this realm or in any other type of research, and then they say, oh, this means blah, 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 blah. Then I get their finger here, and I get a knife. I say, look, are you ready to lose a finger if you are wrong? And then they said, well, better to do a conceptual replication. So we do conceptual replications. Journals don't care, so they tell you experiment 2 is the same as experiment 1. Well, no, really, it's not the same. It's a conceptual replication. And, you know, sometimes you replicate conceptually what you get with the same population. It's the same guys, you know. And that would help, right? And I had this experience with our second paper on this issue in 2009. We got the same population, we ran the same study, just manipulate certain aspects. You know, surprise, surprise, the effect was in the same, with the same parameters that we had the first time, but no, the effect was modulated in other parameters, right? Now, you can criticize that those results do not replicate. You know, I did my best. Around 400 people. I manipulate that slowly, you know, perhaps, you know, I manipulate that step by step. I replicate my previous results. I didn't replicate in the other percentages of conditions, and then I tried to argue why that was the case. You know, what can I do? If it happens that he doesn't replicate that, so, well, you know, I did my best. If he doesn't replicate that, I think he has a problem more than I do. Well, if that's true, I mean, you should, when you write your paper, you should acknowledge that as well. You say, look, you know, you should, how do you account for those data, which is at the end of the day what he is saying.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Marta Kortkowska. I'm a doctoral student here at the Graduate Center. My question is a general one. Could the differences between findings in young adults, older adults, and children on this topic be partially attributed to the ceiling effect or a task not being challenging enough for this population?
I think that most of the experiments we did, there was, not with children, there was room for, so you could, I mean, there was room for variation. So I don't think we reach ceiling effect, but might be true, the task might be too easy, some of them. Now, the effects are, some of the effects are sizable, you know, it's like 100 milliseconds. There you do have some room. But it's also true that young adults, you know, they play basketball, they play PlayStation, they do a bunch of things. So it's hard to spot how much variance or the impact that bilingualism may give, right? That's what we are moving more to elderly people or to brain damaged individuals. And I think that the study of single cases could be very informative and see how information dissociate, how performances dissociate more than associate. In our case, our patient, you know, had troubles in both executive control, domain general, and bilingual language control. But in other cases, there seem to be some sort of dissociations that in neuropsychology are fantastic to have.
Thank you.
If I can add one more point on that, especially when we're looking at children, we have the language which is developing, or the languages that are developing for the bilinguals. We also have executive functions that are developing. So it depends. It's also possible that it depends at what time we are testing a particular child. What was the development of language? What was the development of the specific function we're looking? What is the reliability of the task we're using? And so there may be misalignments or alignments between all those factors.
Hi, my name is Deepti Wadera. I'm a doctoral student here at the CUNY Graduate Center. Thank you for your talks, and I'm sorry the questions are taking so long, but mine is quick. It's actually for Dr. Marinas. So I wanted to talk about if we operate under the assumption that Dr. Costa brought up about how balanced, highly proficient bilinguals may have a more automatic language processing. How can we interpret the results that you saw of a difference between balanced and unbalanced bilinguals in the NBAC task? Because a lot of times I think the strategy that we see in the 2-back and the 1-back is a very conscious emptying and updating of the working memory. So how can we interpret the results if we think about balanced bilinguals as an automated language processing?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm not sure I can answer it.
No, I understand.
We haven't really thought very much about it. This is some new findings. But the way we started thinking about it in terms of the NBAC is, as I mentioned, that there is, in terms of writing and literacy, the processes that we use when we read may be similar to some extent, or when we may be using some similar mechanisms that the ones we use when you want to do the NBAC task. And so if you are literate in both languages, and if you have a fully automated system, then you may make less errors and you may be more successful on the NBAC. So the NBAC, this is an accuracy score. It's not a reaction time score.
Right.
So in terms of accuracy, you may be more efficient if you have exercise. So if you are literate and you're using reading and writing in both languages rather than if you're unbalanced.
Sure. Thank you so much.
My name is Eleanor Saik Haddad from Bar-Ilan University, and I have two questions. They are all three welcome to answer, but probably this is more directed to Dr. Marinis. You referred to the bilingual education program, and I was wondering whether in your analysis of the different groups that you addressed in your study, you found differences in the bilingual advantage in executive functions between two groups of bilinguals, those who are acquiring the second language in the formal classroom context versus natural acquisition, because I was really interested in this advantage in the foreign language context. So this is the first question. And the second question, I study the effect of diglossia on Arabic language and reading development. And I was wondering whether in the diglossic context, which is though not a typical bilingual context, is different from, of course, a monolingual context. So it is a unique context that shares some properties with the monolingual and the bilingual context. In this context, the kids are not bilingual in the sense that they don't use the two languages equally in production. They speak the spoken language, but they read and write in the standard language. So my question is, do you think that this discrepancy in the amount of use of the standard language for oral language purposes would have an impact on the bilingual advantage in control and inhibition, executive function in general?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, actually. I'm going to start with the second one. So you're talking about Arabic, modern Arabic versus a local dialect. And there are many communities in many countries who have this issue of diglossia. And so it's very important, I think, to have a look at to what extent is it similar to bilingualism. That may also depend on the overlap between the standards and the local dialects. So I had a PhD student who worked exactly on that issue, not looking at executive functions, but looking at children who have in Kuwait, who speak monostan Arabic and also the Kuwaiti dialects, and then looking at how is the phonological awareness and whether they are better in learning English. And the results was that the ones who, sorry, I have to backtrack.
Yes, whether the ones
Actually, we were looking at whether the ones who are bilingual and have bilingual education, English and modern standard Arabic, are going to have better phonological awareness in Arabic than the ones who are going to a monolingual educational system. And we found differences in the ones who were bilingual, had better skills in terms of phonological awareness. And that was not just for modern standard Arabic, that was also for the Kuwaiti dialects. So it looks as if there is a relationship between those two. Now,
foreign language, yes, the foreign language context.
Yes, yeah. So the first question was the foreign language context. And what was the question?
Well, whether you expect to see the bilingual advantage in executive function in this group.
I think it's possible. We need the evidence. No, we need the evidence.
So you didn't compare these two groups systematically in your bilingual program?
For the study that we did, for the data we presented, so we did find the bilingual advantage in that particular task, and this is how we are trying to understand why this is the case by looking at different factors. So
Okay, I have Thomas Bach from Edinburgh. I have one comment and one question. So the comment is, generally, I would like very much to thank the speakers for setting up the stage for my talk in the afternoon, particularly to Raymond, because I think you have really give fantastic examples of logical errors one can do in analysis of the field, and I will dismantle them one by one in my talk in the afternoon. So I invite you. I don't want to lose too much time on that. The brown paper would not pass undergrad screening because there's no control group, and the 80%, well, unfortunately, some people are so busy writing papers nowadays that they have no time to read and are not aware of the development in the field. The Cortex paper of my colleague from San Francisco doesn't include any studies which simply don't fit his idea that were performed the last 2 years. I will come to it. My question is to Albert. Now, one of the things which I find very interesting, and thanks very much for giving us a chance to see the video of the patient and not just the comments, is that there was a very, very strong asymmetry. So basically Spanish seemed to me to be the default. So it was not really the question of control of mixing. And, I have seen mixing in patients, well, including, unfortunately, my own mother when she had brain metastases, and it was really kind of mixing within the language and so on. Apparently, Spanish was the default, and in fact, she had a very few intrusions of Catalan in Spanish. I think one was galetas, which would be galletas in Spanish, so very, very similar one. But generally what happened was she was starting in fluent Catalan and then switch always back to Spanish. Yeah. So what's your view about this, so to say, is there always a kind of default language? It seems to me different than just mixing the two languages.
Right. There were the two things, but certainly there was, and that's why she was reported to us by her daughter, is that she seemed to start speaking Catalan, then switches to Spanish, and now switch back to Catalan. So it was not a mixing thing. Certainly we don't know how to explain that because her first language was Catalan, and there are ways to check for that. She was teaching in the university in Catalan, and she was talking to her son in Catalan, daughters in Catalan. So we don't know why she resorts in we don't know. The phenomenon is true in our case. And
do you know of other cases? Because exactly as you said, she would be teaching and so on. So if anything, you would expect her to have Catalan as the standard language. So I was wondering whether, are there any other cases of like this that you know?
I don't think so. I'm sure if you go back to part of this book, there'll be.
In stroke aphasia, it's known that it's not always, so to say, the native language, and they are, descriptions going back to late 19th century of people who were kind of switching to the last language or the first language that was spoken to them when they recovered and so on. But it's a bit different from what you.
Right, but those results, Thomas, many, not all, many of those reports, you go back to the paper and there's no single number.
Yeah.
There's just observation of the neurologist in the acute state of the physical person that in the next morning when they go to test the patient, he recovered.
Yeah.
Right. So do you know Fernando Alonso, the guy that drives in the Formula One? So he had an accident the other day, and there was, and the knee was the main thing on the news was that he, after the concussion, he started speaking Italian rather than Spanish or English, right? Apparently it was not true. So he said, I never did that, right? So where my point is that and that's a problem, many of those cases that we have of partial recovery or, pathological switching come from patients that are in acute state and we don't have any number.
Okay, so let me wrap up this session by saying I think we've seen that there is a lot of disagreement, a lot of inconsistency about how to interpret the results that have been discussed, and people pointing up the need for having a better idea of what executive functions are being measured by which tasks and what kinds of individuals, both monolinguals and bilinguals, that we're looking at. I'm going to end with one comment about whether we can talk about language-specific executive functions. So my understanding of executive function is that it's like G, and in the same way that it doesn't really make sense to talk about specific G, it doesn't make sense to talk about specific executive functions, that they're, by their nature, general. which doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of specific properties that are specific to language or any other domain, but that I think it's clearer if we think of executive function as something that is general and not some additional kind. Okay, I'm so happy to have the last word. We'll break now for lunch, and just recall that the afternoon talks are starting at 1 o'clock. So see you back here then.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to use the toilet. And I started speaking. It was so weird. And this thing, like this door, sliding door. Yeah, it doesn't actually kind of works like this. You slide it, this kind of works like that. And it's actually glass. And it's supposed to look kind of like cloudy. It's still glass. You can still see it's like we just go playing outside. Scrolling on my phone. But secondly, we look at that other thing. The things that I've argued about is this active versus passive control, or no control. And they actually report that as a moderator factor. But they go on the factors. Yes, but then if you look at the mean differences between then they use some statistics to make that effect not important, and they're boasting conclusions it doesn't have effect. Some new meta-analyses come to Charles Hume in England and they had a paper that was just presented in PBR that took the task that you provoke and just that. I think they're
already doing that research about
We are doing some training with elderly people, and we have different protocols of training. Some of them are trained in linguistic switching. I know people are testing in some task switching. Other people are testing in something that does not involve exotic control to some extent. That's what I remember.
Yeah, that's done by your colleagues?
Yeah, by my colleagues, yes. Yes.
And you don't, you haven't found the findings yet?
No, we're starting.
So, it's very easy. I mean, I can, in any area, I can pick up. So it's a completely, no. Okay, so now I tell you, there's 90% are for and 10% are against. Argue with me. I can select my papers so that I get 90 to 10. But the second point is, even if there was a Julie said yesterday, studies without looking how they are done. So let's say if I do a study of antibiotics and pneumonia, if the wrong antibiotic for pneumonia, I can come up with the result, well, antibiotics don't work in pneumonia, but this is simply because I was using cephalosporins instead of
You would agree that where there is controversy, there's controversy. So we just need, and it does raise some questions. I think probably 4 or 5 years ago, this leads to the conclusion that bilingualism, good thing, was relatively undisputed, right? It was a new thing, but now it's in dispute. So we're at a point in science where it's probably not wise to make a huge conclusion. If you were setting up policy for the United States government for all the children in the world, at some grand level, we probably need to think more. But I'd say 80-20, 20-80, there's controversy, and so we need to be cautious about making big decisions. I think I'd like to. It's always in the details. It's if you look at these, and when I brought up about the just how small changes of tasks, you and I talked about big differences. Yeah. That's
small changes in task, small changes in group. By the way, there's another interesting study I never thought of. And even the interaction between age and
Len Hasher done a good bit. Now, those are again very small effects. There's some dispute about them, but I think it's like in a lot of cases where you might have small effects, but then they're noisy. Right?
Yeah, but depending which direction they go. So in a way, I think we can never. Albert said at the end, meta-analysis is fine as long as you put all the factors that influence. The point is, that's the whole point.
Well,
we need research to find out those factors.
You couldn't manipulate all of them, even if you did know them all. But we don't know them all. There's many things we don't know. Right. And that's the issue. And particularly in this, when I mentioned we should know beforehand what our control group and experimental group. They should be selected from the very, very same population.
Right.
Okay, they should be equivalent on all the measures beforehand. And that's almost never the case. Well, you can't do that in a bilingual. You're not going to do what Jennifer Manley suggested, this randomly controlled experiment. Yeah. That would be the great thing to do somewhere along the line. I do think access.
I took Yulia's
We're in fact, are not bilingual by and large when they go there. But some of these people now, level 4 State Department. That's the goal there, is for them to pass the State Department. And so you could look at some of this stuff, couldn't you? If you could get access now, that's a tough group to get access to, I know. But that's the kind of experiment that really has to be done to have incontrovertible evidence for these things.
So I guess another thing that bothers me is we know we have a lot of tasks now that really don't show effects. So discernment does not show effects in young adults. It just doesn't. So what does
does that mean? That it doesn't, but there might be some other tasks that do. So, and are we then gonna be finding out about executive function when we understand that? Are we gonna be finding out about bilinguals? Are we gonna be finding out?
And that's why when people use this term executive, to be honest with you, I don't like to use it. I use it because the literature sort of demands it. But I'm doing a talk, it's economics. But, you know, and beyond that there are three, because that's what Miyake and Friedman first studied, that there are three, if there are such things. But they are, yeah, whatever. But they are always tied to specific tasks.
Right. Which
the
they pick in order
Yes.
for them to load
Exactly.
selectively on
Exactly.
those components.
Or they don't
That's
select,
the
in which case they
idea.
don't load well.
Right.
Either way.
That's
but
the ideal
But
assumption.
Friedman's whole approach is you look for the tasks and you keep looking for the tasks.
That's right.
Until you get ones
That
that
indicate-
load just on one of those
That's right.
variables.
Because otherwise, you're not looking, well, I mean, it's a difficult thing, and I was worried yesterday that I don't think it comes across as gloom and doom, but you know, this is a very, very tough thing to handle for a science like psychology. It's just very difficult. And we expect too much from this science, I think, sometimes, given our capabilities. But we ultimately, we are always looking at these things through the tasks that we have people do. That's the bottom line, is that's the microscope we have, is that task that we're asking people to do. And we always make big assumptions about what people are doing in these tasks. So the discussant up here, the last thing, said updating or in-back is clearly an updating task. You know, there's a great deal of evidence that that's not true. Okay? It's just, it's just an assumption that people make. Well, that's how a normal, rational person would do that task, right? And the reason Daniel Kahneman won a Nobel Prize was to say, along with many other people, that we are not rational much of the time. You know, we just do what comes quickly and naturally, the system and stuff. And it turns out that basically in impact, we often just do it based on familiarity. You know, what's the most familiar thing? Is that familiar? Oh, yes. You know, and so, you know, you can make it much more demanding, but most people who use the impact don't. Right? It's just so anyway, but that's the microscope that we're looking at these things through. So it's a real mess. I think it's generating a lot of heat. Some of this is personal, and I understand that. And well, I mean, it is on both sides. I mean, it is, you know, both Ken and Al. I know them both. I like them both, and you know, but these things become personal, and that's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate.
But in a
But
public
it is,
setting, it is important to
try to be civil. Well,
get another city, civil,
I think that's right. So,
for
well, I better go. Is it safe to leave a suitcase in here?
Yes, I do.
I'll put it over here, maybe in the.
Are you having some lunch?
Yeah, I'll go with you. I've got to change hotels for the APS thing. So.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You actually know the APS,
Yeah. APS.
We are going to see all this on the web, this presentation. Will you be posting them all? You know,
Yes,
because I
they
didn't
are.
get- I
They
didn't
are
get-
going to be
When did they-
available on the web. I'm not sure when, but everything is being videotaped. And
Okay.
so the whole thing is going to be
But I'm
available.
interested.
Are going to be available?
Yes.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, but I'm interested in the slides.
Oh, well,
Oh, the
you'll
PowerPoint is
see
not-
the slides. Yeah, I don't know if people will be separately posting. I'll
Oh,
ask
could you
whether
do
that's the
that?
case. Yeah,
Because there are all these like references
Yeah.
that I didn't get.
yeah. I'm going to ask right now about it.
Thank you.
It's nice to go over and start putting together. You know, suddenly change. Your view. I'm just saying, I don't believe in that either.
But I will be here in.
I know.
The first row.
Welcome, everyone, to the second session of the day. We have three speakers, two speakers and a discussant. The first speaker is Clara Martin from the CUNY Graduate Center, where she is a professor in the program of Speech, Language, Hearing Sciences. She's an expert on changes in language and cognition across the lifetime and in the interaction between inhibition and intentional control. In 2013, she and her colleagues demonstrated that balanced but not L2 learning bilingual children outperformed monolinguals modulated by language proficiency. The second speaker is Antonella Sorace from the University of Edinburgh. She's professor of developmental linguistics in the School of Philosophy, Psychology, and Language Sciences. She is an expert on the reciprocal effects of bilingualism and general cognition, and she is the principal investigator on various United Kingdom and European grants. She is the founder and director of Bilingualism Matters, a network that promotes benefits of bilingualism for children. And our final speaker is Virginia Gathercole from Florida International University, where she is professor of linguistics and is an expert on monolingual and bilingual language acquisition in relation to semantics, morphosyntax, and assessment. Her work also addresses issues concerning the relationship between language and cognition. She specializes in the acquisition of English, Spanish, and Welsh in Spanish-English and Welsh-English bilinguals. We'll follow the format we've followed so far. Each speaker will speak, and then we will have a group discussion. So, Clara, thank you.
Welcome, everyone. And first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. As you know from the literature, I'm not a real bilingual expert. My research on executive functions is really more related to clinical populations. So most of my work I've done with children with specific language impairment, with autism, ADHD, so this is a relatively new area for me, doing research with children and young adults who are bilingual. So I would like to start with the acknowledgement. Some of the research, the development of our tasks and experimental paradigms was supported by NIDCD, and some of the data collection in Hungary was supported by a European Union social fund. We also had several internal CUNY grants supporting our research. First, I would like to say a special thank you to one of my doctoral students who helped with all the data analysis, Luca Campanelli, for his help. And also, I would like to acknowledge two of my colleagues at the Graduate Center, Mira Goral and Lorraine Obler, who really started thinking about, made me think actually about bilingualism, and we started our discussions, and our first study on bilingualism was a collaborative study. Here is a picture of my students from the lab. They are all sitting here smiling to support me. And there are several doctoral students and master's students who were involved at different stages in these studies. I'm going to present data from 3 studies. I will focus on 2 studies that involve children, because this is the children's section, but then I would like to show you some common patterns, and I will compare our children data to data from young adults that we collected previously. So I could really skip the whole introduction because it's it's a repetition of the previous session. So everything that we heard in the discussion, that's exactly how I try to organize my talk. So I will go through it very quickly. The main question is there a bilingual cognitive advantage in children? And there is evidence for and against it. So if you look at the literature, there are mixed findings. And even within the findings that support a bilingual advantage, there is some disagreement whether this is related to specific cognitive or executive components, or is it related more to a global overall speed of processing advantage. So what are the factors behind these inconsistencies? Basically, our discussants here in the previous session mentioned all of them. So participants' variables that we have discussed, for example, language proficiency, language of education seem to have an effect, similarities between the languages, age of acquisition, speed of processing, and I could go on. As we know in the literature, there are many variables that people have associated with executive functioning. Then there is also socioeconomic status. The cultural background seems to have an effect. So moving from the individual to the larger societal level, we see all these associations. Now, the other group of variables are related to tasks. So we have seen that people are using different tasks. The tasks don't correlate. Some people use certain subtests from standardized tests and found mixed results. Some people used tasks such as the Wisconsin card sorting test that was mentioned this morning, or the Stroop test that was mentioned yesterday. And many of these tasks provide global scores. So if we find or not find any differences, we are not really sure what those outcomes mean, often because they reflect different executive components. For example, the score on the Wisconsin card sorting task may signal working memory differences, or may signal attention switching differences, or may signal inhibition differences. And just from the score, we will not know. So it seems to me, after reviewing the literature, that tasks that used different experimental manipulations seem to be more sensitive to the bilingual advantage, and they seem to be more successful in explaining where we see advantages and where we don't. So all of our studies are based on one experimental paradigm that we developed for clinical populations, have tested with hundreds of children before we started testing in bilingual populations. Now, variability is also related to the functions. As it has been discussed during these 2 days, executive functions are related to various components. People mean different things when they talk about executive functions. They refer to different functions. So in the children literature, we see that people have looked at visual perspective taking, for example, using global local tasks, working memory, short-term memory, response inhibition, withholding response, etc. So I tried to give a summary in the next table where I don't want to go over every single study. I just wanted to point out that if you look at here on the left side, I listed various executive functions that have been tested. And then on the top, I listed various language and cognitive factors that have been looked at in association with different executive components. And what we see, I just wanted to point out that what we see here are many X's and many check marks. So it really just shows the literature review that there are mixed findings. Certain variables have been tested more frequently. So many people looked at, for example, the association between speed of processing and different executive components, and the findings are somewhat mixed. Fewer studies have looked at, for example, similarities between languages. The most consistent patterns seem to be related to response inhibition, although there is one study where they found a bilingual advantage in a specific group, but most people did not find any bilingual advantage across different studies. But otherwise, the data are really mixed. So, based on the literature review, it seems that their factors are related to tasks, factors are related to the bilingual person, and factors are related to society, culture, SES. So the first study I'm going to present, we conducted here in New York City with children whose primary language was English. They spoke various other languages, but they were English dominant. There were two large groups, including children who were Russian-speaking and including children who were Spanish-speaking children. And then we had children speaking Chinese and Hindi and various different languages. So the goal of this study was, first of all, to look at the relationship between language proficiency and executive processing in school-age children using language proficiency as a continuous variable. Yesterday we heard, and we know from the literature, bilingualism is not a category. So in order to see how language proficiency interacts with different executive functions, we use language proficiency as a continuous variable. And the first goal was to look at whether there's an overall relationship between increase in proficiency and different executive functions. The second goal was a little bit more specific. We wanted to see whether we can identify certain executive components where children who differ in language proficiency might perform differently. So this goal was more related to specific pattern analysis. The third goal was to examine whether there is this global advantage in terms of speed of processing among children who differ in language proficiency. And the last one was to examine whether there are other language factors that might also influence outcomes on executive functions in addition to language proficiency, and we looked at the frequency of language use. So now the participants, both studies I'm going to discuss in details are ongoing, they are in progress. We had 52 children, and we are still collecting data because as you can see, we have a really nice distribution. Oh, sorry. What happened? Distribution in terms of language proficiency from 0 to 10. We have children at every proficiency level, and we have a nice distribution in terms of age. But here, for example, we need a few more children who are low proficient, most likely more second language learners than really bilinguals, because these are somewhat more proficient than monolingual children. And similarly to having difficulty in Barcelona, we had the same difficulty in New York. There are no monolingual children, so we went to New Jersey collecting the data for the monolingual group. So these are the New York children, and these are New Jersey children. Just quickly to show age and IQ and self-scores to show that all these children were typically developing. We tested just to include children, and we excluded anybody who didn't meet our criteria of average range. And the second graph shows the gender distribution. We are still working on it because we are still recruiting children, but we have a pretty good gender distribution already. So the task. I'm showing you this task now because we use the same task in all three studies. And this is the task that we developed, as I said, for clinical purposes, and we have data from several hundred of children already, so we know what works, what doesn't. It's a task that consists of 10 subtasks, and for these studies, we only used 4 of them. It's a very simple verbal baseline. I keep pressing the wrong button, sorry. There's a very simple verbal baseline task where it's a categorization task. the child sees, for example, the category toy, and then there's a stimulus, let's say ball. They have to decide whether it's a target or a distractor item. If it's a member of the category, it's a target. If it's not, then it's a distractor item, and they have to press different buttons. It's very simple. All the words were high-frequency words acquired during preschool ages, and we are testing children around between 8 and 10 years. So these words are not a problem for these children. Now, we did different manipulations, and I just want to point to this one, where prior to each category, we inserted a pure tone nonverbal cue, because the literature suggests that if we are giving a nonverbal cue that is not interfering with the category, then children might orient their attention better, and if they pay more attention, then we can measure performance monitoring better. So this we used for performance monitoring purposes, this condition. The same task, but different manipulations. We wanted to see whether children, bilingual children or highly proficient children, show different learning curves than monolingual children. There are very few learning studies, and this is just really a first step to look at implicit learning in these populations. So there were certain categories where the manipulation was that we presented specific target items 4 times, and then we compared performance across those repeated items. And the last manipulation was to look at proactive interference, which has been suggested in the literature that bilingual children are more resistant to proactive interference. And for this, what we did is, if, let's say, the first category was family, and then mother was a target item, and then we had several repetitions. We have here hundreds of items, so we have a very large number of items in each of these conditions. And let's say family was followed by sports, then some of the distractor items were items that have not been presented previously. So let's say if it's family and then sports, then some of the distractor items might be like book or table, something that doesn't belong to either category. But then some of the distractor items were items that were previously targets. So for sports, for example, we would use sister or mother as distractor item, which was a target in the previous category, and that's how we created proactive interference condition. So what we also gave the children a very simple nonverbal baseline task, which was a vigilance task. There was a colored circle, and they had to press a button every time the circle appeared on the monitor, just to see this global advantage in speed of processing. But it was a very simple task, and we don't see any differences across language proficiency in the nonverbal baseline. In the verbal baseline, however, we found significant differences in both accuracy and reaction time. So as you can see here on the X is language proficiency, and here we have accuracy, here we have reaction time. With an increase in language proficiency, accuracy increases, reaction time decreases. So we see this global advantage at the verbal baseline level. In terms of implicit learning, accuracy data didn't show any difference across proficiency levels. And here I'm showing 2 graphs, and although we used proficiency as a continuous variable, it's hard to visualize it. So we are using at 0 point, and this is 10, and this is 0 point. So the 2 extremes, the monolingual children and the most proficient bilingual children, just to show the proficiency, but in the analysis, the variable was continuous, not categorical. So what we are seeing here in terms of accuracy, there is no difference. But if we look at reaction time data, we see that the more proficient bilingual children are faster than the monolingual children. However, there is no interaction. So everybody benefited from one repetition, and then the children don't differ in terms of proficiency level and repetition across the items. It's just a global processing speed advantage. Proactive interference, resistance to interference in terms of accuracy, we see a clear effect of language proficiency because the more efficient children are more accurate, and we see a clear effect of interference, which is good because it means that the task is working. In terms of reaction time, we see an interesting interaction. What we are seeing here that the monolingual and low proficient children show a relatively larger interference intrusion cost, interference effect, than the children who are most proficient, who are not really showing an interference effect. Actually, it's like a facilitation effect because they perform better in the interference condition than in the baseline condition. So we wanted to look at this and to see what might be behind this. And we chose all the children who, it's not a large sample, unfortunately, so we need more data, but we chose the children whose proficiency was at least 8.5, 9, and up, so 9 or 10. And when we looked at their language use, we found that half of them use the L2, if you want, so not the dominant English language, but the other language, about 10% of the time, whereas the other half use it 50-50%, so they are frequent users of both languages. And when we compared the data according to the language use, what we found was this is intrusion cost. So what we are seeing here in proactive interference is that the children who although the proficiency is the same for all these children, 8.5 and 9 and 10, those children who use their one language, not the dominant language, only 10% of the time they show an intrusion cost, whereas children who use both languages daily basis 50-50% of the time, they show more like a facilitation. So if we look at the graph, basically these children here are the children who are not just highly proficient, but they also use both languages very frequently on a daily basis, equally frequently. So this shows that in addition to language frequency, language use has also an effect. Now, in terms of performance monitoring, what we see is an effect of the tone conditions. So when we give a nonverbal cue, everybody slows down, so they perform better. And here we used post-error slowing as a measure because the literature suggests that if you pay more attention and you monitor your performance, then you catch your errors, and after you make an error, you will slow down. So post-error slowing has been used in the literature frequently to signal performance monitoring. And what we see here is that all children show, if we give a tone, all children show post-error slowing, but this post-error slowing is not related to language proficiency because there's no interaction. And we see an error monitoring condition interaction, meaning that if there is no tone spontaneously, children don't monitor their performance so well as if they have a nonverbal cue, but it's not related to proficiency. They are all performing similarly. So then we looked at how this performance monitoring is related to language use in the highly proficient bilingual children, and we found a similar pattern to proactive interference, that children who use both languages very frequently, they show the larger effect of the tone, so they were able to take more advantage of the nonverbal cue, and they showed larger post-error slowing, meaning that they monitor their performance better than children who use the other language less frequently. So again, further evidence that even if the language proficiency is matched, language use frequency has also an effect on some of these executive components. So to summarize the data from the first study, there's an association between language proficiency and executive processing. But this relationship is not a unitary one. Bilingual advantage is very clear in proactive interference on both accuracy and reaction time. But in the other components, performance monitoring and implicit learning and verbal baseline, we found similar patterns across proficiency levels. However, overall speed of processing seems to show positive correlation in most executive component tasks with language proficiency. And in addition to language proficiency, we see that frequency of language use shows also an interaction. So those highly proficient bilingual children who use both languages regularly show smaller intrusion costs, so better resistance to proactive interference, and they also show larger post-error slowing, meaning better performance monitoring. Based on this, we wanted to look at another population. This is a very interesting population, Hungarian-Romanian children who live in Transylvania. So Transylvania used to belonged to Hungary prior to the Second World War. And these are Hungarian cities and towns where the people speak Hungarian, children go to Hungarian schools. However, all children have to take the state exams in Romanian, and during the socialism, Ceausescu actually moved many Romanian families from Bucharest and other parts of the country to these Hungarian towns because they wanted them to assimilate. He didn't want these Hungarian communities to stay alive, basically. So now these towns are very mixed. There are Romanian and Hungarian families living together, but the Hungarian families have these roots that are very strong. Their identity is very much Hungarian, and they speak the language, and every child speaks Hungarian as their first language and dominant language. So on the other hand, these communities are now separated by the border, and on the Hungarian side, we find children from from similar cultures, similar traditions, similar socioeconomic status, who are clearly monolingual. They only speak Hungarian, they don't speak other languages. And so we wanted to compare executive processing in highly proficient bilingual children from similar cultural background, SES, and language of education than the monolingual children, and to examine the relationship between executive processing in these highly proficient children. So this is a study that's ongoing. Unfortunately, we lost half of the data in the bilingual participants, so we are going back in June and collecting more data. So this is a very small sample, I'm aware of it, but we saw some interesting trends. So right now we have 18 monolingual Hungarian children from Hungary and 13 from the Romanian side of the border who are bilingual. Ages 8 to 10, everybody is Hungarian dominant. The parents judge their children's Romanian language knowledge, somewhat varied. Most parents said excellent, very good, and good. These children take the state exams in Romanian. They have Romanian friends. From the questionnaire, all children speak Romanian with their friends, and they use it on a regular basis. So these are highly proficient, balanced, bilingual children. In the nonverbal baseline task, so now, based on the lesson we learned from the American children, we used more than just one baseline test because the vigilance test didn't show anything. So we added some interference conditions and inhibition conditions, but it's still a very simple task. Circles appear and children have to respond to blue and green circles. But what we see here, interestingly, that there is a bilingual effect, and actually there is also an interaction because there is difference in task complexity, and the larger the complexity in these really simple nonverbal tasks, the bilingual children show larger bilingual advantage. On the other hand, unlike the American children in verbal baseline, these children don't show an advantage, and actually this is not significant, but the trend, if we have more children, I'm not sure, it seems that we find a bilingual disadvantage in verbal baseline. So it's really the reverse pattern than the American data. We'll see why. Same task, so I'm not mentioning the tasks again. Implicit learning, nice interaction. Bilingual children start somewhat slower, but show a steeper learning curve with repetition than the monolingual children. And we see all these interactions across repetition items. So the bilingual children are more efficient, and although they start slower, eventually they are faster than the bilingual children, the monolingual children. There's also a correlation between language use and learning curves. So those children who used more frequently, both Romanian and Hungarian language, they showed a steeper curve. So their learning curve was steeper. They were more efficient. In terms of proactive interference, very similar results to the American children. Finally, something is similar. Everybody is affected by interference negatively, but the bilingual children show better resistance, they show better accuracy, and they show, again, this interesting that they are almost faster in the interference condition than in the baseline condition, what we have seen in the American data as well. So there's a group effect condition and proficiency condition interaction, similarly to the American children. There's also a correlation with having a steeper learning curve in the previous task and smaller intrusion costs. So it seems that children who are more balanced bilinguals and use both languages more frequently show steeper learning curve, are more efficient, and they also show then smaller intrusion costs. So more efficiency in both tasks. In performance monitoring, here we are really lacking power. So unfortunately, we just need more children. We don't see any post-error slowing in either group. I think it's because we have too few participants. And right now, actually, when we gave the tone, the nonverbal cue resulted in faster performance in the monolinguals, but nothing happened in these bilingual children. So we need to follow up on this. However, there was a negative correlation when we looked at individual data between post-error slowing and implicit learning. So those few children who had a really steep learning curve still showed some post-error slowing, but you can't see it at the group level. So to summarize these findings, several significant interactions have been observed. Reaction time in implicit learning, bilingual children showed steeper learning curve, monolingual children showed larger intrusion costs, so better proactive interference in bilingual children, and in performance monitoring, monolingual children benefited from the cue, but nobody showed any post-error slowing. Unlike the American children, these children did not differ from their monolingual peers in verbal baseline, but showed an advantage in nonverbal baseline measures. And this verbal baseline might be related to the immersion in the Romanian culture and language. Because these children, although yes, they are dominant in Hungarian and they were tested in Hungarian, they live in a society where the official language is Romanian. So we are not sure at this point, it's really more like a speculation, but it's possible that that's why they are at the baseline somewhat slower in Hungarian, because they are immersed in Romanian language. So that's what I basically said. Speed of processing beyond the baseline shows that with each repetition in implicit learning, bilingual children showed larger improvement in reaction time than monolingual children. The interference cost in reaction time is larger for the monolingual children, and again, we discussed that. Significant correlations, more balanced bilingual children showed more efficient implicit learning, and those children showed more efficient resistance to proactive interference, and also some post-error slowing. Now, before I go to the conclusions, I just want to show you some common patterns across these two studies, and now I want to add the young adults. These young adults, it's 77 young adults, bilingual and monolingual, young adults from New York City whose dominant language was English. Again, they spoke various other languages. And I just want to show you that proactive interference is where we found the most robust effect, because regardless of age, these young adults are 18 to 35-year-old, we find a significant bilingual advantage in resisting proactive interference. We see it with language proficiency in the American children, we see it in the Hungarian children, and we see it in the American young adults. So this is the most robust finding, because here we have very consistent data. Some of the accuracy data I'm not showing because they are sealing, particularly for the young adults. It's very simple, but the reaction time data show very similar patterns. Now, we also have some conflicting results. In terms of verbal baseline, as I mentioned, American children show, the bilingual children show an advantage. The English-speaking young adults show an advantage. The Hungarian children almost, there's no difference. It seems like there will be, once we collect more data, if the trend stays, then it might be even a disadvantage, but this is what we are speculating, that this is related to language context, most likely, to the society. Implicit learning. We saw that the Hungarian bilingual children showed a nice interaction, steep learning curve, and we see a very similar steep learning curve for the American young adults. With one repetition, these young adults were matched, so the intercept, there's no difference because we matched the monolingual and the bilingual young adults at the verbal baseline level in speed of processing, but we see that the bilingual show a much steeper learning curve with one repetition, and then they stay, whereas the monolinguals show this gradual decrease. Now, why don't we see the same pattern in the American children? One reason might be that these two studies used monolingual versus bilingual children. So we had two categories, and here we used proficiency as a continuous variable. So because we used it as a continuous variable, you know, it's a stronger design and you see advantages, but it might also show different pattern, and here we don't see the interaction. When we had Virginia refer to the 2013 study, some of the children were the same, and we had two categories, bilingual and monolingual children at that point, and we saw the same interaction in the American children. So this might be related, the lack of interaction, to using a continuous variable as for the proficiency. In terms of implicit learning, I summarized from the graphs, and then in monitoring, all the take-home message here is that it seems that across all three studies, there is no difference between bilingual and monolingual and highly proficient and low proficient participants in terms of performance pattern. Yes, the adults show this beautiful post-error slowing, but the two groups don't differ. The American children do show the post-error slowing, but proficiency doesn't matter, and the Hungarian children just don't show anything because there are very few of them. But it seems that performance monitoring will be something where overall speed of processing seems to play an important role because highly proficient children are faster. Of course, the adults not because they are matched. But beyond overall speed of processing, we don't see anything. So to conclude, as suggested by different theoretical models, such as Miyake et al. 2000, executive functions are independent functions, but they interact with each other, and that's what we see in our findings across these studies. And they also interact with various language functions. They show a relationship with language proficiency, so more proficient bilingual participants showed more efficient learning, for example, and smaller intrusion costs. But proficiency is not the only language measure we have to look at, because it seems that the frequency of language use has also an effect on executive function performance, so we need more studies there. There is a bilingual advantage in resistance to proactive interference across age groups and languages. That's clear from these 3 studies. And there's a global processing advantage in terms of speed in most of the executive function tasks that we looked at. So if I wanted to summarize it, we started this morning with saying that these questions are very, very complex, but there's no reason for not discussing them just because they are too complex. So my graph will be very, very complex, but I think we made a few first steps that will help us to formulate further questions. So if we look at, these were the executive functions that we looked at in this study, and yeah, they were somewhat independent, but they also showed an interaction, and they were clearly related to various individual variables such as speed of processing and language proficiency and language use. Furthermore, these variables also interact with each other, not just with executive functions. Now, we also see that there are effects of, oops, this looked really different on the Mac. So what I'm trying to show here, that language context, the society, culture, SES, and education, as we know, they all interact with these variables, so there are further variables that make the picture even more complex, and they also interact with each other. We know that, for example, education and SES are related. So the picture is really complex. I didn't put in all the errors because we wouldn't see anything after a while, but I think we have a few first, starting points in the children's literature that are really promising, that we just have to follow up on all these variables. So a few questions that I think, based on our findings, need to be answered. First of all, we need to examine resistance of proactive interference, because that was the most robust effect in linguistically more complex tasks. This was a very simple task. So if we could manipulate proactive interference in linguistically more complex tasks, then maybe that would give us further hints about this bilingual advantage. We also found that balanced bilingual children are typically faster than the less proficient children, and they are also more efficient in certain executive function tasks, so they show, for example, steeper learning curve. What we don't know is whether this efficiency, for example, in learning or resistance to interference, is primarily related to speed of processing or language proficiency, because in our data set, these two correlate. So it's an interesting question, like, what is the driving force here behind these efficiency measures? Is it really the language proficiency? Is it the speed of processing? Or maybe we are just not able to separate it at all. Highly proficient bilingual children show steeper learning curves than their peers. What makes them better learners? I think this is a very important question. Even for clinical populations, if we look at bilingual children with specific language impairment, for example, it would be very important to know why some children learn more efficiently than others. So a few more training studies would be nice here. And another question is, how are language proficiency, language use, and language context related to each other and to specific executive components? We see that they all have an effect, but we don't really see the big picture yet. And then there are many other questions that you probably also have. So I just would like to thank you for your attention. And the 2 cities where all of this was conducted, New York and Budapest.
Good afternoon to everybody. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I'd like to point out that I'm an experimental linguist who's interested in interdisciplinary research. I'm definitely not an expert in executive functions. I'm here to learn. So I don't have any theoretical or methodological wisdom to distribute. What I'm going to do, I'm going to talk about both adults and children, actually, and I'm going to show an area of language where I think linguists and psychologists can benefit from working with each other. And what I'm going to present is very much work in progress, and I'm aware of the risks that I'm running in doing so. So there will be some of you who will say, where are the data? Some of you who will say, where is the theory? So I'm perfectly aware of the risks I'm running, but I think I have quite a lot to learn from presenting this data to you and from hearing your feedback. So the main points that I'm going to cover today is that I think we should focus on the reciprocal interactions between language and general cognitive abilities. So we've heard a lot about the possible influence of the bilingual experience on general cognition, executive functions in particular. But I think we should also look at the other direction, so how executive functions affect language use. And what I'm going to suggest is that bilingualism might actually change or modulate the relationship or the balance between different components of executive functions. And this, in turn, can affect the processing of particular linguistic structures. I'm going to try to present the data. We have plenty of linguistic data. We don't have enough data on executive functions. As I said, this is more a hypothesis that I'm presenting to you. I am working on executive functions with my colleague Thomas Bach, who will be talking about some of our studies, but I've chosen to focus on language because I think it's a very interesting question. I'm going to raise the question at the end whether the phenomena that I'm going to present are evidence of the bilingual paradox. So the bilingual paradox in the literature has been defined by the contradiction between the fact that we may find advantages in terms of general cognition, but disadvantages for language in particular for lexical access, which is slower, smaller vocabulary, and so on. So is what we are going to see evidence of the bilingual paradox, or can we find another explanation? So I'm going to make some assumptions that are far from uncontroversial, as we've realized up to now, up to this point in the conference. The first assumption that I'm going to make is that if you can show that a linguistic phenomenon can be explained on the basis of general cognitive mechanisms, then you don't need a linguistic theory to explain it. Okay, so, and this is one of the points that I hope I'm going to demonstrate. The second assumption, I'm going to subscribe to a model of executive functions like the Miat and Friedman model that includes several subcomponents of executive functions. And as we'll see, I'm going to focus on the balance, the relationship between some of these subcomponents. I'm going to assume an overlap between inhibitory control for language and inhibitory control for non-linguistic tasks. This is controversial. We've heard it this morning from Albert's presentation. So there is plenty of evidence from his lab that the overlap may not be 100%. I must admit that I find this idea of modularity within executive functions a little bit weird, but we'll leave that to a future discussion. Other assumption is that executive functions, so individual differences in executive functions and cognitive control, actually affect sentence processing abilities. Okay, and there is evidence about that. There is evidence that there are interactions between language processing and executive functions. What I'm going to say more in addition to that is that these individual differences in cognitive control show up more for certain kinds of language processing than for others. So I'm going to show that they're more likely to show up for example, the interpretation and use of pronouns, which tends to be probabilistic, than for other kinds of more syntactic processing that tends to be categorical. So yes, we find interactions, but I think the interactions are much stronger for certain kinds of language processing than for others. Now, what are the phenomena that I'm talking about? And these are the linguistic data that are fairly robust. Let me illustrate them to you. So if you take, I'll start from adult bilingual speakers. So I'm using the term bilingual in a broad sense. I'm distinguishing between early bilinguals, so people who were exposed to two languages from childhood, not necessarily from birth, and adult bilinguals, people who grew up with one language and then acquired another one and reached a certain level of proficiency. Those are late bilinguals. So if you look at late bilingual speakers of Italian, okay, so people who know Italian, whether they are advanced non-native speakers of Italian, so English, for example, good, proficient non-native speakers of Italian, or native speakers of Italian in a situation of attrition. That would be me, for example, after so many years away from my original community. I was born and raised in Italy, but I've been living in Scotland for more than 25 years. So I'm clearly, in a situation of attrition. So whether you want to call these people ex-native speakers or whatever, we can debate terminology, but it's not very important. So both these groups do one thing. They tend to overextend the scope of the overt pronoun. Now, Italian is a language that allows you to drop pronouns, okay? So unlike English, which is a language that broadly doesn't allow you to do that, although there are contexts in which you would drop a pronoun even in English, but in Italian you can much more liberally drop a pronoun, or you can use it. And the distribution of pronominal forms is not dictated by the grammar, but it's dictated by pragmatic conditions or contextual conditions. This is an important point that I'm going to return to soon. So what these bilingual speakers do, they tend to overuse overt pronouns. They also tend to misinterpret overt pronouns. I'm going to give you an example shortly. But not vice versa. So there is an asymmetry. So they tend to, in a sense, to be over-explicit. They tend to stick in too many pronouns or to misinterpret overt pronouns. But when it comes to using a null pronoun, they use it correctly. When it comes to interpreting a null pronoun, they interpret it correctly. Now, second language speakers do it more than attracted speakers. So the phenomenon is there in both groups. But the magnitude of the phenomenon is different, so it's greater in the second language speakers. Now, let's illustrate this. So if you're a monolingual Italian, and you see a sentence like this, that says, Mario hasn't seen his brother since he overt left, without any particular stress. That's in bold in color just to show you what I'm referring to. The preferred interpretation is that he, overt pronoun, refers to his brother. It doesn't refer to Mario, who's the subject. It refers to the non-subject, okay? This is where you see a difference between bilinguals and monolinguals, because the monolinguals have that very strong preferred interpretation, but a bilingual can interpret an overt pronoun that way, but more often than not, they also allow an interpretation where the overt pronoun refers to the subject, Okay? So what we see is variability, and I think this is important for what I'm going to claim later. We don't see that they always and consistently misinterpret the pronoun. They can sometimes interpret it in one way, but they can also interpret it in another way, which you don't typically find in monolingual speakers of Italian. Now, when it comes to the interpretation of the null pronoun, on the other hand, as I said, bilinguals are exactly like monolinguals. So the same sentence with a null pronoun, so Mario hasn't seen his brother since left, okay? That in both groups, that is quite consistently interpreted as referring to the subject. We have, there are other studies from bilingual speakers who have English and another pro-drop language, another language like Italian, so Spanish, for example, or Greek or Portuguese, all these languages that allow you to drop subject pronouns. Now, we have data from German as well. Those of you who speak German, German is not a language where you can leave out pronouns, but it's a language where you have a choice of pronominal forms. So you can choose between a personal pronoun and the demonstrative pronoun. And we did a study on second language, very advanced second language speakers of German, as well as native speakers of German in a situation of attrition, right? So resident in the UK. And both these groups do one thing. They extend the scope of the demonstrative pronoun where you would expect to find a personal pronoun, but not vice versa. So we find the same kind of asymmetry. Let's illustrate this. So you have a monolingual German, I won't read that sentence, but you see a sentence there with the demonstrative pronoun there. The preferred interpretation in a monolingual speaker of German is that demonstrative pronoun refers to the known subject, so the cashier in this example, but not to the waiter. Now, bilinguals can allow that interpretation, but they also allow an interpretation where the demonstrative refers to the subject, okay? When it comes to the personal pronoun, no difference between bilinguals and monolinguals. So another asymmetry in a slightly different kind of language that allows you the choice between pronominal anaphoric forms. So just before we move on, I've talked about attrition, right? So these are people like myself who grew up with one language and then left their original community, went to another country, started using another language on a regular basis. The level of exposure to their native language obviously dropped, okay? So what is it that changes in people like myself? Is it, their knowledge of language, or is it the access to the language that changes? Well, we have some relevant data that we recently published in Bilingualism, Language and Cognition. So my ex-student, Gloria Chamorro, tested native speakers of Spanish who had been long-term residents in the UK, so they were in a situation of attrition from English. And what do? They overextend the scope of the subject, the overt subject pronoun, exactly as I showed you before. But she also tested a group of people who had just come back from a very intensive stay in monolingual Spain. So they were fully immersed, in their monolingual community. They didn't speak English, so they were really back to their original community in a full-time sense. And what she found was that these recently re-exposed speakers actually are intermediate in their use of pronouns between the attriters in the people living in the UK who hadn't been to Spain and the monolingual controls, the Spaniards who were living in Spain. So this recent exposure had a clear effect on attrition and on their use of pronouns and partly reversed the effect. Okay? This is important to bear in mind. Now, what about children? We tested bilingual children, in fact, a large group of bilingual children. This is work I've done with my colleague Ludovica Serratrice, older, school-age bilingual children, and we tested two language combinations, so children who had grown up with Italian and English, and children who had grown up with Italian and Spanish. So we wanted to see whether language similarity had, mattered or not. And we tested the Italian-English bilingual children both in Italy, so Italian dominant environment, and the UK, English dominant environment, and we tested them on a variety of linguistic structures. One is the pronouns, just what I was showing you. The other one is another phenomenon that we wanted to differentiate, so the presence or absence of articles with specific or generic plural nouns. I'm going to show you what I mean. And the third was, I'm not going to talk about the third phenomenon. So for the subject pronouns, this is what I was saying. There are differences between English on the one hand, where you have to use a pronoun, regardless of whether you're referring to the same topic in discourse, or whether you are introducing a different topic, you're changing reference, you have to use a pronoun, and those are examples. Italian and Spanish are exactly the same in this respect. So if you're referring to the same topic, you drop the pronoun. If you're not referring to the same topic, so if you're shifting reference, you are using the overt pronoun. So those are the pragmatic conditions that I was mentioning before. For the plural nouns, and with or without determiners or articles, again, English patterns differently from Spanish and Italian. So for English, if you are referring to a generic meaning, so for example, sharks are dangerous animals, you can't use the article. So sharks, the category of sharks are dangerous animals. But if you're referring to a specific group of sharks, then you have to use the article. So the sharks at the aquarium are small. For Italian and Spanish, no difference. In both cases, you have to use the article. So no difference whether you are using a generic meaning or a specific meaning. What do we see in this study? This was a study of understanding, comprehension of structures. For pronouns, we see that both the groups, so both the Italian-English bilingual children and the Italian-Spanish bilingual children over-accept overt subject pronouns when they clearly refer to the subject. So they accept sentences like Paperino ha detto che lui è caduto, Donald Duck said that he fell, where he clearly refers to Donald Duck. So both groups do it, no difference in language combination. Bilingual children in the UK actually do it more than bilingual children in Italy, so the language of the environment clearly has an effect. Younger monolingual children that we had as control actually do it as well. So they don't do it to the same extent, but they also accept redundant overt pronouns when they shouldn't. For bare plurals, the same children, remember these are the same children, completely different picture, because it's only the English-Italian bilingual children who accept ungrammatical plural, bare plurals in Italian. So sentences like in genere fragole sono rosse, which is ungrammatical, a clear effect of English, but the Spanish-Italian bilinguals do not. They are absolutely at ceiling, like the child and adult controls in Italy, okay? So what we see here is that there are cross-linguistic influence effects for generic plurals, but not for subject pronouns. So for subject pronouns, it doesn't matter which language combination you have. It doesn't matter if you're speaking two similar languages that behave in the same way, or two different languages that behave in different way. They both do it. So in both cases, children are over-explicit. Now, first question is, are children and adults over-explicit for the same reasons? Not necessarily, because, we may have superficially similar phenomena, but very different reasons. Let's get into the question, what is the problem with these subject pronouns then? Is it a problem with their knowledge of the language, maybe. So maybe, you know, we're coming back to adults now. Maybe, you know, there is an influence of the other language. You know, many of the studies we did at the beginning had English as the other language. English doesn't really drop pronouns. So it's reasonable to say, well, they're clearly, you know, transferring from English. Maybe, you know, these things are not completely acquired in a second language. Maybe they are lost or they are eroded in attrition. The second interpretation is that this is nothing to do with the actual knowledge of grammar. It has to do with processing factors, and it has to do in particular with the integration of grammatical and pragmatic contextual information in real time. Before we get to the second one, which is the one I want to develop, let's have a look at the first one, which is the, you know, the plausible one. You know, you can say, well, you know, there's an influence of one language over the other, because, you know, after all, English is the simplest language from this point of view. English doesn't have a choice of pronouns that depends on whether you're referring to a topic or whether you're referring to, you know, introducing a new referent. English doesn't bother about that. So it's more economical, you know, it makes sense that it may affect the language that is actually more complex in this respect, whether it's the L1 or the L2. So if it's attrition, what we see is a kind of neutralization of your native distinctions in the direction of an L2 that is simpler, more economical. In L2 acquisition, what you see is a neutralization of the L2 distinctions that are in the target language towards your native, less restrictive language, right? So that's very nice, except that it doesn't work, or it doesn't work as the only explanation. Because in fact, also for adults, we find that the overuse of overt pronouns is attested in bilingual speakers of two identical languages. So languages like Italian and Spanish, Greek Spanish, Spanish Portuguese, languages that have the same kind of pronominal system. So why would these people overuse these overt pronouns? You know, they don't have a reason. They could simply rely either on what they know of the L2 or rely on their L1, or, you know, the two systems work in the same way. What's the need? Where does this phenomenon come from? So again, what's the problem with subject pronouns? We've seen that it can't be the only explanation. Let's explore this one, and this is where it gets interesting for our purposes. So using a pronoun actually requires the ability to coordinate the choice of pronouns with context in a generic sense. So you have a grammar, you know, a language that allows you to drop pronouns, right? Either as a native language or as a second language. But in order to know, as I said before, when it's appropriate to drop or when it's appropriate to use the pronoun, the grammar really doesn't tell you. You have to pay attention to the context. So you have to ask yourself, for example, well, am I talking to something that can easily be understood by both me and you, if I'm talking to you, interlocutor? Or in which case I can drop the subject, or am I making a contrast between the two references, in which case I don't drop the subject, and the same applies to comprehension. So I'm going to suggest that this phenomenon is heavily dependent on patterns of executive functions. This particular phenomenon is particularly dependent on patterns of executive functions. So because in normal use of pronouns, people have to do all kinds of things very efficiently. So for example, they have to be able to inhibit irrelevant mappings. So if I'm attaching the pronoun to the subject, I'm not attaching it to the other potential referent, so that has to be excluded, or that interpretation has to be excluded. You have to integrate changing information, and this is what makes this kind of processing different from processing more categorical linguistic information, which is always the same, and for which we develop very highly proceduralized abilities. Proceduralized abilities are not very useful in this domain because the kind of cues you have to integrate change all the time. You can't decide to use a pronoun in the same way, for the next half an hour, because it depends on what you are talking about, how the conversation develops, the degree of shared knowledge between interlocutors, and all these things vary all the time. So you have to be able to quickly integrate the cues that tell you to use one pronoun or the other, or to switch from one pronoun or from one interpretation to the other. And you have to update your discourse model accordingly. You see that, these operations kind of neatly correspond to the executive functions in a fractionated model like Miyak and Friedman. Now, could it be the case, let's start from this, could it be the case that because these operations are demanding in this respect, so you have to do this kind of rapid integration, updating, and so on, could it be that bilingual speakers simply have insufficient resources? So, they have to keep their languages separate. We've heard this, bilinguals have to keep their language separately. They have to invest enough resources to avoid interference from the other language. So maybe that takes resources away from this kind of linguistic operations. Now, so there is a competition for resources, according to this simpler explanation. And we are clearly assuming that, these operations and keeping the two languages separate tap into the same pool of attentional resources. And again, this is an assumption that you may want to disagree with. But this might also explain why bilinguals are not consistent in computing these operations. Sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't. So this fluctuation is consistent with the use of fluctuating attentional resources. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. When it doesn't work, there's always a pronoun there, and I'm coming back to that. There is an effect size difference. We've seen this before. So both second language speakers and attrited speakers do it, but to different extents. So could it be that the overextension of verb pronouns is smaller in attrited speakers like myself because you have to apply different levels of inhibition to the other language. So if you're a second language speaker, the unwanted language, if you're speaking Italian, is you're still dominant L1, which needs more resources to be inhibited, leaving fewer resources to do this kind of operations. If you're an attrited speaker, the unwanted language is the less dominant L2, right? Which needs fewer resources to be inhibited, and so that it might leave more resources available. Now, that's a second explanation, a more adventurous one that I want to submit to your kind scrutiny. And this is the possibility that, in fact, it might not just be an update, a simple lack of resources, but it might be an updating problem. So could it be that bilinguals are not consistent in quickly integrating the cues that we'll see before tell you when it's appropriate to use one pronoun and when it's appropriate to use the other one? So if you take production of referential forms, you might think that, for example, production starts from the most reduced form, which is by far the most frequent, by the way. So the null, the omitted pronoun, it's by far most frequent. It has, linguistically is the default. We can say, maybe speakers, have a tendency to start from that. But then, they select a form that can be best understood by the listener if needed. So if there is, a realization that, I can't drop the pronoun because my interlocutor won't understand what I'm talking about, or, a conversation has evolved, in a certain direction. So you have to update, you have to switch to an overt pronoun. So maintaining reference, shouldn't be a problem. So if you keep talking about the same referent, you keep dropping pronouns, that should be unproblematic. But using more explicit forms in an appropriate way are, in a sense, more costly. They require mentalizing about the interlocutor. It requires discarding, the less informative forms. It requires updating a discourse model. Now, we have a problem here because, you know, assuming that bilingual speakers are not always able to do that, they don't over-drop pronouns, they actually overuse pronouns. So they are over-explicit. They produce fewer reduced forms rather than more. It's interesting in this respect that other populations where you would expect speakers to drop pronouns more, in fact, they use more explicit forms. For example, young autistic people overuse explicit forms, which is the contrary of what you might intuitively expect. Now, it's possible also that bilinguals may have a higher threshold for deciding when, you know, a referent is still salient. So it might be, you know, that bilinguals are more sensitive to salience, and they might decide that, you know, oh, okay, you know, particularly in sentences like that, where the, you know, one of the antecedents is first, and then there is another antecedent which is, you know, more closer to the pronoun. Well, maybe, you know, they might have, as I said, a higher threshold for deciding that a reduced form is sufficiently clear. And so, you know, they stick in a pronoun to be over clear compared to monolinguals. In comprehension, well, the interpretation of pronouns might start from the most reduced form, the default mapping to the most prominent antecedent. But then, if you hear an overt pronoun, that has to be interpreted as a signal for a shift of reference. So if your interlocutor uses an overt pronoun, that means you have to understand their intention. You have to mentalize about their intention. You have to update your discourse model. And that's where, you know, we see it's done, but it's done inconsistently by bilinguals. So what if there is a trade-off between inhibitory control and the ability to integrate or update? So this is what I'd like your feedback on. I've discussed this with psychologist friends, and I got some good feedback, some indifferent feedback. There is a literature in psychology about these components of executive function being in a potential antagonistic relationship with one another, so that being very good at one, even in a particular task, might decrease efficiency in the other, and vice versa. That's what I mean by a trade-off ability. So what if in bilinguals, and particularly in late bilinguals, there is a trade-off between these two abilities? So bilingualism might actually be an advantage. I'm not quite keen on this term, but let's call it that way, in terms of very good inhibitory control, particularly in late bilinguals, because they have to inhibit their dominant language all the time. And they have to apply much more inhibitory control to their dominant language than an early bilingual who's grown up with two languages. So what if that very good inhibitory control, the other side of the coin, is a less efficient ability to integrate efficiently cues that are in the environment and that are unpredictable, so that change all the time. So, there are examples in the literature about antagonistic relationships between cognitive functions. So, for example, integration of cues in switching requires disengagement from inhibition. We also did a study on negative priming as being the other side of the coin from good inhibitory ability. So the better you are at inhibiting, the more you have to recover from inhibition and the larger negative priming effect you have. So these components, interestingly, can be dissociated in a variety of typical and atypical populations. So there is evidence from aging people, there's evidence from autistic people, and so on. So it is possible that one of them goes in one direction, the other one goes in the opposite direction. So what if, suggestion to you, what if early bilinguals and late bilinguals might be different in this respect? Not because these tension is not there for early bilinguals. It is there, but early bilinguals have an executive function system and a processing system that developed together with the two languages in a way that it's optimally suited to using two languages. And that's different from a late bilingual who grew up with an executive function system and a general processing system that is optimally suited to one language, then they add another language. So early bilinguals might manage that tension, that trade-off relationship better, more efficiently than a late bilingual. And that's why we see the phenomenon more prominent in late bilinguals. So I'm arguing that the bilingual experience might actually have different effects on the balance between different components of executive function. So on the one hand, you might have enhanced inhibitory control. On the other hand, you might have less efficient modulation of inhibition and integration of cues as the other side of the coin from enhanced inhibitory control. And early bilinguals might be better at adapting their attentional control, their attentional system to solving that tension depending on the task they are doing. Now, is there any evidence of that? No, well, not really. So I want to mention a couple of studies we did which might bear on the question, but not with the relationship with pronouns, which is still to be explored, but on the possible trade-off relationship between components of executive function. These are two very recent studies that I've done with my colleagues in Edinburgh. Thomas is here. So in this study, we had early bilinguals and late bilinguals. And we tested different components of executive functions by means of the test of everyday attention. And we controlled for a bunch of variables and so on and so forth. These three subtasks are one where you have to count the tones. So the test of everyday attention is an auditory test. So in the first test, you have to count tones, and that measures sustained attention. So it's a kind of baseline. If people are not able to count tone, if they're not paying attention, then you can probably remove them from the sample. The second subpart involves counting only the high tones, but ignoring the low tones. So that tests selective attention. And the third part, you have to pay attention to a cue that tells you whether to count upwards, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whether to start counting backwards. So if you hear a high tone, you reverse the direction of counting. So if you are at 6, you start going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that tests selecting, updating, and switching. So you have to pay attention to the cue, incorporate the cue, change your behavior, update your mental model of the problem accordingly. The results are that there is no group differences. We have monolinguals as well as controls, no group difference for the baseline, as you might expect. Early bilinguals are better than monolinguals, both for the second part and the third part. For the late bilinguals, we find that the advantage over monolinguals is much more prominent in the second, so selective attention, than in the third. The effect is much weaker in the third part. But in a more recent study that we published in Cognition, we find that in university language students, both the second and the third component of the test of everyday attention, we found an advantage, an effect on language students of the bilingual experience in a university setting, on both 2 and 3. So the evidence is still pretty inconclusive in this respect, and I don't have any problems acknowledging that. So, interim conclusion, bilingual speakers are not monolingual-like, right? Both in their L1, in their use of pronominal forms, they are either in the L1 or in the L2. They're not radically different either, but there are some specific differences that we keep finding. This phenomenon can have both a linguistic side and a cognitive side. So the cognitive side that I'm suggesting doesn't have to do with a particular language combination, but simply with the fact of being bilingual, the fact of having more than one language in the brain. Now, these differences, and this is where I'd like to, sort of open a brief parenthesis on terminology. I would prefer to call them effects because, they can be seen as advantages or disadvantages only if you take the monolingual norm as a point of reference. So, what I presented, if you take that monolingual norm, is not an advantage. I mean, it's a disadvantage, right? But, Francois Grosjean was the first one who taught us that perhaps bilinguals are not the sum of two monolinguals, right? So perhaps the monolingual norm is not, we shouldn't always, we all do it, right? As sinner as everybody else, but maybe that's not the right kind of thing to do. I also want to present briefly a slightly different account that doesn't rely on these different subcomponents of executive functions that, according to some people, well, for one thing, make finding experimental evidence much harder, right? And finding enough conditions and participants and controls. What if we have, an alternative explanation that requires a more sort of unified account? So rather than, fractionating executive functions in this way, we take into account the whole attentional system. And in this respect, we might want to say that maybe the balance that we're talking about is the balance between what Braver and then Morales and other people who've applied the concepts of bilingualism, the balance between proactive and reactive control. And if we're taking this tack, what we're saying really is that bilingualism actually requires some kind of reconfiguration of the cognitive network that ends up affecting both linguistic language use and non-linguistic processing. And that's why we find a convergence between attrition and acquisition. Now, convergence that I've tested in two different groups, different populations. What we need to do is test these phenomena in the same individuals. So you test them both in the L1 and in the L2, and you test them from the beginning of the bilingual experience, so to see how it is possible that the degree of convergence between L1 and L2 might actually be a predictor of success in a second language. So in other words, this mutual influence between L1 and L2 might be a desirable thing, because it might mean that you're better able at reconfiguring your cognitive system in such a way that you can handle two languages efficiently, whereas if you remain rigidly monolingual in your native language, you may not go beyond a certain level in a second language. So, in fact, attrition effects, rather than being regarded as a negative side, they may actually be a positive indication of successful late bilingualism. Now, there are many open questions, and I'm coming to an end. There is variation in monolinguals too, okay? So, and in fact, if you look at psycholinguistic studies of the use of pronominal forms in monolingual Italians, what you see is that the variation is largely restricted to the overt pronoun in Italians. Not the null. The null is not a problem. The overt can be. Sometimes people can't be bothered to do, what my ex-colleague Fernanda Ferreira would call good enough processing. You can't be bothered to do sort of full encoding of things or full interpretation, and you end up overusing pronouns or misinterpreting pronouns. Now, if we take a simple, remember the first account, the simple lack of resources account, that might predict that if you put monolingual speakers under pressure, they might actually start overextending over pronouns as exactly like the bilinguals, right? So that one might be a prediction. If you take a reconfiguration account, on the other hand, you may not predict, differences between monolingual. You might predict differences between monolinguals and bilinguals, because monolinguals, by definition, haven't undergone this reconfiguration of cognitive processes because they have only one language. To go back to the question, I showed you results from children and adults. Well, they do the same thing, but do they do it for the same reasons? Well, let's remind ourselves of one thing, that all bilingual children, certainly the vast majority of bilingual children that get studied in the literature get input which is affected in two ways. They get exposed to a parent who is an ex-native speaker of the language. So my children, for example, were exposed to my Italian, which is affected by attrition, and so it's not the same kind of input that I received when I was growing up in Italy. They also get input from a second language speaker of the same language. So they get, they get quite a mix of different influences that are very rarely looked into. So when we see the same phenomena in bilingual children, we have to ask ourselves, does it depend on developmental factors, the fact that their executive function system is still developing, as well as their linguistic system, the fact that they are exposed to variation in a different kind of variation from monolingual children, etc. Inhibiting languages, I've talked about, the need to inhibit language, but is that the same thing as inhibiting particular structures? So again, I'm not inviting to modularize executive function, but I'm just asking whether, well, I'm sure that we would have to use, maybe different kind of tasks that tap that are sensitive to these different things. Because one thing is to inhibit a whole language, one thing is inhibit a subset of that language, a particular structure that might be relevant for what you're trying to say, but you want to push it out of the way. So I'm concluding now. I think that I've presented many hypotheses that still need to be tested. I just want to get your reactions about whether whether these are completely outlandish ideas or whether there is some mileage in this. I think that in general terms, we need bridges. So that's why I said at the beginning, interdisciplinary research is definitely the key to understand, to improve our scientific understanding of bilingualism. And I'd like to remind you of another thing, if I may, that there's more to bilingualism than just executive functions. We're all in love with executive functions, well, some of us. We are here to discuss executive functions. That's a very important aspect of research, but it's not the only one. I do a lot of public engagement work. I talk to people all the time. I hear questions from people all the time. Well, there are many aspects of the bilingual experience that have been studied extensively. This is one. It's very interesting and so on. But let's not make the mistake to think that bilingualism and executive functions is the same thing, because, what is it that hinges from our reply to the question, is there a bilingual advantage or not? Well, certainly not the whole of bilingualism, I can tell you. Thank you very much.
First, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to be a discussant. I really like both of these talks, and I just want to warn you, I prepared my slides based on earlier versions, so I'll try to update as I go along, because the presentations actually are much more elaborate and I think much more interesting because of it. So I think both of these studies are impressive and thought-provoking with two different questions. So Martin's question is, do bilingual children perform more efficiently in experimental tasks than monolingual peers? And Sorace focuses on L1 attrition and L2 acquisition and where they meet. I think both studies provide rich food for thought, and even richer now that I see the real talks, concerning exactly what is influencing what in bilinguals' performance on both linguistic tasks and non-linguistic tasks. And the non-linguistic task in particular that they're interested in is EF. They both attempt to separate these factors influencing performance on bilinguals and monolinguals. They both take a look at different types of bilinguals to explore the generality of effects, type being social context, L1 learner, L2 learner, early bilingual, and so forth, and the relationships between the languages of the bilinguals. Martin is particularly interested in the influence of language proficiency on performance, speed of processing, and accuracy in cognitive tasks. So she compares baseline performance, labeling performance, nonverbal cue performance, and so forth for accuracy and reaction time, comparing monolinguals and bilinguals and bilingual children in distinct social and country contexts. One of the major findings is that language proficiency correlates with speed of processing, and in particular, reaction time in proactive interference tasks. I think that's the very strong effect that she gets throughout the two studies. She also looks at the performance on monitoring tasks and finds that those who are especially proficient also have higher reaction or lower reaction times on monitoring tasks. And in turn, she looks at the relationship of performance in distinct tasks and finds that those who are good at monitoring also and who have high proficiency are also perform differently in implicit learning tasks in that they have a steeper learning curve. Sorace explores the role of cognition, especially executive function, in the linguistic performance of bilinguals, particularly comparing performance on overt and null pronouns with the use of articles with generic nouns. Again, comparing bilinguals with monolinguals, different types of bilinguals. She argues that executive function has an effect on the use of overt and null pronouns in Italian by these speakers, and it has to do with the referential ambiguity of the use of these pronouns in relation to the interface between syntax and pragmatics. She addresses separate contributions of processing and transfer to bilinguals' performance. So she argues that both are in evidence in the use of these overt pronouns. So in the processing can be seen, or differences in processing can be seen for all bilinguals in the overuse of overt pronouns and also underuse of null pronouns. But transfer effects can be seen in that English-Italian bilinguals have greater use of bare nouns for generics and more overuse of overt pronouns than Spanish-Italian bilinguals. She also proposes an interesting trade-off in bilinguals' performance between integration and upgrading in linguistic processing and inhibitory control. So integration and updating, she argues that monolinguals have an upper hand relative to bilinguals there, and inhibitory control bilinguals have the upper hand relative to monolinguals. and the competition between the resources using both of these are responsible for bilinguals' difficulties with referential ambiguity in the null overt pronoun use. So the strengths of these talks, I think, have to do with, number one, that they attempt to uncover in more detail what factors contribute to bilinguals' performance, and I see that both of them have added many, many more factors than initially they had, and I think that's laudable to try and sort those out. They both have to do with language proficiency, how it contributes to performance on linguistic and interference tasks, especially speed of processing, and what the role of the language balance is and the environment on performance, where both of them argue that the type of bilingual matters, whether it's having to do with range of proficiency, the environment in which the bilingual is learning the two languages, which two languages are involved with L2ers, and so forth. They also address the role of executive function and cognition in general linguistic performance, particularly Sorace's talk, and examine the contributions of processing limitations to bilinguals' language performance. And, well, in the earlier version, she tried to identify the locus of interaction between the two languages and delineate the linguistic subsystems that are and are not affected by executive function, processing limitations, and transfer. So I have some specific questions, and I might try to modify these a little bit now. So in Martin's work, I would ask how she envisions the relationship between these different factors that seem to be correlated. Now that I see her diagram, her beautiful diagram with all the arrows and the various factors added in, many of which I think we can keep adding to them, as she said. So she introduces language use and many other additional variables that affect performance. So how does she see those as related to each other? Are there knock-on effects from one to the other? Or is one of them, like language proficiency, sort of responsible for all the effects? Or is something else responsible for the correlations that we have here? A question for Antonella has to do with her proposal about the trade-off between control of inhibition and integration. I now understand better, having heard her talk, what she's proposing there, but I still have some questions about, for example, the early bilinguals versus the late bilinguals. She argues that early bilinguals are better at disengaging inhibition and therefore have an easier time at integration. And I wonder, given some of the talks earlier today, if some of that has to do with the range of automaticity involved in early bilingual proficiency versus late L2 proficiency. Some more general questions. Both of them have to do with linguistic proficiency. Martin has shown clear effects of language proficiency on performance. At least in her earlier version, Sorace raises the question, or as in an aside, of whether the items are not completely acquired by these L2 bilinguals. And I think that's a question that should be pursued a little more, particularly because she also notes that younger monolingual control children also accept inappropriate overt pronouns, and as well as the autistic individuals. So I think that question about incomplete mastery of these forms needs to be pursued a little bit more. Another general question I have is, what about general cognition? So these have to do with EF and language performance. What about general cognition? How does general cognitive abilities feed into these matters? I don't think we understand that very well yet. And how do the effects of general cognitive knowledge influence performance on these items relative to other things that we know affect language performance and possibly EF performance, such as exposure and SES. So there's plenty of research showing that those affect performance on language tasks. The question is, how does cognitive knowledge interact with those in determining performance? And once we get beyond language for executive function tasks, how about language proficiency itself and the fact of being bilingual or monolingual? Can we see a way of trying to sort out the contributions of each of those things? So in order to kind of get a first look at this, I took some of our data from some studies we did in Wales with bilinguals there. And we had some EF tasks, but also tasks for receptive vocabulary in English, the BPVS, receptive vocabulary in Welsh, PGC, receptive ability with English grammar and with Welsh grammar. Granted, these are not the kind of complex structures that Antonella was talking about, but I wanted to kind of get a sense of how these things would come together in determining performance on those tasks. We also had performance on McCarthy scales of children's abilities. That's a general cognitive measure, and the Ravens colored progressive matrices for the older people. Just a note on the McCarthy, we tried to choose the sub-tasks that least involved language. So pictorial memory does involve language, but these others fit into other components of the scale, and several of them involve memory. So we wanted to get at the most non-linguistic tasks that we could see cognitive performance on. We have monolingual English speakers, bilinguals from only English homes, Welsh and English homes, only Welsh homes, which are indicators of exposure to the two languages. And we have performance of children from ages 3 on up to older adults. So the questions I wanted to ask was, does general cognitive performance affect language ability? That's the first question. So in order to look at that, I tried to draw up correlations between the cognitive measures and linguistic performance. And then, if the correlations came out significant, regression analyses that involved linguistic performance and executive function performance relative to the variables of cognitive ability, home language, exposure, SES as judged by the parents' professions and education, and then for executive function also language ability and whether or not they were monolingual or bilingual. So here's just a glimpse. This is the McCarthy performance relative to BPVS, PGC, both of which are vocabulary, and then the English and Welsh grammar at four ages. So first I'll give you have all of the children together, then the bilinguals only, and then the monolinguals only. And these are just correlations. So there's the 3-year-olds. You can see there are multiple correlations there, as there are with the other age groups, just with general cognitive ability. Here's the Ravens, similar layout for primary school age children, teens, younger adults, and older adults. There's the primary school age children. You can see some of those correlations are quite high. as they are also with the other groups. So given those correlations, let's look at the regression. So regression on the BPVS performance with predictor variables of age in months, home language, this is per age group, home language, the McCarthy or Ravens, and SES. Okay, so at age 3, I'm just showing you the most complete model and the factors that contribute to it. You can see there the McCarthy contributes quite a bit. Age 4, same thing. And you can see home language and SES are also in there in predictive variables. Age 5, again, and primary age. Here's with the BPS relative to the Ravens. There's the primary age children. It's actually the highest predictor for that age. Teens, younger adults, older adults. So the cognitive ability in general seems to affect performance, not just EF ability. How about on an EF task? So I just picked out one task, the Simon task, for the teens, younger, and older adults. And we have accuracy and RT data for both the congruent and incongruent conditions. And the predictive variables that were entered are age in months, whether or not they were monolingual or bilingual, or alternatively their home language, and the results came out similar. Their performance on BPVS as a measure of language in English, performance on the Ravens, and SES level. So, so the 4 types of tasks are across the top, and the variables entered on the left. So for the teens, for the congruent tasks, only whether or not they were monolingual or bilingual contributed or was a predictor for their reaction time on the congruent task. So that looks pretty good. Here's the incongruent task. Both the BPVS contribute and the Ravens contribute, one to accuracy, the other to reaction time. Here's younger adults. The Ravens performance in the Ravens contributes quite a bit, especially on the incongruent reaction time. And the older adults, again, we see here monolingual, bilingual did contribute for accuracy, and language ability contributed for the reaction time for congruent tasks. So I think these studies are really in the right direction, going in the right direction, trying to look at linguistic forms and EF tasks and how they interact. What are the factors that contribute? This is just a beginning list from these tasks, but also people over the last 2 days have been adding to the list of what factors might contribute. For executive function, the same thing. This is just a beginning. But I think we have to try and dig away and see how each thing, what weight each thing is contributing to performance. They're all highly correlated, and the weight might differ by age and by task type. And I think these studies, because of their complexity and trying to work out those details, are contributing a lot to the study of that. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask Clara and Antonella first to respond to the comments that Virginia made, and then we'll open things up to discussion from the audience.
May I start? Thank you for your comments, and apologies for being late and giving you the complete version of, but the substance was very similar. I mean, it wasn't different. You asked whether, why the fact that bilinguals, if they have superior inhibitory control, why they're not better? Are they not better? And I'm saying that might be precisely the problem. If we assume that there is a trade-off relationship, it's precisely their better inhibitory control that make them less able to integrate and update. And that might show up, particularly for the use of structures that require that rapid updating. Now, I don't want to mean that you don't have to do rapid updating when you process anything in language. Obviously, people are talking to you. You have to integrate and update what you're getting. But I think that certain kinds of integration rely on much more sort of automatic proceduralized abilities than the interpretation of pronouns, where, as I said, it has to be done, ex novo, so to speak, every single time. You can't rely on proceduralized abilities. On the other hand, I think you may have a point when you say that maybe early bilinguals, do it less. You see less of this phenomenon in early bilinguals because they've lived longer and they've had more experience of obviously of doing these kinds of operations. And so there is an element of proceduralization, to some extent. I said, pronouns, you can't talk about a fully proceduralized system that you apply in automatic because you can't. So that's why I expect that individual differences in executive functions are more visible at that level.
Okay, so you asked me the question how all these executive functions are related and whether there is a more linear or hierarchical relationship and how they also relate to speed of processing. So I think because of the dynamic nature of executive functions, the answer will depend always on the context. So we see from different studies that different tasks with different complexities and in different contexts tap into different executive functions. And depending on, for example, there is this very simple study by Kipeda and Munakata who showed that speed of processing tasks differ. The more complex they become, the more executive functions are involved. Although we are claiming that they are all measuring speed of processing, as they looked at the increase in complexity, more and more executive functions were involved. So I think that that's exactly the nature of this, the dynamic nature of these executive functions, that you see different combinations, and depending on in which context and at which complexity level you look at, you will see different patterns. And that's why I try to focus on patterns, and that's why I'm trying always to compare to baseline, because I don't think there is a straightforward answer to this. It will depend on the context. We see that speed of processing seems to be more important in some executive functions or more closely related to some than others. In our young adult study, where we matched monolingual and bilingual young adults on speed of processing, we saw that, for example, in monitoring, there was no difference once we matched them. There was a very big difference before we matched them on speed of processing, because some of the bilinguals were much faster than the monolinguals. That's why we started matching them. But once we matched them, there was no difference. However, for example, in proactive interference, we saw, even when we matched them in speed of processing, there was a large effect in proactive interference, even in reaction time. So there is something beyond that overall speed of processing there. So it seems that even this speed is not linearly related. Depending on different executive functions and contexts, it may play a different role. We also looked at some variables, and you showed, for example, SES. In the Hungarian study, and that wasn't the bilingual, in the monolingual children, we had very low SES children. And when we looked at their executive function performance on these tasks, interestingly, although in the language test they performed like typically developing kids, except for vocabulary, which we expect based on SES, in the executive function test, they perform more like language-impaired children, very poorly. So these all show a very dynamic relationship. And in, for example, young adults with dyslexia, going back to general cognitive functions, we saw that, for example, the Raven, because that's what you use, the Raven IQ in those individuals was highly predicted by some executive functions, but not by others. And the ones that predicted best was proactive interference. So,
can I just briefly answer another one of your points? You mentioned, the incomplete mastery shouldn't be underestimated. I completely agree. And certainly it may be a factor for children. For adults, although you can never rule it out, but in our studies, we recruited very advanced non-native speakers. So people, who can perhaps be said to have gone all the way, maybe not phonologically, but certainly in their mastery of, morphosyntax, vocabulary. These people sometimes pass for native speakers. And so we specialize, in fact, on these, extremely able people, and, we want to understand, well, on the assumption that they have a brain like everybody else, what makes it possible for these people to reach these very high levels of competence. And so, incomplete acquisition, certainly, they've had plenty of exposure, plenty of use. I mean, these are structures, they're not remote, arcane structures. I mean, if you use the language, you have to use them all the time.
Yeah, I just think when you're dealing with something that's that complex, and it is complex because the mapping is not straightforward, it'd be interesting to see it compared with other complex syntax performance, just to ferret that out.
We did, yes. In our studies of pronouns, we tested these people on, their performance on syntactic structures that correlate with Italian, with having, knowledge of Italian or the grammar of Italian. And there, we don't find a difference. At that level, they're absolutely native-like.
I have a couple of questions. While I'm forming my questions, people who would like to ask questions should feel free to go to the microphones. So I have two strategy-type questions of all of you, really. One of them connects with yesterday's talk by Naomi Friedman, where the strategy, and Naomi, if you're here and I get it wrong, feel free to correct me, where her strategy is to find tasks that, as much as possible, load onto a single executive function plus the common factor, or just the common factor. So I'm wondering what you think as a strategy of our, in fact, trying to find tasks that load on a single factor before we look at tasks that we know involve contributions from many executive functions, so that we can see what's happening on those tasks that are more unitary, and then how can we generalize from that. And my second question about strategy has to do with making use of different populations. So Clara mentioned, as did Antonella, that different groups not having anything to do with the bilingual, non-bilingual distinction may also vary in how they perform on some of these tasks. And we could use those groups potentially as comparison groups to try to get a little more handle on the situation, or also, as Antonella did, to look at very different kinds of bilinguals as a way of trying to understand better what's going on. So I don't think we can ever manipulate a whole bunch of variables at once and come up with an answer, but these are ways that we might be able to manipulate some variables in a more constrained way that might get us somewhere. So any of your thoughts about that?
Yes, thank you. In terms of whether we can find executive functions that really just measure particular components, we know that even the simple tasks involve several functions simultaneously, because there is always, when there is memory, there is always attention. There's just no way of separating these into single tasks. However, I think one way, and the way that we are trying to follow, is that if we use stepwise experimental manipulations, then from the differences across different manipulations and conditions, we can conclude something, that because we know that here we increased memory load versus here we increased interference, and here we increased sustained attention. And if we compare across these conditions and we try to keep everything experimentally controlled, then we can see some variations. I think every natural task involves several of these components, and what Naomi showed, that was a statistical analysis, the result of a statistical analysis. So that's different than looking at specifically experimentally these functions. I don't think we can really separate them completely, but I really think that following certain experimental manipulations is a good way to look at some of these relationships, at least.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I think one of the things that it's come out very clearly up to now in this conference is that there's perhaps a need to use different kinds of tasks and examine the convergence among these different measures rather than building everything on a particular task. Now, in Edinburgh, we've been using the subtests of the test of the TA, the test of everyday attention, that load on particular subcomponents of executive function. But arguably, we should supplement. Now we have a huge database. We've used that test with many hundreds of bilinguals, so we have some idea of variation. But I think we should really supplement that, look at a variety of measures and examine the convergence, because it's very difficult to identify precisely the subcomponent that you're interested in, and that's why the kind of account that I presented is methodologically fraught with difficulties, because it makes it harder to really look. If there is a trade-off, you need precise measures of what it is that enters the trade-off relationship. So I acknowledge this, and I can only learn how to do this best.
Can I just add, with regard to your second question about different populations, I think it's critical to answer these questions. I think both of these talks have been exemplary in trying to look at how the different population affects performance and what are the factors related to that affect performance. But also, I think we had a good model this morning with Albert Costa using disordered populations, where you can identify some disorder and see if you can find dissociation between performance on different factors.
Yes. Hello, Elinor Saeed Haddad from Bar-Ilan University. First of all, thank you for very interesting talks. As a linguist, I felt very much at home during Sorachi's talk, but in fact, my question is for Clara. One of your findings was that in addition to bilingualism, language use predicted differences in the bilingual advantage. And my question is, to what extent do you think this might be an artifact of the way bilingualism as a continuous variable was tested? Or are you really implying that there is the oral language component in the bilingual experience that might have some independent contribution to the equation and which has to be taken into account? The reason why I really I'm interested in that is related to my previous question, which I didn't get an answer for, and that's what do we expect to happen in a diglossic context like Arabic, in which the children do not, this is not a bilingual context, however, the children do engage in two varieties of the same language, but where there is asymmetry in how much oral language use is involved. So oral language is basically in the spoken language, but the standard language is the language of basically literacy and reading, basically. Indeed, there is a lot of, all the writing happens in the standard language. Of course, now there is electronic media and there is a lot of also writing in the spoken, but there is asymmetry in how much oral language use there is in the two varieties. And I was wondering whether in this context we expect different things to happen with respect to the bilingual advantage. I just have to say that when we talk about Arabic, we don't talk about a bilingual context, of course, but we do talk about two varieties of the same language, which are quite distinct from each other. They are related, but quite distinct. So in one of my studies, I show that a 5-year-old who speaks spoken Arabic, only 20% of the words that he speaks will be words that will retain their form in the standard language. And that's why if you read a story to him at the age of 5, he's not going to understand basically what the story is all about.
Okay, so I'm trying to answer in two different ways. One, based on our data, unfortunately, it's a very small sample, so I don't want really to draw like big conclusions because we need to test this further. It was quite surprising that very highly proficient children, some of them really use the weaker or one of their languages, not the dominant language, 10% of the time. So I was very surprised because I thought that these proficient children, because of the context where they live here in New York or in Romania, they use both languages pretty frequently. And it's interesting to see that there seems to be like a weaker correlation there between language proficiency and this language use in those children because they don't use it and still are very highly proficient. So that's an interesting question, why and how. Now, some of these children, for some of the children, English was first language. For some of the children, English was second language, but was still dominant. So for example, the Russian and the Spanish-speaking children in New York, their album was Russian or Spanish. But now they are in a school system. They are 8, 10 years old. They've been in the school system for 5, 6, 7 years. And so English is their dominant language, even though the other language was L1. So I think we need much more data to look at it. I'm pretty sure there is a relationship, and I'm also pretty sure, based on what we are seeing, that it's not one-on-one. So there is a more complex relationship. When you talked about the Arabic data, I was just thinking that one of the first benefits of being bilingual in the child language literature, especially in the early literature, was always that these children are more flexible because from early on they learn that, let's say, one object has different labels. And so they are not so referential than, let's say, the monolingual children whose mothers are, what is this, what is this, what is this? These children learn right from the beginning that there is no answer straightforward, what is this, because it depends on which language I'm using, right? So if you think about your bidialectal children, I think flexibility, whatever that means, must be very similar to these early bilingual children. But I really don't know much about it.
Hi, thank you for the interesting talk. I have a question to Dr. Sorachi. Oh, my name is Mihi from National University of Singapore. I was very interested in your the experimental results on the university language student. They perform better in the task compared to the other student without any language experiences. So I was just wondering if you look at any language learning mode, like formality, if it's a formal setting of language learning for your previous studies, like Italian, English, Spanish, English, those students, they have any experience in any formal learning of those languages. And because it's formal setting of language learning experience could enhance your metalinguistic awareness. And from my background, I'm doing L3 acquisition, and this formal language learning of the second language could actually help you to get better performance in the third language, and that can be inferred to, they can infer that they have better maybe executive function. So I'm just wondering if you have any interpretation of those formal setting of language learning experiences of your university language student, and also in addition that if the university language student is referring to the student who are studying linguistics, like having maybe metalinguistic awareness, metalinguistic knowledge, to maybe refer back to their first and second language to understand their language better. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a very interesting point. The short answer is no, we didn't, in all the studies we did, we studied late bilinguals who were highly proficient in both languages, who used both languages in their everyday life, which is not what typically happens to, low education level immigrants who, may actually discontinue the use of their native language in many cases. So these were all, highly educated and so on. So we don't have a point of comparison with these groups that you're talking about. If you're referring to the study on university students that I mentioned before, this was a study of university students who study for a language degree. And in the Scottish system, this is a 4-year degree, and the 3rd year has to be spent abroad in the country where the language is spoken. So we tested 1st-year students and 4th-year students. So the 4th-year students had just come back from this experience abroad, so they were highly fluent. And we compared them with students graduating, majoring in other non-language related degrees, so literature, for example. We tested them on a variety of cognitive functions and verbal fluency tasks. And as we expected, for verbal fluency, we found that the 4th-year university students are worse, so there is a decrease in verbal fluency associated with increased bilingualism and command of the second language. But for some aspects of executive function, there is a steeper, everybody improves, so that's good news, for university studies in general, but the language students improve. The improvement is steeper than for the literature students.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I just have a quick question regarding
Say who you are first.
Oh, hi. My name is Zoltan. I'm actually here at the conference, and I have a quick question regarding. Thanks. And I have a quick question regarding executive functioning and individuals with right hemisphere brain injuries, specific to writing. Have you looked at that population and how right hemisphere brain injuries impact their writing and organizational abilities, specifically bilingual individuals?
I haven't, so I haven't either. Sorry. Maybe somebody else in the audience is able to answer?
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Say who you are.
Yes, I'm Robert Remez from Colombia. And my question is, while not entirely innocent, it's not barbed. Antonella, when you were talking about the proficiency, the L2 proficiency of your subject, you mentioned that they're superb in every way except many of them are not competent phonologically. And I think what you probably meant was phonologically and phonetically. So I would like to propose a terminological distinction here, that anyone who's proficient bilingually, except phonologically in one of the languages, be referred to as incompletely bilingual. And that will be something that will engage those of us who understand that phonology is the best part. I'm sort of serious. But what I want to know is, suppose you broke out that group separately who were proficient in all aspects of language, including phonology and phonetics in their L2. Where would they fall in the performance range?
Okay, there are two. Okay, I'm not primarily interested in phonetics and phonology. I'm a syntactician.
I knew that. You know. I could tell that.
So we have a conflict of interest.
Some of us are. And
I know.
We want to press forward with this problem.
The thing is that, as you probably know, it's very, very difficult to find late bilinguals who are completely native-like phonetically and phonologically. So it's extremely difficult. I mean, these people exist. You know, no doubt about it. But unless we want to, you know, do a series of individual case studies, you know, those people are very, very difficult to find. Now, that creates problems, you know, for deciding, you know, when you screen people, you know, participants, how good are they? You give them proficiency tests, you know. In our case, you know, we had a series of judges, you know, who gave impressionistic judgments apart from the objective proficiency test, you know. We asked people, you know, well, do you think these people is native-like, or how native is it? And we mixed, you know, their speech with speech from native speakers, so they didn't know who they were listening to. Clearly, foreign accent is the first thing that is heard, right? I mean, it's very salient, and that tends to bias judgments about other aspects of proficiency. So it's a serious methodological problem that I don't have a perfect solution for. Yes.
Well, so I think someone will work this out. I know of I know of one individual of whom you speak who would have been perfect for a case study. They say that Roman Jakobson spoke 100 languages, each of them Russian. If only we could have gotten the measures.
Okay.
Hi, Enrica Picando, University of Toronto. I'm very happy to have been here 2 days because I saw a movement. I'm in education, I'm not in psychology or linguistics, but I can see, and I work on bilingualism, but more on plurilingualism. I'm very happy that I have seen a kind of pattern towards openness, starting yesterday with Jennifer's presentation, when at the end she asked, we should have asked the frequency and use of both languages, and not only the age of acquisition, but also the when and the how the language was acquired. And today we went 2 steps further with the discussant of the first group, saying that we really need to keep into consideration many aspects, and he mentioned some. And I think we went another step further now with this panel, especially when you talked about reciprocal influence and bridges that we should probably construct. I was a bit surprised to hear this last question when we talked about a perfect bilingual. Is there anything as a perfect bilingual, or is there anything as a perfect monolingual? And I think that this is one of the main points, because in the entire conference, I haven't heard much, at least, maybe correct me if I misunderstood or I was absent-minded for a while, but I haven't heard any real definition of what a bilingual is and the criteria upon which this definition is constructed, and also how this proficiency, which is a bit the elephant in the room, has been defined and measured before going into the studies. But I would add just a couple of things from our domain, like the way you have been taught the language plays a huge role, but also the representation of the language, I mean the social representation. What kind of immigrant are you? What is your relationship with that language? Do you like that language, or do you leave that language as the language of the oppressor? And so you're resistant towards that language. Were you allowed to code switch both at home and in your education, or was it seen as a kind of contamination of, unfortunately, the still existing pure vision of the native speaker as the personification of all the virtues? So it's just, it's not a real question, but it's just a hope. As somebody has said in a previous question, I moved from depression to hope. I did the same, and I'm hoping to see this kind of bridges that you mentioned, taking into account all these aspects because in education, we look a lot at your research, and it's a kind of important thing for us to know if we are going on the right track, in the right direction or not. Because then, yes, this is an influence on policymakers and educators and so on and so forth. So it's for us particularly important to have this kind of multiple indications and not just a yes or no question or answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Can I just answer? I'll answer as a researcher first, and then as a person who does, as I said, a lot of public engagement, and I talk to real people, non-academics all the time, in all kinds of sectors. So I hear what their questions are and what their understanding of bilingualism is and what their misconceptions are all the time. So, but as a researcher, I think you're absolutely right that, we need to take into account, all the factors, the variables that you mentioned. We try to measure these, obviously, how can you measure these variables? You try to collect as much information as you can through, background questionnaires. If you work with children, obviously you have to get this information from the parents. We developed very sort of complex and detailed questionnaires for parents that give us an idea not just about the quantity of exposure that the child had to languages, but also the quality of exposure, so what did they do? How many speakers speak this language to the children? Do they hear it only at school? Do they hear it only at home? Do they switch all the time, or do they live in a diglossic environment? All these factors are very important, and we certainly need to get enough information about them. Then we need to understand how they interact, with the research questions that we're addressing, right? The second question, the perfect bilingual, yes, bilinguals are not the sum of two monolinguals. And I think, there is really a direction of research that is trying to explore that very actively now. So maybe really we should try to see bilingualism in terms of engaging or requiring some kind of reconfiguration. Well, in the case of a child who grows up with two languages, their brain or, their general cognitive systems won't be identical to a child who grows up only with one language, right? And we're talking about broad effects here, beyond the terms advantage or disadvantage, which, as I said, makes sense only if you keep this monolingual comparison in mind. So as a public engagement person, when people ask me, how many hours, typically, how many hours is enough to become bilingual? It's impossible to answer that question, right? Because it depends what people do in those hours. It's not just, 4 hours a week guaranteed that your child will become bilingual. It's absurd, right? But people start from those misconceptions, so it's up to us to, to give them enough information so that they can have realistic expectations. Now, I say a bilingual is not someone who's perfect in both languages, but it's someone who knows and uses both languages on a regular basis. There's always a language that may be a lot ahead from compared to the other, or just slightly ahead, depending on the circumstances, and the relative balance between the two languages can and does change.
I just want to follow up, and I think all these variables you mentioned, and these are very valid concerns, and it sounded like a summary of the conference almost. I just want to say something about proficiency, that I completely agree. We don't have sensitive proficiency measures. We are using all kinds of proficiency measures. There are 2 doctoral students right now in our program who have used different proficiency measures. One was Eve Higby, who I think, if I'm correct, she compared 6 different measures of language proficiency, the same individuals, and she didn't find correlation across all of them. So, and Jang Mi-yoon is just writing her dissertation where she looked at a little bit more objectively proficiency by using a synonym naming task. And also from the same participants, these were young adults, she asked how they rate their own proficiency, and there's no correlation between the two. So they perform differently when we measure them than what they are saying, how they think their proficiency is. So actually that would be very important to have somewhat more objective measures, particularly in children where we are relying on parents. And for example, in the Romanian study, the parents said 3 different things, and we know that all these children were very, very similar in Romanian because they had to use it every day.
Okay, on that happy note, we will have a coffee break until 3:50. Let's thank our speakers.
She was so supportive. Yeah, thank you so much.
Despite the fact that she got incomplete slides. Oh, it's not what she means. Sorry.
Thank you.
No, but it was good. I think I will.
Well, I don't know if it's the same. Is this this charger? No, I can show you. Solve the issue.
I have one in my office if you need it.
But the point is, what the new thing about
So if that doesn't work, I can go up.
then that's wonderful. Yeah, that's wonderful. So Clara has a charger if there are any problems.
So we can plug it in right there?
Yeah. So then. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Because it's more than yesterday, right?
Oh, yeah, it is. It is.
So we're good?
Yeah, so this is to go forward, this is
Yeah.
to go backward, and this is.
Beautiful.
Let's check.
Beautiful.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
You're all
Okay.
set. Yeah.
Because the
Thomas,
You want
let's.
me to eject that?
Yes.
Get it ready?
Så jag har sendt den og bedt dem om å
really kind. And the problem is Mark, right, so let's pan which is the same as mine. Okay, so if I may, exactly right, you have here, so I'm back in Swedish.
So did you get my second email to you?
No,
No?
I didn't look at emails.
Good.
Oh, okay, so you changed your topic.
I didn't change it. I just added. I didn't
Oh.
change anything.
Okay.
I put more.
No, I didn't get on email today.
Good for you.
You know, I feel Bill Gates said that he was not going to be on email all the time, and I feel Bill Gates is not on email all the time. Certainly, Lynn Hasher doesn't have to be on email.
So he's going to go first and use his back?
Right. And
Okay.
Oh, he needs it
You'll
back.
switch me
I'll
over.
switch back, not a problem.
Okay. All right. And here's my, right?
I don't have any hard questions.
Ja, vet du vem den andra, den
Jeg
nye?
har spurt vedkommende. Okay.
So I, oh, no, men det er et faktum at Helge ikke skal fortsette, det er det som er.
I think you're for C.
Where are you?
This is one.
Ja.
Okay. Because it's a 2000. But this is what people will see. You will see both. Great.
Yeah, I'll point out who I am.
Fantastic. And I'll
Thank
switch
you
you
very
just
much.
to make sure you're good. Okay. Thank you very much. There. We have it.
No, in the mail. Oh, okay, you're right. Okay. And that way, there were hours
Yes, we'll stay in touch. Thomas.
Clara is coming down with the. But I mean, I think we can put. I mean, I still have 50%, so it might work, but it will be just a little bit embarrassing if it goes off.
That's fine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible. That would be lovely.
I've been practicing for 2 days.
That's fantastic.
See? All right.
Okay, I don't need this.
So you just close it.
51, and then so I can quickly check if everything works. Okay, which I hope. That's fantastic because you see, it does make a difference.
Yep, beautiful.
Yeah, and okay, so
Good.
a lot of visuals.
Beautiful. I'm a visual person.
Well, I think the point is, particularly people will be tired.
Yeah.
With so many facts. So having some
Visuals will alleviate the cognitive load.
the great thing is it shows you also how much time you have spoken. So I don't need any reminder, which is extremely
Good. But, still keep an eye on us just in case.
Okay, so that's perfect. Okay, can I? So it all works perfectly.
Yeah, you just close it and then we'll wake it up.
Here's a charger, if this works.
That's perfect. No, that's the perfect one. So if we can connect. Oh gosh, you saved me. I mean,
It's charging,
yes,
yeah.
perfect. It's charging. Wonderful. Okay, so now I can just. Can I close it? I mean,
Yeah, maximize it so it's full screen. It will be easier for you to.
Yeah. Or I can practically leave it like this.
Yeah, you can just.
Because then, I mean,
You can put it already in the presentation mode and just come back and.
yeah, but the time will not start.
Oh, the time will start.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So don't do it.
Okay, so let's. No, so let's close. Where's the closing bit? Gosh, now here. Okay, so now it's perfect.
Beautiful.
Sweet.
All right.
Thank you so much. Okay.
You're good.
Ooh, excellent.
I was going to ask you, I sent a message when you were probably sick. So we have a generous offer from the linguistic approach to bilingualism, which is.
Oh, I answered it already. Oh, yes?
So would you be able
Of course. No. I said it's a fantastic idea. I thought I have answered. Well, I am not free of false memories as any human. So I thought, I mean, the point is, I mean, I was very unwell in March, so in that time I have really lost a lot of information. But I said, no, I think it's a fantastic idea. I would be very, very happy to contribute.
It will work with you in terms of some flexibility, in terms of time. You do have a relatively tight schedule.
Yeah, but the point is not. I think the time scale is a good idea because these are hot things. So in a way, if they come out, you see, in Polish we have a saying. No, you speak Russian, I assume, or yeah, I don't know.
Jeszcze polskie nazwy?
You see, я говорю немножко по-русски, но забыл. But I mean, in Polish we have the saying "musztarda po obiedzie," "musztarda after the meal." I don't know if you have the same saying in Russian. So if something comes, people have finished the dessert, and someone say, "Oh, here is the musztarda." So I think if we wait like 2 years, it will be musztarda po obiedzie. So and the second point is, I think summer is the best time to write things because once. So I think I can commit myself. Once comes September, I will be off because in September I'm chairing a kind of a big grant meeting in Finland. Then which will be an exciting event. And then there is the World Congress of Neurology in Chile, where I co-organize a lot of things and so on. So practically between September and December we'll do that.
What's going to happen on Thursday? We will have the complete record of and we'll send that to you.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll help you perhaps write 1,000 words.
I think it's a great idea. It's a great idea. Sorry, I thought I have written, but anyway, I might have, you know.
No, it's
So,
all-
but anyway, no, absolutely. No, I think it's a great idea. I was just wondering, 4 speakers, isn't that an exception that we can have some water?
I'm going to bring more.
There is one. Okay, perfect.
This one is unopened. This is a new one. Yes, so
Okay,
this
so I
is
can
for
use
you.
it. Perfect.
And I'll
Okay,
bring more.
because no, if I speak for 50 minutes, then
Yeah.
it is.
I'll bring more.
It is quite nice to. Fantastic. That's very helpful. Long speaking make the throw. Yeah, no, it's just don't worry.
Yes, yes, but
Yeah, I do today.
Yes?
So, down till I go through all the. All right. Maybe, I don't know if you can use it. Yeah, I'm just not sure. So, I'm wondering if there's some point. Well, people are streaming in. Welcome to the third and final session of day 2 before the summary and synthesis. This session is on older adults, and we have, as usual, 3 speakers, 2 speakers and a discussant. The first speaker is Thomas Bach from the University of Edinburgh. He's a researcher in the School of Philosophy, Psychology, and Language Sciences. He's an expert on the relationship between language, cognition, and motor function. An article on which he is a co-author has attracted attention as the first large-scale study of positive effects of bilingualism on delaying onset of dementia independent of education, occupation, and literacy in a country that has a great deal of bilingualism, namely India. Our second speaker is Jakob Stern. He is professor of neuropsychology in the Department of Neurology and the Taub Institute for Research on Alzheimer's Disease and the Aging Brain. You saw him yesterday, and his avatar is Jennifer Manley. He is the author of the Cognitive Reserve Theory in Aging Research. His team explores the factors that make older adults more resistant to cognitive decline, as well as the cognitive, behavioral, and neurological features that slow down progression of Alzheimer's disease. The discussant is Lynn Hasher from the University of Toronto. She's professor of psychology and a senior scientist at the Rotman Research Institute at Baycrest Center. She's an expert in gerontology research with a focus on the role that basic attentional processes play in the ability to understand language and remember events. Her recent publications address distraction, cognitive control, and suppression of interference in aging. So we'll have the usual format, all three speakers, followed by discussion. Thomas.
Well, first I would like very much to thank Virginia and Irina for coming up with such a wonderful idea of this event, and secondly for inviting me to it. I have to say it's a great pleasure to be here, great mental stimulation, all the discussions that we are having. A moment, oh, what's happening? And also a great occasion to see a little bit of New York art. So tomorrow I have still a day free, so I thought I will go to MoMA and possibly, well, Guggenheim Museum is closed, I think, at the moment. But why am I showing these two pictures? Pardon? You can't hear? Yeah? Okay. So why am I showing these two pictures? Because it appears to me already, well, it appeared to me when I was reading the program, that we have here kind of two different cultures, two different approaches coming together. And if you look, I mean, these are, by the way, pictures by Pete Mondrian and Pollock Jackson. Both of them spent much of their life and died in New York, and both of the pictures are in MoMA. And you can see they are kind of different worlds there, aren't they? And I thought, rather than having a fight about two different camps, maybe we could see two different approaches as being radically different and yet both having their reason of existence and in fact contributing something meaningful. So to start with, I think yesterday and even a little bit today, we had a little bit of the, I would say, idealistic approach. Bilingualism as an early, simultaneous, balanced one, and executive functions as being something very specific. So in a way, I could say maybe this picture is a kind of nice model of executive functions. We have some inhibition, we have some switching, we have some updating, and of course in between we have nothing. So very, very nice, clear model. And in fact, I heard yesterday many people speaking about task purity and impurity. It sounded almost like having some kind of Vedic ritual being prepared. Now, in contrast, medicine is messy. And it is even more messy now than it was 100 years ago, because then we had monocausal infections. Now we have polymorbidity. Most patients coming to us, and particularly elderly, and that's the area about which I will be speaking, and I think Jakob as well, will have very often a combination of different things. So we have an interaction of different pathological mechanisms, neurodegeneration, inflammation, infection. We have an interaction of genetic and environmental components. We have an interplay of risk factors and of protective factors, such as hypertension, diabetes, diet, exercise. So in a way, it is rather like a picture by Jackson Pollock, where in this chaos we are trying to find some patterns. So a very, very different approach, which is dictated by the very nature of the subject we are studying. And very often theories follow empirical findings. So here we have Alexander Fleming, who discovered penicillin, as we all know. He didn't have a great theory when he did it, but after the discovery, there was intense work and the theory came thereafter. And that also shows, I mean, in a way, if I would now ask the question, are antibiotics efficient in treating infection? that would not make sense medically. It depends which infection, which antibiotics, which doses, how often do you give them, how long, and so on and so on. So from this point of view, I think the medical thinking has to be always including a lot of different factors, otherwise we might as well give it up. So if it comes to bilingualism, I think we are interested in many more things, not only in age of acquisition and in proficiency and dominance, very much in language use, and that will be something which I was very, very happy to hear in Clara's talk earlier today, and something that will very much feature high in my talk, and of course in the social context as well. Executive functions, well, we have many functions, so in fact I would say for me it's not about executive function, it's functions, I would always use it in plural, and they interact with each other and they interact with other things like with memory. And if we look at dementias, again, I put an S because there are many different syndromes, even within them there are subtypes, we have also mixed pathology. So I would say that different studies are bound to produce different results, depending on subjects, on diseases, on measures, and on environment in which they are conducted. And to go further, I would say that medicine is an exercise in humbleness, because medicine is always exercise in failure. Now, all our patients one day will die, every single of them. So that means we can prolong lives, we can make them hopefully better in the quality of life, but we are not almighty, and I think that is something which every medic has to recognize in the very beginning. So as medics typically do, let me tell you first the bad and then the good news about bilingualism. So the bad news first. Bilingualism doesn't give us immortality. I wish it could, and I'm sure many of you came here with this hope. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. It is not even the fountain of youth. Here you can see the first governor of Puerto Rico, Juan Ponce de Leon, who went on the search for the fountain of youth. And here about the same time, you found a picture by Lucas Cranach, who was kind of showing this lovely place where you go into the water, you come out, and you are 50 years younger. Now, again, it would be lovely. I don't think it is the case. But I have to say, I have to disappoint you even more. Not all claims made about bilingualism are correct. For instance, this one is extremely interesting, but I would like to warn all of you who want to go in detail into this research, there are considerable methodological problems, which unfortunately our methodology panel yesterday didn't touch upon. How do we want to measure reliably the quality of lovers? So, as I say, there are a lot of disappointments, and I want to start putting them. However, there are some good news as well. And here I have to acknowledge my daughter for posing for these nice pictures. There is no need to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Not everything written on bilingualism and cognition is complete rubbish. And if you see these two pictures, you notice that I think some of us, or some of the researchers at the moment, are so busy throwing out the baby that they completely forgotten the bathwater. So let us look at it in a little bit more detail. There are, of course, multiple factors which influence the results of bilingualism studies. And I would first try to classify them, simply for the sake of simplicity, into the differences within bilinguals. So here we have different apples, and then into differences between mono and bilinguals, and here we have the famous apples and oranges. So here we have age of acquisition, proficiency, and as I will stress on many occasions during my talk, the patterns of use. And then later on, I will come to the comparison of mono and bilinguals to issues like immigration, education, SAS, lifestyle, and intelligence, of which have been mentioned earlier today. So I have to acknowledge all the speakers, previous speakers, who set up the scene so very, very, very well. Okay, so let's start with the type of bilingualism. And here, again, the discussion to previous session fits it nicely. I do not believe, or let's say I'm not interested in perfect bilinguals. So here you would have the kind of perfect bilingual, my daughter with 3 languages, with a perfect monolingual, her mother, who despite 50 years in Barcelona still doesn't speak a word of Catalan. So that's the kind of classical contrast. But in reality, and here it's me, well, what about people who, like me, missed all the critical periods? I have no hope whatsoever to have any significant inflectional morphology priming. Awful. Someone who has never reached perfection, as you can easily hear from my accent. I love the comment of Jakobson because I could say about myself, I speak 7 languages, all of them Polish. Someone who is not perfectly balanced, linguistically, I hasten to add, with some domain specifically used. So for me, Spanish and Polish are languages at home, and German and English would be the languages at work. And it works in everyday life. So as I say, I spend most of the time at work speaking English, where I learned in my 30s, and at home speaking Spanish, where I learned in my 40s. But the question is, does it have any implications on cognition? So this is the type of bilingualism I am genuinely interested in. And here's the study which I can go through very fast because Antonella mentioned that, which was published in Cognition this year with the Edinburgh students. What I want to stress just is that there are 2 reasons, at least, why we have chosen test of everyday attention as our test for these experiments. One is because as I moved into the area of bilingualism, which was relatively recently, only about 2 years ago, and I was struck by the fact that the vast majority of tests are using visual material, whereas language is primarily an auditory phenomenon. Of course, we have written language as well, but still, I would say the primary experience is auditory. So I thought, why don't we use some auditory test? And then, from my clinical experience, I thought, why don't we move into this test of everyday attention, because this is a clinically very valid test. So now we see I'm coming from Jackson Pollock, not from Piet Mondrian. So I'm not interested in a fine test that isolates a function. I'm interested in a test which has ecological validity. And test of everyday attention has been used in dozens of studies of neurorehabilitation and so on, and we know that it correlates with recovery from brain trauma and so on and so on. So because I have primarily practical interests, it seemed to me a very, very useful test. And that's exactly what we see. And I don't know if Randy is here, but I hope it should satisfy your things yesterday, idea. There were no differences between language and non-language students in the first year. In the 4th year, the 2 groups were significantly different. But then, of course, I want to push things, and I have to admit, a little bit impatient person. So I don't want to wait 4 years to kind of retest the students. So I want to find out whether the effects like this can be found firstly in older participants, and then secondly, after 1 week of an intensive course of a very strange and difficult language, namely Gaelic, Scottish Gaelic. Gaelic is the Irish, Gaelic is the Scottish version. And I have to say, to our surprise almost, we had 33 participants in a course of Gaelic in Salmor Ostak in the Isle of Skye. So you can see here Maddie Long, who did most of the study, and the place which it was done. We found that after this 1 week, there was no difference in the first 2 subtests, mainly because of ceiling effects. But again, the 2 groups were not that was the control group, by the way, in which we had both active and passive control groups. So some people did intensive courses, but with non-language related things. There was a significant difference after 1 week. And importantly, it was in all age groups, from 18 till 78. So we have also elderly people, and in fact, they performed as well as the others. So there was an improvement in the switching task. But then you can say, well, that's fine. After 1 week, probably 3 days later, everything is gone. That's what we thought as well. But Maddie is a very, very good and hardworking student. And she said, I will try to follow up some of those people. Not very easy, because some of them live in US, in Finland, and so on. But she managed to get more than half of them and did a 9 months follow-up. And as it happened, we asked, of course, the people whether they are practicing any Gaelic. And conveniently, about half of them practiced none or up to 4 hours maximum, and others really went into it from 5 to 22.5 hours. Now you can say, well, maybe those who practiced more were those who were better in attentional baseline, so in a way they are the better people. There is absolutely no difference in these groups, 55 out of 100 versus 50 out of 100. However, after 9 months, those who practiced 5 hours or more, all of them had an improvement compared to baseline, whereas in this group, we had a very mixed picture. So that's a very important point, is I'm not claiming that there was no improvement in the other group, because some people improved. There are many ways of improving these functions. Language is only one of them. So I agree. So I already want to say immediately, if this comes as a question, I agree absolutely there are many ways in which executive functions can be trained, but language is one of them. So I'm not saying that in this group we have not improved. We have a very, very good pattern, but we have a consistent improvement in the other group. Those of you who are very upset about small numbers, I will have big, big ends later in this talk, don't worry. Now here another study, which I find insofar interesting because I'm doing it with someone who has, I would say, slightly different ideological position to mine, and I think there is nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think it should be done more often. So here we went again to Western Isles, and that is Angela de Bruin, and that's Sergio de la Sala, and that is the Isle of Lewis. And what we have there is a kind of practical experiment of nature. Namely, all people who are now over 65 will have had more or less the same pattern of acquisition when they were young. They spoke Gaelic at home and in the community because that's what people did in that area, and they spoke English at school or at work because you would be beaten in school for speaking Gaelic, so there was not much choice. In later life, it diverged. Some of them continue using both languages, others spoke only English, and here we're interested whether there's any difference, not just about monolinguals and bilinguals, but about the active and non-active one. And here is some result where I think, I'm sure if Sergio would give this talk, he would have slightly different conclusions, but what we find is that on switching, there was no difference on Simon task, and on Tower of London, where we did not expect any difference. So in fact, we added this test because we wanted to make sure that there is not some kind of general effect. And here we find the difference in switching costs was only for active bilinguals. Now, if you go the word of Sergio, you would say, well, there was not significant difference here. But if you look at the whole curve, you will find that the bilinguals, the active bilinguals, they were slightly slower if there was the same same type of stimulus, and faster if it was different. So in a way, they were preparing themselves. They were expecting the stimuli to be different, which of course slows you down in one, but fastens you up in the other occasion. And I think that's for me a good example why we have so many conflicting results, because they are always the one way of analyzing the data. But now let me come to what I think is even more interesting topic, and these are the confounding variables. Now, first to start with, to be honest, I don't like the term confounding. It's fine, but it comes from a kind of Mondrian, not from Pollock tradition. It's very much, we want to have this pure thing and we don't want to have something else. I would say interacting variables, because as I say, coming from medicine, I expect things to interact. I don't expect to get anything pure. And there are a lot of variables which can be unevenly distributed between mono and bilinguals. And I agree again, absolutely, with all critics of the bilingualist work, as was pointed out this morning, that many of these effects can produce bilingualism effects where they do not exist. However, we should be honest enough intellectually to admit that it goes both directions. So all they can mask existing differences where they do exist. So in fact, you can have effects where there is no confounding variable and then you find what it is. You can have an effect where in fact there's an exaggeration of this difference because of confounding variable, but you could also have an effect where you don't find any difference because the confounding variable works in the opposite direction. And I think that's pretty obvious simply from logical thinking. So if we speak about these interacting variables, we should always bear in mind that they can not only produce false effects, they can also mask real effects. Now, one of the things which keeps repeated again and again is immigration, and I think that is indeed a very interesting issue. So we heard yesterday about healthy migrant effect, and even about the idea that this can go into second generation if, let's say, there are genetic advantages. So logically, it could go even into third or fourth. However, immigration can also be connected with negative experiences. Very often people went through traumatic experiences before arriving in the country. Very often they might have socioeconomic disadvantages. And in fact, there is research, at least in the UK, showing that they are at increased risk of psychiatric diseases. So from this point of view, immigration is not just a very simple phenomenon. It has positive and negative effects, and I think we have to pay attention to both. And further, immigration can be associated with both mono and bilingualism. So of course in the United States, the idea is very clearly that bilingualism is associated with immigration and monolingualism with the autochthonous population. But for instance, in the UK, we have a very different situation. So if you go to the so-called Celtic French, like Wales, or like Western Isles of Scotland, you will find exactly the opposite pattern. So in fact, the autochthonous population is bilingual, and the monolinguals usually come from very often upper middle class families which went after retirement or whatever, once they could afford it, which moved from England into Wales and Scotland in the search of a more natural environment and so on and so on. So from this point of view, again, as I mentioned in the previous slide, immigration can produce maybe an artificial bilingualism effect, but also it can hide an effect when it is there. Now, the easiest thing, of course, to approach is why don't go to a place where immigration doesn't play a role? And that's why I went to Hyderabad. So in Hyderabad has been a multilingual place for at least the last 500 years, probably 1,500 years. So I would say reasonably long-standing. And so if there was immigration there, then we have to honestly say we are all immigrants out of Africa by about 100,000 years. So I think that's probably as little immigrant as you can get. It's a place where bilingualism is frequent, but, and that was a very important point that Alberto made, it is not ubiquitous. So it's not like Barcelona where it's difficult to find monolinguals. In Hyderabad, you can easily find both. As I say, it's established for centuries, and they are languages which are also typologically very different. It is not associated with immigration and ethnic status. And also another reason why we went there is because there is an excellent clinical service. So you have an interdisciplinary dementia clinic which was built up according to Cambridge, so to say, model of John Hodges. They are standardized cognitive tests, standardized in all local languages, including a special version for illiterates, which has been standardized for illiterates. And you have multilingual staff so that every patient can be assessed in his or her preferred language, because there will be always a staff member who can speak it. And what we found in the neurology paper 2013 was 648 patients, so I hope a reasonable N, 60% of them bilingual, which is exactly what you would expect from the general census. So it means the bilinguals were neither under nor over represented in this cohort. And again, as a remark to the previous discussants, it was defined through ability to communicate. So I'm interested in bilingualism as a communicative act, not as a perfect knowledge of a language. And indeed, we found that bilinguals developed dementia over 4 years later than monolinguals. So very, very similar result as the study in Toronto. So from this point of view, I know that some people are extremely attached to the idea of immigration explaining the effects. But in between, there are other studies I will show later, my study from Edinburgh, where immigration also doesn't play a role. There are studies from Luxembourg, there are studies from Ghent in Belgium. I think it is flogging a dead horse. This is simply has been sorted out because we can go to other places and to studies where bilingualism and immigration are not confounded. We found, and that will become interesting and important in a moment, biggest effects in frontotemporal dementia, then Alzheimer's and vascular, and less so in dementia with Lewy bodies. And that's interesting, we did not find additional effects of more than 2 languages, which is in contrast to many previous studies. We expected some, and I would say I would have some vested interest myself that we find some. There was a study by Cavey from Israel showing a nice effect, Chertko in Montreal. We didn't. So, how to deal with conflicting evidence? Now I want to have a kind of short discourse about 3 different ways of coping with it. The first is very intuitive. I am right and you are wrong. So obviously our results must be correct, and if you have other results, it is your job to explain why your results are different from mine. Now I have to say this method has been extensively piloted in marriages around the world, millions of examples. My personal experience is it's not the best way forward. Okay, what else can we do? Option 2, very much practiced in our field and in the last 2 days, is self-flagellation. We have a lot of tradition in Christian Western countries, but also here Hyderabad, the Ashura procession during Muharram, the Shia holiday. So mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Basically, we are all so terribly conflated by all these factors. Well, now, today morning we had a hint at a certain paper, to which I want to allude now, of De Bruin and al., of which I hasten to add I am not the author, which claimed that there is a particular publication bias in bilingualism. Now, let us go back a little bit in time, and that's something where I am absolutely in line with Raymond Klein. I think it's very nice to learn history. In 1959, Theodore Sterling observed that about 95% of papers he found in different psychological journals confirm the hypothesis. And it almost never appeared that something would be a negative finding. And he said, well, it is not necessarily probable that really people get it all correctly. But then he ends with a very interesting sentence. It would be unfair to close with the impression that the malpractices discussed here are the private domain of psychology. A few minutes of browsing through experimental journals in biology, chemistry, medicine, physiology, or sociology show that the same usages are widespread throughout the sciences. So, is it true that this is a particular problem of bilingualism? Well, let me take you a quick metaphor. Imagine you are looking for a nice place in British Isles. Of course, I will recommend you Edinburgh. Beautiful place here, the sunset over Calton Hill, castle in the background. But then you might find some friend coming and saying, well, what you get in reality is this. It always rains in Edinburgh. Well, in Edinburgh, we have 4.3 millimeters precipitation a year. Now, is it a lot or is it little? I ask you. Depends, exactly. In New York, it's 1,268.5. So compared to New York, in fact, we are pretty dry. So now, let's look at the paper of De Bruin. They found, on the basis of 104 abstracts, that 63 positive results were published and 36 were not. If you look at the biggest study in medicine I know of, Easterbrook, 487, and much more systematic because they were looking at all people who got grants, so you could really trace exactly down the money for research. 68% were published of positive results, 7 only of negative results. So if anything, there is a bias towards more negative results in bilingualism than in other areas. If we don't compare it with anything else, we have a completely meaningless, it's like a number of precipitation if you don't compare it with anything else. Okay, so what is my option? So you'll probably realize that I'm not very happy with either option 1 or option 2. Well, let me take you to another metaphor. Imagine that I want to do an experiment, an extremely simple physical experiment. I want to find out what is the boiling point of water. Very simple, physical. I do it in New York and I find 100% Celsius. Sorry, I'm sure some of you will know how much it is in Fahrenheit. I don't think in Fahrenheit, but anyway, 100 Celsius. Fine. But then, I'm not quite sure. I think, well, is it really universally true? So I asked some friends in San Francisco and maybe in Amsterdam or Bangor or Barcelona to measure the same, and they all say, yes, it's 100 degrees Celsius. Fine. Isn't it clear? And then I hear that someone from Quito in Ecuador found it's 96. Well, the natural result is they are not very advanced there. Maybe the technology is bad. Or maybe it's Southern Hemisphere, different rules, and so on. There is a certain level of arrogance in research as well. A little bit. Okay, well, but now imagine that I go to Addis Ababa and Lhasa, which are both in the Northern Hemisphere, and all of them report something around 96, 97. Now, most of you will already get the point. It's the question of altitude. Now, of course, the higher altitude you go, the lower point will be. If you go to Mount Everest, it will be 90 degrees. So the important thing of this is, it doesn't matter how many experiments you have done in those 3 places, they will not tell you universal truths. You can have 500 studies of 1,500 boiling kettles in San Francisco. It doesn't mean it will be universally true. You have to compare it with other conditions. And I am very, very skeptical, and that comes to today morning as well, to all this meta-analysis, because, Albert Costa said something extremely clever, as he usually does. He said today morning, well, I think meta-analysis is fantastic as long as you put all the important variables in it. The point is, and sorry if I'm a radical agnostic, I don't think we will ever know all the important variables. Science is about trying to find out these variables. We can put all that we know of, but there might always be some that we cannot think about. And that's why I think, and here we have a very nice citation from the Zachodne paper, which was presented yesterday. We believe that our results show only to be generalized to Spanish-speaking immigrants who learn English as adults. So in a way, that is for me proper attitude. We found these results, and now we have to look whether they compare with something else. So now coming back after this discourse, to the non-finding of multiple languages in Hyderabad, what we did is exactly what I think we should do, sitting together at the meeting, or in Hyderabad as it happened, of the World Federation of Neurology Research Group on Aphasia and Cognitive Disorders, and we discussed why we had different results from Montreal, from Tel Aviv, and from Hyderabad. And our hypothesis, it's still hypothesis, but I hope we'll be able to test it with time, is that it could have something to do with different social-linguistic context. There are different switching behaviors in different places. So in Hyderabad, if you speak two languages, the whole place switches so often that with two languages, you are practically at ceiling. You will be switching with people all the time. If you are in a place which is primarily monolingual, and bilingual, the more languages you speak, the more chance it will give you to switch. I'm not sure if it's a true explanation, but at least this is an approach, or this is an attempt to find out why different groups found different results without arguing that I am right and you are wrong. Now, another nice point, shortly after this paper, we got a very nice comment by Professor Mortimer, an epidemiologist from Florida, who said, well, could the bilingual delay be due to a lower mortality in the bilingual group? Very, very valid point. So maybe if generally bilinguals live longer, then maybe you will find this attenuation. Now, what we did is, and now it becomes important why we look at different types of dementia. Because age of presentation is different in different types of dementia. In FTD, it's the youngest, followed by VAD, followed by Alzheimer, followed by dementia with Lewy bodies. Now, if that would be an effect of mortality, you would expect the older the group, the bigger their effect. In reality, it was exactly the opposite. Okay, so I mentioned now that even within frontotemporal dementia, there are different subtypes, and that is something which we are doing at the moment. So we are looking at these different subtypes, and we find that there is only a significant difference in the age of onset of frontal behavioral variant of FTD, but not in progressive aphasias. Now, this might sound at first sight strange, but in fact it feels very nicely with a lot of research in bilingualism showing that bilingualism can have some negative results on language. So in fact, it does not prevent you from having aphasia. You might have the same frequency. And in fact, to make it even more complicated, there is one disease which seems to be more common in bilinguals and monolinguals, and that's semantic dementia. Now, this could be simply an artifact, but it could be that it is some kind of risk marker. I would say, as a medic, if something works, then I expect it to have some side effects. So who knows, maybe this slightly higher risk of semantic dementia, which is an extremely rare disease, could be some kind of risk marker connected with bilingualism. I don't know, we are working on that. I think it's a very interesting question for me. Now, there have been big debates after this paper with conflicting evidence, as we noticed yesterday from the presentation streamed by Jennifer Manley, from that some dementia studies find a delaying effect, others don't. And there is a question, memory clinic versus community studies, and there is a question of dementia age onset versus age of diagnosis. So in a way, age of onset is always a little bit subjective because you ask patients, you ask the family, and maybe there is some kind of bias although it would have to be a very systematic bias that all bilinguals report, so to say, a much later onset. But I mean, there are studies like Woumans from Ghent in Belgium showing that the difference in age of diagnosis, if anything, is larger than that of onset. And another way how we can maybe study this question is to move to study another diagnosis. So here we have some very fresh data in preparation from Hyderabad again, and that is stroke. We looked at 108 stroke patients, so again, I would say quite a reasonable N. Again, 255 monolinguals, 353 bilinguals, 60-40, the typical Hyderabad proportion. Now, the prediction is following. If any difference is due to difference in lifestyle risk factors, bilinguals being simply healthier, then I would expect a later age of stroke because they would be prevented. I mean, it would be something later. However, if the difference is in cognitive reserve, I would expect the same age of stroke, but different outcome. And that's exactly what we found. There was no difference, I mean, 56 versus 56.5 in age of stroke with 10 years standard deviation, so P of 0.7 or whatever, absolutely no difference. However, in outcome, we found that the bilinguals have twice as often normal cognition after stroke and less vascular dementia and MCI. Interestingly, again, no difference in frequency of aphasia. So interestingly, bilingualism seems to help against the stroke-related dementia, but it has practically no influence on aphasia. So we have now converging evidence, both from neurodegeneration and from stroke, that aphasia is not in any way positively influenced by bilingualism. Now let's come to another variable which has been discussed in many details over the last 2 days, and that is education. Now, the point is, we of course, the vast majority, I think almost all studies until today, where I came with India, came from Western world. And in the Western world, we always associate bilingualism with higher education, and lower education is very often associated with social deprivation. So if I look at Scotland, which I know rather well, then of course people who have low education will very often come from deprived areas, unemployment, drugs, all the social problems, and so on and so on. Now in India, you have a very well integrated illiterate group. So languages are learned not primarily at school, but on the street, and you can find illiterates who work, who have family, who have absolutely, you would say, normal life, except that they never stepped inside the school. Now we found over 150 illiterates in our group, and they had 6 years later onset of dementia. So here's the group which has no formal education whatsoever. None of them has ever stepped inside a school, and the difference is bigger. So it's clearly not coming from school. And in fact, in another study by ear, we now found that in Indian sample, in fact, once you control for bilingualism, the education effects go away. So in a way, it can be that education has a different mechanism in different countries. Why do we believe that everything has to boil at 100 degrees because we are at sea level? Now, for instance, in India, you have millennia of tradition of non-verbal or non-written verbal passing of information. So in fact, a lot of knowledge can be transferred without going through formal schooling. However, now we come to what I think is the most difficult, and that's the last question I want to discuss, the most difficult question in the field, and that is the reverse causality, which was discussed many times. So maybe simply the people who learn the languages are simply brighter. And reverse causality very often in normal language can be described on colloquial language as the chicken-egg question, which was first. So is it that bilingualism, multilingualism leads to a better cognition, or is it that better cognition leads to multilingualism? Now, this is a terribly difficult question to study. Now, I have an optimal design to study it, which was mentioned already before. We study people now age 10, and then we come again in 60 years and retest them. Now, as I was in Ecuador this January, I was told that in this valley of Vilcabamba, people live often more than 100 years. So I think this person is supposed to have like 110 years. So maybe I could do these tests, go to Vilcabamba and come back in 60 years. But as I mentioned to you, I am a rather impatient person, so I don't want to wait 60 years. So then we really have to find out some group which we can test today, but where we know how they were when they were 10 or so. Now, we are incredibly lucky in Scotland to have exactly such a group called Lothian birth cohort. So here you have people basically the whole Scottish population age 11, so all people at school who were age 11 at that time, in June 1947 were tested for intelligence. And Ian Deary, whom I will show in the next slide, has managed to find those acts from Edinburgh. So this is really like finding a gold vein. So here are those people, so about 1,000 people could be traced back, so we can now look how those people performed when they were 11 and how they do now when they are 70, 73, 76, and so on. Well, what did we find? Well, firstly, the group is very homogeneous ethnically and culturally. I don't necessarily say it's a good thing, but that's how Scottish society used to be. It's kind of a little bit different now. But in this group, you don't have to worry about great variety in those variables. Most of them are still living in and close to Edinburgh, and 13 participants only of the 800-something were born outside UK of Scottish parents, but moved back to Edinburgh before they were 11. Now, being very well aware of the importance of immigration confound, we did the whole analysis twice, once with this group included, once with this group excluded. It was exactly the same result. So again, I would say we can probably put this whole immigration issue ad acta. What we found is 262 people reported that they were able to communicate more than one language. So as I say, I take it now as the definition is communicative ability, and 170 of those were using only English, so they were able, but they didn't use it, and 90 of them used also another language in their everyday life. And what we found was, now, because we know their IQ age 11, and because we know that, of course, IQ age 11 predicts IQ age 73, those who were bright as children are probably on the top still now, and those who were not, probably not, we could find that taking into account the baseline IQ, that there was an effect of bilingualism, and it was strongest on general intelligence and reading, not surprisingly. So in a way, so these are data which have been controlled for the differences in intelligence age 11. So from this point of view, I think it's at least probably the best I know at the moment in the world that we can control for reverse causality in a long-term study. And there was less effect on verbal fluency, little on speed, memory, and Murray House test, which is basically a kind of, well, it has a lot of questions which are very, very different type. Now, another thing which I want to stress is, in some of the variables, there was an interaction between IQ 11 and the results. So it means that people who had the 5th percentile had slightly different results than those who had on the 50 or 95. But then what we found is that, in fact, I mean, this is basically not really that relevant, but here what you can see is that the biggest advantage for bilingualism was for those people who were practically on the 5th percentile. So it means it's not, and that fits very nicely to the literature we had about the effect of bilingualism on lower education, that in fact it could be the lower education group which benefits more, and possibly even the group with lower IQ. Now we are coming back to longitudinal data. So the question is, of course, well, that's fine. It changes the intercept, as you heard yesterday, but does it change the slope? Well, probably not. I mean, we know that many of the factors that influence cognitive reserve, such as education, will influence that people, so to say, are falling down from a higher level, but the slope itself is going down there. So that's exactly what we found. So we find here from 70 to 76 that there is a slow way down. The bilinguals are better than the monolinguals, but as I say, there is not much change in slope. However, in the Zachodne paper, there's another interesting thing which was being said, namely, the protective effects of bilingualism on aging might only emerge in those who actively use both languages in their daily lives. So why not look how the slopes are if we look at the active and passive users? And here suddenly, these two curves go apart. So the slopes go down for the no use, it goes out for the active users. So these are very preliminary results, but I think quite interesting because they suggest that in fact the pattern of use is important. And as I say, it was a variable which played very little role in most of the discussion last 2 days compared to age of acquisition and compared to proficiency. Okay, so let me come to the last 3 slides basically to sum it all up. Now, there is an enormous interest in everything that can influence life. So in a way, I think the idea that there is something special about bilingualism, that people are, it's part for me, and I would like to see bilingualism really in a broader context. It's part of the general question, can we do something that influences our life in that we are less likely to get diseases and so on? And the kind of two areas which are very often in the news is, I mean, this is just news from the last week as an example, daily exercise is beneficial to health in old age as quitting smoking. So in a way, a lot of things about mental and physical exercise. And then, of course, there is a lot of work about diet, so Mediterranean diet, olive oil, red wine, and so on and so on. And in fact, those things interact. So if you look at the evidence, you will find there's enormous amount of conflicting evidence about diet, exercise, and so on. So for instance, one study tries to distinguish between the effects of exercise and the BMI. Now, of course, statistically, people who don't move are likely to be rather like this, and people who go jogging every day are rather like this. But it is not an absolute association. You can be relatively thin and have very little exercise, and vice versa. So it's not specific to bilingualism. In the whole of medicine and epidemiology, we are confronted all the time with all this conflicting evidence. So let me now come to the summary. And here I want to present the last artist, who is neither Jackson Pollock nor Pete Mondrian, but Paul Klee, who didn't live in New York, but you can find some lovely pictures of him. And if he does abstraction, I would say it's slightly more, well, colorful than Mondrian. And if he does more abstract things, you can still realize some patterns in it. So I think maybe we can recognize some patterns in this chaos. So to start with, my kind of third take-home messages is, first is, conflicting evidence is the natural state of healthy science. I would be worried if we didn't have it. You see, I grew up in communist Poland, and we had these elections where 99.9% of people voted for the Communist Party of Polish Workers. I somehow never trusted these numbers. And I would not trust any election in which 99.9% vote for a certain party. And I would not trust any field in which 99.9% of results would go in one direction. So for me, it's a natural state, but we should take the diverging cues, as some of my predecessors said today morning, and take them as valuable cues. Maybe we can find out something more. Instead of having an argument, I am right, you are wrong, say, why did you get other results than I did? The second thing is, I think there is quite a lot of evidence, converging evidence from many, many sources that bilingualism influences cognitive functions. But of course, it does it interacting with other variables, from genetic to social environment. So I wouldn't be surprised if you find some genetic interactions with bilingualism as well. It interacts with almost anything else in life. Why should language be an exception? And then I would say for the end that I think the topic of bilingualism is, in my view at least, best interpreted in the broader context of mental activity, neuroplasticity, and cognitive reserve. Now, I know that some people really love still the concept of modularity. I think it was extremely useful in the 70s and 80s. And it led to a lot of new insights. But we are now 25 years down the line. And I think everything which happens now in neuroscience points to the neuroplasticity of the brain, points to neural networks, points to adaptability. And I would find it unnatural if language would be the only exception to this general rule, how we understand brain now. So that's how I'd like to finish, and I hope that we can move to a civilized discussion.
Well, I think I'm the last talk before the discussion, so we're getting near the end of this. I have to say that it's been a real pleasure being here. Oh, your power? You'll get it later. I also congratulate the organizers of this meeting on a few levels. I'm not I think I guess there were two types of people brought here: experts in linguistics and language, and then people who've been active in this field of bilingualism, the pairing of these different types of expertise to the topic of bilingualism, and then people who are experts in executive function or other domains, I think has been a lot of fun for me and very, very educational. I come into this, and what I'm going to speak about today is the topic of cognitive reserve. I'm not going to speak about bilingualism, but I think that it might be interesting for you to see how this concept developed and how other factors that contribute to reserve have sort of emerged over time, we'll take it from there. Let me just thank some of the collaborators that I work with. This is not everybody. The work is supported by the, is that it? Where's the pointer? Here it is. Supported by the National Institute on Aging. Too many different controls here for me. This work is supported by the National Institute on Aging, the people that I've listed here are really involved in some of the later work that I'll talk about, not the earlier work. Okay, so let's start from the very beginning. What is this idea of reserve? And the original idea of reserve, I think, is very straightforward. Every clinician who sees patients, whether they be stroke or dementia, or usually things where we can measure the degree of damage, knows that there's not a one-to-one relationship between the damage to the brain, be it age-related decline, a stroke, head injury, Alzheimer's pathology, and the clinical outcome. So the original idea of reserve is to be as a moderator, something that accounts for that discontinuity, moderates between the degree of brain damage and reserve. The mechanisms underlying reserve, I'd say they're 2 to 3. It depends how we end up classifying brain maintenance, what I'll get to. So the original concept of reserve that I ever heard was the idea of brain reserve. The first person I heard talking about it was Robert Katzman, who was reporting on a study that he did up in the Bronx, and he was following older people, and he reported on about, I think it's 12 women who were cognitively normal, came to autopsy, and had a lot of plaques and tangles in their brain. And he was wondering how they could have been cognitively normal when they looked like they should have had Alzheimer's disease. Now we know that's really very common. About 30% of healthy elders who come to autopsy have full-blown Alzheimer's pathology. And he noted that their brains were bigger, and he said, well, they must have had brain reserve. And I think what he meant by that was more synapses or more neurons to lose. That was his idea of brain reserve. So I characterized brain reserve initially as a passive, sort of quantitative concept. But as I'll get to in a second, now the topic of brain reserve, or the idea of brain reserve, has really gotten much more interesting because we finally realize that there's these anatomic changes that occur on the basis of experience. So really, brain reserve is really a much more complex topic now. The idea of cognitive reserve was the topic that I was affected to, and I'll tell you the story of how it happened because I'm a psychologist. And the idea of cognitive reserve is not about the hardware, but more the software, resilience, or plasticity of cognitive networks in the face of disruption. Now, what contributes to that? We'll talk about it, but it has to be multiple things. Recently, there's been articles pushing the idea of brain maintenance. And the idea there is that the claim is that, especially in aging, that really the difference very often between people who age successfully and unsuccessfully is not those who have cope with more pathology, cope better with pathology, but elders who really age more successfully and that their brains don't develop pathology. So the idea of brain maintenance, to me, is sort of a parallel to brain reserve, where some people can maintain their brain, keep their brain healthy, and some can't. Okay. Brain reserve, so when we started doing our studies in North Manhattan, Peter Schofield was a postdoc. Now he's a professor back in Australia, and he convinced the RAs to measure head circumference on everybody that we saw in the field. And this is what he came up with. It's the prevalence of Alzheimer's disease, smallest to largest brain. And you see this trend towards a lower prevalence of Alzheimer's disease in the people with the largest brains. So that's sort of the simplest instantiation of brain reserve. Jim Mortimer, who was mentioned in the last talk, is a big believer in brain reserve. This idea of bigger brain happens to be very important for those of you who know about TBI. The size of the brain is one of the strongest predictors of successful recovery. So that's the hardest, most quantitative measure of brain reserve you could have. But now we know that brain reserve isn't so simple. So we've learned that both in animal studies and in human studies, we now know that people with cognitive stimulation or with aerobic exercise really show changes in their brain. Neurogenesis was something that we didn't dream of 20 years ago, growing new neurons in the dentate. It's related to cognitive and to cognitive stimulation and to exercise. Clear-cut changes in brain volume and in cortical thickness, resistance to apoptosis, developing neurotrophic factors like BDNF that benefit plasticity. So the brain really is a much more plastic organ than we imagined and than what I was taught when I was back in graduate school. And that's where I'm coming to this idea that brain reserve is really a much more dynamic concept. Maybe during the discussion we can get to the philosophy about what's the difference between brain reserve and cognitive reserve anyway, since cognitive networks are really in the brain. But I think the differentiations for our purposes are really pretty simple. Here's a very nice paper summarizing the idea of brain maintenance by Nyberg, Bachman, that crew. Basically, their point is that this relative lack of brain pathology is the biggest contributor to heterogeneity in cognitive aging, and that lifestyle factors might contribute to this resisting the advent of pathology. So for normal aging, it might not be so much reserve as maintenance. Once you get to something like Alzheimer's disease or any other disease, obviously there's differential responses to the pathology. There the concept of reserve comes in. Just two quickie sort of brain reserve, brain maintenance findings. The first one has been replicated in various ways. This is Valenzuela. He looked at hippocampal size in people and measured it over time. And he has an instrument that measures people's engagement in cognitively stimulating activities. And he showed that the people who had higher scores on his LEQ, life something questionnaire, showed less of a decline in hippocampal size over time than people who engaged in fewer cognitive activities. So that's not cognitive reserve, that's sort of a brain reserve or a brain maintenance finding. The one that's even a little more eye-opening, if it's possibly true, is this. These are data from, this is Susan Landau with Bill Jagus. They had 60 people participating, these are healthy, normal elders participating in some of their studies, and they got amyloid PET scans on these people. And they also gave this questionnaire by Bob Wilson that asks about past cognitively stimulating activities. So here's past stimulating activities in midlife from low to high. This is amyloid in the brain from low to high, and you see this inverse relationship such that the people who engage in more cognitively stimulating activities in midlife seem to have less amyloid in their brain. Now that would really be wild if it were true. I don't really trust this. This is not really an epidemiologic sample, but it just raises this idea that maybe we really can do things to actually prevent pathology as opposed to just coping with it. But now we get back to the cognitive reserve story. So I'll tell you how I fell into this. Many years ago, I would go to the neurology meetings, and all of a sudden I started to hear talk about lower prevalence of Alzheimer's disease in people with greater education. Katzman was doing studies like these in China. Before the studies were even published, it's in the air. And I'm a neuropsychologist, and I really thought that this had to be a big mistake. Because I know that the way that we diagnose dementia is either with mental status tests or memory tests. We know that people with higher education do better on these tests. So I thought that probably they were just making some kind of a diagnostic error. Since people with higher education do better on these diagnostic tests, they were finding in higher education. And it just so happened that I was in a position to start to look at these ideas because we had just started following these cohorts of elders in North Manhattan. So this is actually a slide by Katzman. I just added in the arrows here. So this is sort of the story of Alzheimer's disease. As you know, there are probably things that initiate Alzheimer's pathology, genetics for sure. There's promoting factors like head trauma and others. And the Alzheimer's pathology really slowly progresses for at least 20 years before it starts to affect cognitive function. At some point, clinical symptoms appear. People may or may not come to be diagnosed by their clinician. They get diagnosed, and then the disease progresses. And the idea behind cognitive reserve would be that for people with more reserve, these clinical symptoms would appear later when the disease is more advanced. If people had less reserve, these symptoms would appear earlier. So we set about to test this idea by taking people who are not demented and following them over time to look to see what happens over time and whether education had some influence on when people would get demented. So here's one of the first studies that we did. It's from 1994. It was about 600 people. And what we found is that people with low education split at 8 years had about double the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. People with lower occupational attainment had about double the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease over, about 5 years of follow-up. And if you wanted, you could create groups. The people with the low versus high, there was about 4 times the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease in low education, low occupation. And my takeaway from this was that it's not that these life experiences influence the underlying pathology, but there must be something about educational experiences and occupational attainment, occupational experiences that provided experiences that allowed people to cope better with the pathology. And thus the idea of not brain reserve, but cognitive reserve. The software was better. A few years later, we discovered that we had a 11-item leisure questionnaire in our battery of things in our epidemiologic study. So Nick Skarmeus looked at that with us, and he found that the relative risk of incident dementia in high versus people engaged, these are now elders, in high versus low leisure, was much reduced. So people had a lower risk if they engaged in more activities. And that risk was, that protective effect was present even if you controlled for education and occupation. So now we have sort of 3 broad domains of life. Education, early life, occupation, midlife, late life, leisure activities, all seeming to impart this reserve. So these were some of the earliest epidemiologic findings. Now I have to say, when we started thinking about these things, it was considered very fringy. Now I think the idea of, it's sort of gratifying. People sort of throw in cognitive reserve as a cognitive reserve variable. It's what contributes to reserve. But the idea that you could have a disease and that something like education somehow could moderate its effects, that this disease just didn't ravage the brain at will, but somehow people resisted that and tried to do the best they could, seemed very, very fringy at the time. And there was a lot of distrust. But what happened over time is that there were a lot of papers that started to accrue to validate that finding. So I don't expect you to be able to read all of this. This was a review that's old now, from like 2006, 2007. What these are incident studies beginning with cognitively normal elders, followed over time, looking to see who develops Alzheimer's and who doesn't, looking at education, occupation, premorbid IQ, and leisure activities. And everywhere where you see the confidence interval not crossing unity, they found a protective effect. So multiple studies found this, not just in Washington Heights, but around the world. And then the authors did some sensitivity analyses trying to understand the negative effects. And one of the key things that they found was that some of these studies really didn't have enough incident cases to have power to see a protective effect if it were there. And since then, there's been multiple studies like this. So what happens is, I think, over time, if something really works, and I said this yesterday, you're not going to see it in every study, but if you do enough studies and you do the studies right, the truth will out. And so, at least for these life exposures, they seem to do something that moderates the advent of Alzheimer's disease. And the theory, it's not a truth, but it's a hypothesis, is that there's something like cognitive reserve doing that. So then if cognitive reserve affects our susceptibility to Alzheimer's pathology, what about whatever it is that causes the cognitive changes in normal aging? So here's a very, very early slide. This is from Jen Manley, also from our Washington Heights cohort. This is a memory test, Buschke selective reminding test. Here's people with high and low literacy. We use literacy because Jennifer showed that it's a much better measure of educational quality than years of education. And you can see that there was the slope of memory changes over time was less severe in the people with high than those with low literacy. With the idea, again, that somehow this literacy is providing a reserve against these age-related brain changes. Now, I have to say that the literature on various reserve-related variables influencing the rate of decline in cognitive aging is very mixed. So here's a paper by Laura Zahadny. Education does not slow cognitive decline in aging, 12-year evidence from the Victoria Longitudinal Aging Study. There's many other studies that did not find these effects. They would find effects on the intercept, but not on the slope. We let Laura come to be a postdoc at Columbia anyway. And then she came and she started to look at our Washington Heights data. So one thing to note is this is the Victoria Longitudinal Aging data that she published. Here's the education distribution. You notice almost everybody has a high school education and above. Look at the distribution in Washington Heights. As we saw yesterday, you got a lot of people with high school education or the equivalent, but really we have a larger range. And so Laura really walked into this thinking that maybe she'd find these effects on slope in the people with lower education, but not with high education. This is a very nice paper that I should give more to, but basically she did these growth curve analyses separately in the low education and high education group and found a protective effect in both. And it's easier actually to appreciate the slope differences. This is the highest high versus the intermediate high education. And you can really see there is a slope difference there. It's a little harder to appreciate in the lower education because there's a quadratic effect in there, but there really is a difference in the rate of change as a function of education in both groups. And then she did some mediation analyses, which seemed to suggest that in the lower education group, there seemed to be a direct effect of education on cognitive change, whereas in these higher education, perhaps it was mediated through SES factors like income. So the evidence is really much more mixed for rate of change in normal aging. What about Alzheimer's disease? So you would say, okay, cognitive reserve helps people from getting demented. Maybe it will slow down the rate of Alzheimer's disease. But let me just walk you through this theoretical graph. Here's Alzheimer's pathology again. Here's, let's say, memory test scores. So the first point I think should be clear is what I was trying to convince you of before is if there is something like reserve, that the point where the pathology starts to affect performance will be later in people with high than low reserve. You could call it the point of change. The other thing to remember is that in the people who really do get demented, this pathology is bad and it wins. So when we first published our JAMA paper on education, I got a very angry letter from a woman whose husband was a Nobel Prize winner and had Alzheimer's disease. And essentially it was, what kind of idiot are you? I won't replicate the language. Look at this, my husband's Nobel Prize winner. So the point is that we're talking about changing risks and we're talking about putting off disease, But if you get Alzheimer's, it wins and it destroys all function. So if you can posit a common endpoint, and once you posit these differences in the point of change and the common endpoint, what you end up with is that once the cognitive change begins, it's actually more rapid in the people with higher reserve than those with low reserve. We found this very, very early on. And here you have people, again in the Washington Heights cohort, Alzheimer's patients. We tried to match them for severity at baseline, and the people with higher education actually showed a more rapid decline. Now, this has been replicated multiple times. My favorite is, again, from up in the Bronx, Charlie Hall, again, with that exact same study that Katzman used to work on many years ago. What they have are people, again, followed with the same memory test, selective reminding test, up to 15 years prior to the onset of Alzheimer's disease. Here's the spaghetti plots of these people, and he does these change point analyses, Charlie. It's hard to see, but you can see that here's the people with the lowest education, the dark blue, and you can see the point of change, and then their decline. Here's the people with the highest education, the light green, point of change much later, and more rapid decline. And those who see patients clinically know that. If you have someone who's very, very smart, they can sort of cruise along for a while, hold on, and then you can really see this plunge in ability. I think it's a good trade-off. Essentially what you're doing is you're buying some good years with a more rapid decline, and we actually showed the same effects for mortality. Okay, so let me sort of summarize this with this slide. Here we have advancing Alzheimer's pathology from mild to severe. Here I have clinical severity, normal, mild cognitive impairment, mild Alzheimer's to severe along this axis. So what we're making before is that when the pathology is mild, perhaps the people with high reserve still are not demented, where with the same amount of pathology people with low reserve are. The other point to make is that even when people can be considered demented, given a certain amount of pathology, the people with higher reserve should be less affected than the people with low reserve. So they should have less severe Alzheimer's. Or if you flip it around, given a fixed clinical severity, the pathology should be less in the person with low reserve than the person with high. And this was something I thought about very early on because you can look at the epidemiology, but you want to relate this thing to pathology. So, the experiment I wanted to do, just imagine two people, one with high education, one with low. As far as we can tell, the severity of their dementia is equivalent in terms of mini-mental, cognition, and in terms of function. If you could look in their brains, the prediction you would want to make is that the person with higher reserve has more plaques and tangles. And they're coping with it better. But we couldn't do that autopsy study when I was thinking about it, but we happened to be doing imaging studies of patients with Alzheimer's disease, not with PET or not with SPECT, but with xenon, which is a very elegant but very old-fashioned way of measuring cerebral blood flow. And as you might know, in Alzheimer's disease, there's specific changes in cerebral blood flow starting in the temporoparietal area. They get worse and worse, and they're associated somehow with the underlying pathology. So my idea was, let's use the cerebral blood flow as the proxy for underlying AD pathology, and my prediction would be that matching for clinical severity, the people with higher education should have more loss of cerebral blood flow in temporoparietal areas. So I told this idea to my research assistant, Gene Alexander, who's now a full professor at University of Arizona, and he came back to me, and I said, look, we have the data, check it out. And the next day, these are the kind of data that we had. These are 20, 20, and 20 Alzheimer's patients carefully matched for disease severity, above high school graduate, below high school, and you can see, at least at this one detector, that the people with the highest education had the most depleted flow, as if they're walking around with more Alzheimer's pathology than the people with lower education. This happens to be really my first publication on cognitive reserve. I thought it was cover of Science, didn't quite make it, but I was very excited. I mean, because how often do you have an idea and it just works out perfectly the way you expected it to? And my friends make fun of me because I rarely can give a talk without showing this slide. Anyway, years later, David Bennett who's following the religious orders cohort, here's a cohort where these people promise to give their brains at death, so he can do the study that I always wanted to do. So now he has global cognitive function proximate to death, summary of AD pathology, and he gets this nice interaction effect. So given a certain amount of pathology, the people with the lower education had worse cognition prior to death than the people with higher education. And again, this has been replicated over and over and over again in many ways. So, you know, the take-home message about cognitive reserve, aging, and Alzheimer's disease is that what you see clinically really, it might not be matched with what you see in the brain. So someone can look cognitively normal and have Alzheimer's pathology. Someone can have Alzheimer's, someone can look demented and have much less pathology than someone else. So I would argue that somehow measuring cognitive reserve becomes an important component of characterizing these people. And that's where things stood. You know, we had pushed the epidemiology pretty hard in normal aging and Alzheimer's disease. We had, you know, I'd done these studies sort of connecting the underlying pathology to the cognitive reserve concept, but I was trying to figure out now where to go next, because epi can only take you so far, and how could I understand how reserve really works? And that's where it was just at the point where functional imaging was getting very popular. And so I decided that that's really the way to really understand how cognitive reserve might be implemented. And my first grant went something like this. This is 100% truth. I said I'm going to take Alzheimer's patients matched for clinical severity, but differing in education. I'm going to put them in the scanner and give them a test and look for differences in their cognitive activation. And the reviewers came back with comments like this, well, you know, what do you expect to see? Where do you expect to see differences? Do you expect to see more activation or less activation? So we had to start to develop ideas. So I have to say that pretty much I'm doing those exact same studies, but I write much better grants now. So here's what we're doing now. This is where we've gotten over time. We're doing this in this particular study, we're doing this at 150 cognitively normal elders and 75 young people. And what we're doing is we're collecting everything that we can that might influence cognition, might be responsible for age-related. So you can imagine age over here, these are all possible mediators of the effect of age on cognition. Of volume, cortical thickness, white matter hyperintensity burden, white matter tract integrity, resting cerebral blood flow, connectivity, amyloid burden with PET. We measure all that stuff, and that in and of itself is a major question, is do these brain changes really mediate between aging and measured